The leading magic family in Korea right now is the Shin family. Although there are countless prodigies in the family, the male lead, Shin Hazu, the third young master of the family, is still known as the most outstanding talent among them. The head of the Shin family had extremely high hopes for this son. The pressure he placed on him was to graduate at the top of Oberlig Academy, become the greatest mage, and lead the family. Because from a young age, Shin Hazu's talent far surpassed that of his siblings, even surpassing everyone else. So it's not surprising that the head of the Shin family hoped his son would reach the pinnacle of magic. Time flew by, and now Shin Hazu is a second-year student at the prestigious Oberlig Academy of Magic. Unlike others, his magic casting process was very lengthy. First, he had to focus mana, going through 8 steps to form the magic formula. But before he could finish casting, Shin Hazu was attacked by 2 AI wolves. And just like before, he became the laughingstock of the other students, led by that annoying Bixahuk. Haha, you call that magic? Shin Hazu, an outdated mage who can't use today's AI, should know his place. Magic isn't suited for someone like you, his voice full of sarcasm. Shin Hazu still tried incredibly hard, never giving up even when he was battered and bruised. However, because he exceeded the time limit for this monster suppression test, he failed. Shin Hazu's mood was very complicated. To say he wasn't sad or angry would be a lie, but at least this time, his chanting speed was much faster than before. When he was deemed incompatible with AI, the head of the Shin family quickly gave up his expectations for the son. He even gave Shin Hazu a potion to destroy the mana circle in his heart. However, he had no intention of giving up on his dream. Even if the path he chose was traditional magic, something that had long become outdated. And the disadvantage was that Shin Hazu could only learn these ancient magic spells through books. While everyone else learned from electronic spellbooks, Shin Hazu's room was almost filled to the brim with ancient magic documents, nearly burying him alive. So on a beautiful day, Shin Hazu decided to tidy up this pile of books. And suddenly, he saw a strange book that he didn't even remember buying. The book looked quite old, but it also seemed unique and expensive. Shin Hazu curiously opened it to look, and inside were only incomprehensible texts. He only recognized a few words. Zabio Baitaneo. That was the name of humanity's first archmage, the first emperor of the Baitaneo Magus Empire, and the founder of magic. Since childhood, Shin Hazu had read many biographies about this legendary figure, and it had been a long time since he'd come across that name again. Shin Hazu casually flipped through a few more pages, but at this moment, something strange happened. The book suddenly emitted a blinding yellow light, so bright that Shin Hazu couldn't even hold onto it anymore. What was even more terrifying was that afterward, Shin Hazu heard an ethereal voice emanating from the book. "Oh, descendant with the same physique, and who can hear my voice? I, Zabio Baitaneo, leave this book for you." Shin Hazu's eyes widened in astonishment. He hadn't known before that for him, being incompatible with the era, unable to embrace AI-era magic, was a heaven-sent blessing. Shin Hazu had suffered a lot of humiliation. For example, he was the only one who failed the practical exam in class and had to take extra lessons amidst his friends' laughter. For 2 years at the Magic Academy, Shin Hazu had become someone who could only endure in helplessness, and he never thought he would encounter such an opportunity one day. The day after discovering the book left by Zabio Baitaneo, Shin Hazu still went to class as if nothing had happened. At lunch in the cafeteria, just as he found a corner to sit down, he heard a familiar voice above his head. "Eating alone again today?" Shin Hazu looked up, seemingly not too surprised by the newcomer. "Oh, you're here?" he replied. The newcomer sat down opposite Shin Hazu with an excited look. "Oh, what's in your bowl looks good too." His name was Jihon. He might look a bit silly, but he was in the academy's top 10 and had reached the milestone of a 3-circle mage at the age of 18. It could be said that Jihon was a quite talented young mage. At the same time, this was also the only person Shin Hazu could call a friend in this school that was no different from a prison. Jihon was the only one who treated him sincerely. His favorite phrase was, "If anyone bullies you, tell me, and I'll deal with them." After Jihon finished chewing the piece of meat in his mouth, Shinhazu told him about finding a strange book yesterday. It seemed to be about Zabio Bataneo, but from the third page onward, it was all blank paper, and it also emitted light and a voice. That's why he suspected someone had played a trick with this book. Oh, they even used magic? Quite an investment. So, what did the voice say? Jihon seemed excited, but his mouth kept chewing. Something like leaving magic for his descendant. Something like that, but if you don't have the same physique, you won't be able to open that book. Shinhazu replied with a self-deprecating tone. Oh, that's really interesting. Can I try it? Jihon's voice rose sharply, showing he was very interested in that book. However, Shinhazu's expression was terrible, because from the third page onward, the book was indeed all blank paper. But on the last page, it said that to inherit the magic, one must enter the gate of death once, specifically by creating a magic circle in the brain, not the heart. Jihon stopped chewing at this point, his expression immediately turning serious. Seriously, creating a magic circle in the brain? That's like telling someone to go die, isn't it? Hey, let me see that book. That evening, the two returned to Oberlig Academy's dormitory, and Shinhazu showed the strange book to Jihon. The voice said that only someone with the same physique as Zabio Bataneo could open the book, but Shinhazu felt this was like someone's malicious prank, so he handed it to Jihon to try and open. And the result was, he, a person full of muscles, couldn't open that book. It didn't budge at all, as if it had been locked with magic. I don't know, forget it, just toss it. I'm so sleepy, I'm heading back first. Good night. After he ran off, Shinhazu once again opened that book. And strangely, he opened it with ease. However, this time another strange thing happened. On a page that was previously blank, it was now filled with ancient writings. At the same time, he heard the voice from yesterday coming from the book again. Descendant, if my guess is correct, you are using magic by creating a magic circle in your heart, aren't you? For ordinary people, this is nothing rare. But for you and me, that's not the right way. Having his thoughts read by the book, Shinhazu was a little startled. And just then, it also flew up, escaping from his palm. There was no wind in the room, but the pages of the book kept turning on their own. And that voice continued to resonate steadily. If you accept my will and are willing to become my disciple, then destroy the magic circle in your heart and create a new magic circle in your brain. Then open this book again. Shinhazu was so tense that his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He still felt that this was someone's malicious prank because the voice kept inciting him to create a magic circle in his brain. Magic power, the source of magic, is an extremely potent toxin to the brain. If it enters the brain, the mind will collapse, and in the worst case, it will lead to brain death. This is knowledge that every magic user learns from a very young age. That's why at noon, Shinhazu told Jihon that on the last page of the book were a few lines of text encouraging him to commit suicide. But Shinhazu couldn't figure out who was behind this book. Even though many people at the academy disliked him, it probably only went as far as mocking him, not to this extent, right? Shinhazu threw the book aside and went to bed. But that night, he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Early the next morning, Shinhazu brought the strange book to a lecturer and asked him to check it for him. The teacher picked up the book and assessed it, only feeling that it was quite old. So how do you want me to check this book? You just need to open it for me. And can you check if it's sealed with magic? Sealed, a hint of confusion appeared on the lecturer's face. Shinhazu didn't want to elaborate on what happened between him and the book. Therefore, he made up a story that a very strange rumor related to this book had been circulating in the academy recently. Paying attention to such rumors is not good for your studies. I'll help you check it, but you should focus more on your studies. The lecturer mumbled, then focused on checking the book. But after some investigation, he found no trace of magic on the book at all. The teacher returned it to Shinhazu, not forgetting to remind him not to pay attention to rumors and to focus on his studies. Shinhazu hugged the book and returned with a very complex mood. He had hoped that there was some possibility that this was just a prank. But even Jihon Chan, a top-tier magic user, and the lecturer couldn't open it. If so, it's very likely that this book is real. That night, Shinhazu sat in front of the book again and remained silent for a long time. Destroying the magic circle in his heart meant returning to square one, and creating a magic circle in his brain was too dangerous. But because there was a possibility this book was real, after much deliberation, he still decided to take the risk. Shinhazu still had the medicine his father sent him earlier. Just by drinking it, the magic circle in his heart would be destroyed. He still clearly remembered the words of the Shin family head back then. Put magic aside and focus on studying sorcery. His attitude was cold, full of disappointment, completely different from the proud and greatly expectant tone before Shinhazu enrolled in Oberlig. But he had no intention of giving up magic. Even now, holding that pill in his hand, Shinhazu still had no such intention. He just wanted to take a gamble and follow the words of that book. Shinhazu's hand trembled violently. He reassured himself that his life was already on the verge of collapse anyway. If he didn't take a risk, he would just keep standing still. Then he decisively put the pill in his mouth. He had even prepared himself to die today. The medicine took effect very quickly. Shinhazu felt a piercing pain emanating from his chest. The magic circle linked to his heart was shattering. This pain was like the death of a magic user. And immediately after, Shinhazu proceeded to attempt a forbidden challenge, circulating magic through his brain. As soon as he circulated mana through his brain, the pain in his heart disappeared, replaced by a thunderous, pounding headache. The pain was so intense that he wished he could quickly reincarnate. However, at the moment Shinhazu thought he was giving up, someone whispered into his ear, "Do you hear me, my future generation?" This voice was formed from mana. Shinhazu heard it very clearly. He also felt light and shadow, heaven and earth, mana spirits dancing and whispering, coexisting with the mana in his body. The pain gradually subsided and he heard someone laughing, singing as if bestowing a blessing upon him. He didn't know how long it had been, but Shinhazu woke up to find himself sprawled on the floor. Above him was that strange book. It was already morning and he was still alive. Immediately, Shinhazu opened the book. Today, another blank page was filled with ancient script. When he saw these words, the voice echoed in his head again, this time much clearer. Congratulations on completing the first step, Idre. That is the name of this book. From now on, your legendary story will begin through this book. I pass on all my magic to you, the successor. No, I should say, I pass on all my magic to you, my disciple. At that moment, Shinhazu cried. It seemed his miserable life had ended and a new, brighter chapter was about to begin. A few days later, Shinhazu still diligently attended classes, but instead of listening to lectures, he was glued to Idre's. The blank pages in the book gradually revealed new information, all of it magic transmitted by the mysterious master to him. Idre held a vast amount of knowledge, very different from the current Mage training curriculum. Originally, mana also had its own will. Therefore, for most people, when mana entered the brain, a significant clash would occur, leading to the destruction of this vital organ. So for most people's brains, mana is a highly toxic substance. But with Shinhazu, it was different. The strong will of his brain suppressed the will of mana. In other words, his brain was not only not destroyed, but also gained control over magical power. Perhaps that's also why he has a natural resistance to AI chips that interfere with brain functions. Shinhazu constantly staring at that book was noticed by the instructor. Though annoyed, he didn't directly criticize him, but instead chose to make sarcastic remarks. You all know you have a midterm assessment for second-year students, right? This year's exam will have a new rule. From now on, students who don't meet the standards will be expelled. When he uttered the words expelled, his gaze was clearly fixed on Shinhazu, and his smile was truly malicious. He then added that this rule was personally proposed by the head of the Shin family. After hearing this, the students in the class began to buzz with discussion. Some defined individuals, like Bixahuk, were gloating. It's time to get rid of the defective products, and it seems we have a high-risk student in our class. don't we? Shinhazu knew they were talking about him, but he didn't care. His mind was currently split in two. One half wondered why his father made that proposal, and the other was busy thinking about that book. After class, he went out and looked for a virtual reality training center. Shinhazu wanted to practice the new magic himself. It's just that the simulated training centers for rent in the city are really expensive. For example, this place is the cheapest and still costs 200,000 won per hour. But even so, Shinhazu had to bite the bullet and pay, renting a training room for 1 hour. After the employee handed him the room card, their gaze seemed to scrutinize him. Then they thought to themselves, isn't this Shinhazu, the third young master of the Shin family? A noble son, deemed incompatible with AI. How unlucky. Shinhazu had changed into his training clothes and began his simulated training. The first mission was to subdue wolves. Compared to the 2 wolves in the previous test, Shinhazu's opponent this time was a whole pack. Although they were only virtual reality technology, their ferocity and attack power were still real. Wolves are low-level monsters, but fighting 10 of them at once is no easy feat. The average time to complete the wolf exercise at the academy is 12 minutes and 33 seconds. Now Shinhazu would practice the knowledge written in that Idre's book every day. It was the only way for him to improve. This was the first time he had harnessed the power from the new magic circle that appeared in his brain. And it was much stronger than Shinhazu had imagined. Seeing the water magic gush forth endlessly, his hands trembled with emotion. This is amazing, isn't it? Is this my true power? I can't believe it, Shinhazu murmured. While other mages only circulate their magic circles through their hearts to use AI magic, he could circulate the magic circle throughout his body by mastering it with his brain. Thanks to the infinite circle, Shinhazu's magical power, suppressed for so long, was finally unleashed. He recklessly used his power as if to make up for the 2 years of frustration he had endured. My disciple, don't be surprised by things at this level. You still have a long way to go. The infinite circle is merely the foundation of Bateno-style magic, which is controlling magic through mental imagery. This is the first book on Bateno-style magic. By now, Shinhazu had grown accustomed to the ethereal voice emanating from the book and wholeheartedly followed the guidance of its owner. As that person had said, mental intention is the first step in Bateno-style magic, and he had used his mind to master the flow of mana throughout his body, as well as release it outwards as magic. An hour passed quickly, and Shinhazu left the training center. A staff member entered the training room he had just left to clean up, and also wanted to see how the fallen genius Shinhazu had trained. The result, the statistics that appeared before him, rendered him speechless. Because Shinhazu only took 6 minutes and 37 seconds to complete the wolf subjugation exercise. This is clearly international competition level. How could someone who wasn't compatible with AI set this record? Is this piece of junk machine broken again? The staff member angrily kicked the machine. Meanwhile, Shinhazu was on his way back to the academy, whizzing happily as he walked, because he knew that today's 6 minutes and 37 seconds result was the beginning of a new era's legend. And that legend was none other than him, Shinhazu. However, the process of learning magic from Idre's wasn't entirely smooth from beginning to end, because the records in it were completely different from the magic he had learned since childhood. For example, mana is hands and feet, heart and mind moving at will. Shinhazu had to find enlightenment through such vague words. It was as if there was a hidden notion behind a transparent curtain, as if he could touch it, but couldn't grasp it. In magical research, this feeling is called the wall of enlightenment. When a mage reaches the limit of their magic, they have also reached the wall of enlightenment, and this is true in any era. Therefore, Shinhazu decided to focus on circulating mana throughout his entire body from now on, as described in the Idre's book. By the time he regained his focus, he had been circulating mana for 10 hours. Normally, a regular person doing that would surely be exhausted, or even unconscious in severe cases. But strangely, Shinhazu didn't feel tired at all. He started circulating mana in the evening, but when he opened his eyes, it was already morning. Shinhazu sluggishly went to class like any other day. As soon as he left the dorm, he saw Jihon-chan cheerfully rushing towards him. "Good morning, Hazu. Why do you look so worn out? Are you okay?" Although Shinhazu was basically fine, constantly being conscious of mana circulation was indeed not easy. He wanted to quickly get used to this magic circle in his brain to use it proficiently as soon as possible, but it was truly exhausting. The age of 12 marked the milestone when Shinhazu opened his second magic circle. People began calling him a prodigy, and the head of the Shin family placed great expectations on him because of it. However, now he was back at the starting line with the first magic circle in his brain and was uncertain about the best path forward. Shinhazu knew that breaking through the wall of enlightenment was essential for progress in magic. His father had told him this many times when he still had expectations for him as a child. And then suddenly Shinhazu remembered a saying: "Perfection is merely a chain. Perfection is a lie born from human arrogance." It was like hundreds of light bulbs were simultaneously lit up in his head. Perfection? Shinhazu felt as if he had touched the key. So, right after class that day, he returned to the dorm and began circulating mana. This time, Shinhazu no longer did it aimlessly, but had begun to perceive it. Mana was like hands and feet, heart and mind, moving as he wished. Finally, his mind was freed, and instant magic, without incantation, was successfully activated. Magic uses short spells to form magic. The casting method had consistency, but the recorded approach was about freeing one's thoughts. But the magic Shinhazu now mastered was different. It was a type of magic that could freely change form, magic without a visible spell structure. After awakening this ability, Shinhazu felt exhausted but also very excited. He couldn't believe that even though he had only opened the first magic circle, he could use this impossible type of magic. He was gradually breaking through the wall of enlightenment to reach a higher level. Another night passed. The next morning, as Shinhazu was sitting in the lecture hall, an instructor came to announce that a visitor wanted to see him. If Shinhazu wasn't mistaken, his father had arrived. And indeed, he wasn't mistaken. "Long time no see, father." He spoke first, met by an icy and extremely distant gaze. Father and son sat opposite each other on the sofa, the atmosphere so tense it was freezing. After a long while, the head of the Shin family finally spoke. "You're still attending school. It seems you haven't taken the medicine I sent, have you?" "Yes, that's right," Shinhazu replied. He didn't want to reveal his fortunate encounter with Idre, so he spoke vaguely. "But recently, my magic has improved, father." Shinhazu's tone was very serious, but his father didn't take it seriously. Ever since his son couldn't integrate with the AI chip, he felt that his becoming a talented mage was just a pipe dream, and this time was no exception. "Shinhazu, you've wasted a year, and it's time to face reality. No matter how diligent you are now or what you achieve in the future, as long as you refuse AI magic, you will never become a true mage," Shinhazu's father stated bluntly. However, his son's unique talent was still something he had to acknowledge. That's why he made the effort to come here again to advise him to give up on trying to become a mage and return to properly studying magic theory. That way, even as an outcast, he could still utilize his talent. "I've said it before, many times, that I will not give up on magic. I don't want to live an ordinary life dependent on my family's name, father. What I want is to become the next head of the Midterm family." Shinhazu's voice was filled with determination. If it were the old him, his father would surely have approved of these words. But now, the head of the Shin family furrowed his brows tightly, looking sternly at his son. Becoming a grand mage or the head of the Midterm family isn't just about ambition. "Don't worry, father, I'll prove it." These two words, "prove it," almost made the head of the Shin family burst out laughing. "Prove it? Are you talking about just barely meeting the academy's test standards and not getting expelled? No, in this standard test, I will rank in the top 10. And if I fail, I will leave the academy and dedicate myself to researching magical theory as you wish. But if I succeed, I want you to see me as a talented mage and promise to support me wholeheartedly." Father Shinhazu didn't know where the boy got this confidence from, But he didn't want to say any more and stood up, putting on his cloak, which was taken as a silent acceptance of this agreement with his son. A few days later, the instructor announced the method for this test. It's a duel and knockout system. This method was quite new because the students were already used to eliminating monsters. The test will begin in 3 days, and from round 16 onwards, external businesses and members of the Magic Tower will participate as spectators. Senhazu didn't even need to look to know that Bixahuk's group was mocking him. They probably thought that in a duel, he'd be eliminated in the first round. However, this change in the test regulations perfectly suited Senhazu's wishes. It was time to show everyone his true abilities. During the break that day, all the students in the academy started buzzing about the midterm exam. And it's understandable. Even without considering the novel test regulations, the arrival of people from the Magic Tower was enough to excite them. That meant students who performed exceptionally would receive media attention. Because the Magic Tower is an organization comprising 12 high-level mages worldwide, holding power equivalent to an entire nation. Joining the Magic Tower was every student's dream, and Senhazu was no exception. "Hey, defective product!" An annoying voice rang out, pulling him from his thoughts about the upcoming test. Senhazu didn't even need to look to know that the owner of this voice was Bixahuk. He and a few other obnoxious students came to mess with him. This guy is a prime example of someone with too much time on their hands. He was the son of an aristocratic family, but his personality was unbearable. He loved bullying other students, especially Senhazu. "Defective product, how are you doing in the first match of the midterm assessment? I hear I'm your opponent. You must know you're dead for sure, right?" Senhazu originally didn't want to make enemies with anyone, but this guy's attitude was truly obnoxious. He kept repeating that he would take revenge for what happened 5 years ago, making Senhazu sigh helplessly. 5 years ago was the time of the final match of the Junior Magic Tournament. Senhazu had utterly defeated Bixahuk, making him cry on the arena, and Bixahuk had held a grudge against him ever since. After Bixahuk learned that Senhazu was someone unsuitable for AI, he harassed him relentlessly to vent his old hatred. But Senhazu not only wasn't angry, he even found his opponent childish to the point of being pathetic. Even though he didn't respond, Bixahuk continued to babble. "Didn't the teacher say that anyone who doesn't meet the standards in the midterm exam will be expelled? Should I beat you to a pulp until you're expelled? What will you do then? Cry and go home?" As he spoke, Bixahuk burst out laughing with satisfaction, while Senhazu remained silent. If he's your first opponent, then you absolutely cannot miss this golden opportunity. This is the perfect chance to show everyone your skills. HMPH, isn't that what's going to happen to you? Senhazu finally couldn't hold back his sharp tongue and flashed a sarcastic smile. These words reminded Bixahuk of his humiliating defeat 5 years ago, and his face immediately darkened. It seemed Bixahuk didn't think that someone who couldn't even implant an AI chip like Senhazu would dare to say such words. After a few seconds of bewilderment, he started laughing maniacally again. "Is this idiot crazy? Have you lost your mind? Still don't understand the current situation, you stupid defective product. What are you hoping for?" Bixahuk didn't hesitate to humiliate Senhazu in front of everyone. But he didn't expect that Senhazu was different now, and his confidence was completely justified. And Senhazu didn't hesitate to retaliate with a fatal blow. "Oh, 5 years ago, you were just as noisy and lost miserably to me. 5 years later, it seems you haven't made any progress, have you?" This remark hit Bixahuk's sore spot, making him tremble with rage. Senhazu maintained his provocative expression, even calling his opponent weak, wizard Bixahuk, which made him furious. He lunged forward and grabbed Senhazu's collar. Senhazu was incredibly calm. After pushing the opponent's hand away and straightening his collar, he continued, "Someone living in the mud like you probably wouldn't understand this, but only those standing at the top can temporarily fall. And once a genius, always a genius. I hope you can remember that." After speaking, Senhazu walked away, leaving Bixahuk grinding his teeth in anger. He swore that in the exam 3 days later, he would definitely crush Shinhazu and burn him to ashes. The very next day, Shinhazu saw the first newspaper article about himself, with the headline "The Grand Return of a Genius." Can the fallen genius of the Shin family, Shinhazu, rise again despite the difficulties? Shinhazu immediately guessed that Bixahuk had hired someone to write this article, intending to draw a lot of attention to him and then defeat him precisely in that expectation of an upset. It's just that this time, Bixahuk will surely be disappointed. On the contrary, he even helped Shinhazu attract media attention. In this midterm review, the more they anticipated the return of the genius, the more it would benefit him. Just then, Shinhazu's father called. He immediately guessed that his father wanted to talk about that article. "Yes, father, I've already read today's article." "You don't have to worry," Shinhazu spoke first. The person on the other end of the line was silent for a few seconds. "Did you arrange this?" "Yes, I provoked Bixahuk to attract public attention." The head of the Shin family was a bit speechless. Indeed, he couldn't imagine where his son got so much confidence. The agreement from the previous day, Shinhazu's father had agreed to it not because he trusted his son, but because doing so wouldn't cause any damage to the Shin family. In reality, he had never expected Shinhazu to win. And because that article could bring shame to the Shin family, that's why there's this phone call today. The public already thinks you've been expelled from the Shin family. Even if you bring shame, the impact on the family will be very small. Shinhazu interrupted his father, but considering the benefits gained, he believed it was worth it. The person on the other end of the line scoffed again. "Benefits? If you win, what benefits will the Shin family gain?" "It's me," Shinhazu replied confidently. "The greatest Mage to come from the Shin family, and who will be the strongest family head in the family's history. Father will have the greatest head of the Shin family ever." Shinhazu didn't hide his ambition from his biological father. Seeing that his ambition even surpassed that of the master of the magic tower, his father couldn't say anything more, only giving a warning before hanging up the phone. "If you're so confident yet still only bring shame to the family, then prepare yourself to face the consequences." 3 cold beeping sounds rang out, but Shinhazu wasn't sad or hurt. Now the stage is set. He believed that in just a few more days, his father's attitude towards him would completely change. After another day, the midterm evaluation exam was finally held. Just as Bixahuk said, he was Shinhazu's first opponent in this duel. As soon as they faced each other, Bixahuk sneered. "How about it, defective product? Do you like the article I wrote? You're called a prodigy. You've been very famous since you were little, haven't you? I can't stop laughing thinking about how funny you'll look when you lose because you can't even cast a single spell." Despite his opponent's aggressive attacks, Shinhazu remained completely unfazed. "Oh really? I think you're the one who'll lose. As for the article, thank you. Thank you for always showing off in front of me. But honestly, I don't pay any attention to a nobody like you. So I'll finish this quickly, and you shouldn't go easy on me either." Bixahuk was speechless, then showed an expression of disbelief. He felt that Shinhazu had truly gone mad. As for Shinhazu, standing before all the observers, he boldly declared that he would defeat his opponent using only the first magic circle. The captain of the Obelix Academy is very great. Below the stage, Bixahuk faced Shinhazu with bloodthirsty eyes. After Shinhazu's bold declaration, he even seemed to have lost his sanity. Therefore, after the referee blew the whistle to start the match, Bixahuk quickly launched a preemptive strike. However, as soon as he swung his hand, the new magic AI window appeared, and 2 attacks were simultaneously launched. This is Bixahuk's signature magic, Barrage. It's undeniable that it has great destructive power. Shinhazu tilted his head to the side, easily dodging it. Seeing this, Shinhazu even activated his 3rd magic circle. It was still the Barrage magic, but the accumulated effect of the attack was even powerful enough to blow away half the grandstand. Clouds of dust billowed up. Everyone present at that time fell silent. Only Bixahuk's laughter echoed throughout the arena. "Ha ha ha, this is what you get for being so arrogant, you stupid trash." However, the scene that unfolded next left him utterly astonished. Shinhazu was completely unharmed. There wasn't even a single scratch on him. His opponent's anger flared up again. Along with 3 magic circles, Bixahuk unleashed 3 attacks simultaneously. This time, they were successfully neutralized by Shinhazu's water magic. Bixahuk's eyes widened in astonishment. His special barrage magic, was it really blocked so easily? That's strange. At this moment, inside the observation stand, a young mage couldn't help but murmur after seeing how Shinhazu performed. Even though it's just first circle magic, he can cast it so quickly. Why did you change your schedule at Lamfap just to watch this Academy's match? Could it be that you know something about Shinhazu's magic? The girl beside him asked. No, I just read an article about the prodigy's return, so I came here out of curiosity. The other person exclaimed, realizing he was also just one of the curious onlookers who came to gossip. But even so, if word gets out that the owner of Lamfap and an 8-circle mage came here together to watch a second-year student's match, it would certainly cause a stir. That's right, this man, who looked deceptively young, was King In, the owner of the Blue Magic Tower and an 8-circle mage. He naturally knew he shouldn't appear conspicuously, which is why he was quietly observing from a VIP room like this. As the two were speaking, the VIP room door opened. King In turned his head, a look of excitement appearing on his face. Oh, you're here too? Meanwhile, down in the stands, Bixahuk was wavering. He was very confident at first, but after his barrage magic was nullified, he started to get worried. Shinhazu not only successfully defended with just 1 circle of magic, but his casting speed was also unusually fast, so how could Bixahuk not be worried? What, curious about my casting speed, are you? Shinhazu asked gleefully. Attacked by him, Bixahuk became even more flustered. Just like before, he attacked with 3 magic circles simultaneously. The power was even greater than last time, but it was still ineffective. Shinhazu was still unharmed. Dodging like this is enough. Shinhazu then attacked with a wine-type spell. Although Bixahuk dodged this time, the opponent's proficient use of 2 elemental magics simultaneously made him even more bewildered. Do you really think you can defeat me with just first circle magic? Despite that, Bixahuk remained incredibly stubborn. Yes, of course, and Shinhazu certainly wouldn't be outdone. His nonchalant reply almost made Bixahuk spit blood in anger. This time, Shinhazu summoned a wind spear once again. Bixahuk successfully created a shield to block the attack. But Shinhazu's casting speed was so fast that when the first spear was nullified, he quickly created a second wind spear, attacking sneakily from behind. This spear tore Bixahuk's sleeve. He was now terribly panicked. The stands, meanwhile, were dead silent, holding their breath as they watched them fight. You bastard, what did you do? Bixahuk yelled. HMPH, still don't get it? Want me to show you again? A challenging smile reappeared on Bixahuk's face, and at his fingertips, a stream of wind magic was ready to be unleashed. What is that thing? Is that really a wind spear? A wind spear shouldn't have a multi-shot property, should it? Watching Shinhazu attack like a storm, Bixahuk began to not know what to do. You're right, it shouldn't, but I can. Block this one, this time it's for shots. That's why Shinhazu said from the beginning that he would defeat his opponent with just 1 magic circle. Because with 1 magic circle, he can attack from so many directions at once. Who could possibly block that? Bixahuk still tried to struggle by creating a shield. However, he only blocked 3 wind spears, and the remaining 1 flew towards him on a curved trajectory and stabbed him directly in the back. Seeing his opponent struggle, Shinhazu was greatly pleased. Your calculations are good, but are you sure you just want to stand there stunned? After all, the match has only just begun. He had no intention of letting his opponent rest. Wine spears were continuously unleashed, leaving Bixahuk no time to react. He began to retreat, aiming to create distance because magic power and magic range are limited. Bixahuk believed that as long as he maintained a sufficient distance, that annoying attack wouldn't be able to reach him, but unfortunately, he miscalculated. Because right after that, Shinhazu gathered his small attacks, creating a giant, fierce wind spear. Kim Kang-in in the VIP room couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when he saw this. Oh, not only is he casting magic instantly, but their trajectories also change and merge in midair. What kind of magic is this, Lord Shin-Huk? So the person who just entered the VIP room was indeed the head of the Shin family, Shinhazu's father, the Mage Shin-Huk. As the head of the Mado Shin family, he is also an 8-circle mage, whose magic power is no less than that of the Magic Tower Masters. Shin-Huk had been silent all this time, but Kim Kang-in and the girl next to him couldn't stop admiring. Because the tricky magic Shinhazu was using was clearly ignoring the rules of open source magic. Speaking of what is called open source magic, for example, a reverse attack, if the target exceeds 38 meters, the magic cannot reach the target. And if the trajectory has been changed once, it cannot be changed again. In other words, open source magic is only effective based on its predefined effects. So in modern-day one-on-one magic duels, it's like a game of wits, where everyone tries to predict their opponent's moves using known spells. And reacting flexibly is the key to victory. But the Beiteo-style magic Shinhazu is using is completely different. It bypasses the limitations of modern open-source magic, powerfully leaving the opponent no room to retreat. Bixahuk was now knocked to the ground. He panted continuously, looking incredulous that he was actually struggling against his opponent's first magic circle. You underestimate a 1-circle mage too much. Sahuk! Shinhazu slowly approached, then sat down to be at eye level with his opponent. Even if you exhaust yourself with 3rd circle magic, just a small move is enough to take a life. What do you mean? Bixahuk felt his hair stand on end, but he had no strength left to escape. At this moment, Shinhazu once again summoned water magic. Water orbs floated in the air, seemingly harmless, but then they wrapped around Bixahuk, surrounding his head, making him unable to breathe. Seeing Bixahuk potentially drown on dry land like this, the stands fell even quieter. Even though he was wearing the Academy's combat uniform, protected by a safety barrier spell, it was useless at this moment, because Shinhazu's attack, though simple, was aimed directly at his head. The outcome of this battle was already clear. The referee immediately blew the whistle to end the battle and declared Shinhazu the winner. Only then did he retract his magic, and Bixahuk, unconscious, was escorted inside. Shinhazu knew every eye in the stands was fixed on him, and it had been a long time since he'd enjoyed this feeling. The feeling of becoming a true mage once again was truly wonderful. After this battle, Kim Kang-in and his secretary also left. Indeed, the recent match was entirely worth his anticipation, and Shinhazu had successfully roused the curiosity of this young mage. Shinhazu also got a temporary break. Jisoo-chan, in an excited state, almost wanted to jump on him. Although he treated him sincerely, he had also long been accustomed to Shinhazu's poor performance. He never expected to see him make such a powerful comeback. Your magic was amazing just now. How did you practice it? He excitedly said, gesturing with his hands and feet to describe the recent battle. Your wine spear flew here and there, the magic merged and separated again. It was truly wondrous. You want to know, but my magic is a secret. Shinhazu replied playfully, because he felt he shouldn't reveal to anyone what he had learned in I. After that, Shinhazu took out his phone and showed his best friend the article on the front page with the title The Return of a Genius. The article also included a video interview right after he finished the match. In the video, the reporter interviewing him expressed the curiosity of many people. What was the magic Shinhazu just used in the battle, and why could he cast it so instantly? Are you asking about changing or combining the trajectory of the wine spear? I'll answer those questions for you all. Shinhazu hadn't even had a chance to speak when another voice interrupted. It was Kim Kang-in, so excited that he even appeared in public and in this interview. After that, Kim Kang-in walked over and intimately slung an arm around Shinhazu's shoulder. I've been watching your recent match, and I'm very excited about it. I believe you used it, the inscribed 4th circle magic, correct? Shinhazu didn't answer, while Kim Kang-in demonstrated that magic in front of all the reporters. The inscription spell he mentioned is a magic that mages use to pre-prepare the main incantation to cast it instantly when needed. This means that with an inscription, instant magic casting is possible. So why isn't such a useful spell widely used? The reporter continued to ask. Well, because inscription also has its drawbacks. It can only be used to activate spells 3 circles lower than the user's level. So Hazu, am I right? Yes, that's right. Shin Hazu replied, even though what Kim Kang-in said was completely wrong. It just so happened that he didn't know how to explain Beideo system magic, and he appeared exactly when he was needed, so he just went with the flow. So is Hazu's current skill level 4th circle magic? The reporter asked again. That's right, I'm sure. Kim Kang-in was so excited that he answered before the main character, and Shin Hazu didn't refute him either. Thus, this became the hottest news of the day, as Shin Hazu, still so young, had opened the 4th magic circle. That level could be said to be on par with the record of the Tower Masters. And this information was confirmed by the Master of the Blue Tower, so the press had no doubts whatsoever. So everyone then believed that the prodigy Shin Hazu had reappeared with 4 magic circles, while in reality, he only had a single new circle opened in his brain. After watching the interview video up to that point, Jisoo-chan also asked with some skepticism, Hazu, are you really a 4th circle mage? Shin Hazu didn't answer immediately because the interview was still ongoing. The reporter was still curious about how he bypassed the rules of open source magic, being able to attack outside the allowed range while changing the attack's direction more than twice. This time, Kim Kang-in was also stumped. Seeing that he didn't know how to explain, Shin Hazu stepped forward himself. Please allow me to explain. Bypassing the rules of open source magic is actually very simple. I improved the magic formula. After hearing this, Kim Kang-in was so astonished his eyes widened. Improve the magic formula? He felt this was impossible. Improving a magic formula was like adding a flying function to a car. It wasn't something that could be easily done, especially by a young man like Shin Hazu. Therefore, he felt that the boy was lying. However, immediately after, Shin Hazu demonstrated that skill in front of everyone, leaving them amazed. And Kim Kang-in was no exception. As the master of the Blue Magic Tower, he was extremely curious about this young man. You are not an AI-compatible individual, so no one can be sure what your future will be like. And if Shin Hazu's claim of magic improvement was true, then this would definitely be a magic revolution. And from today onwards, the entire Mage community would be shaken by this. After hearing this, Jisoo-chan's expression became even more doubtful. Magic improvement? Should I believe it or not? Just believe it. Shin Hazu replied. Well, anyway, congrats on your win. Now, I'm heading back to the dorm. I need to adjust my condition a bit because tomorrow I'll face a tough opponent. The next day, Shin Hazu met the formidable opponent Jisoo-chan had mentioned. He was undoubtedly a talented mage, but facing this person, he still struggled immensely and ultimately couldn't avoid defeat. Because that person was Adela, a genius born from two families, the Starrett family from France and the Korean Hyeon-soo family. Adela's magic was very special, mainly because of the Hyeon-soo family's moon system arcane arts. She defeated Jisoo-chan with great ease. The match ended with Adela not even breaking a sweat. Shin Hazu sat in the stands, also intently observing her beautiful back and long blonde hair. Her power was a secret art combining light and shadow, creating a brilliant moonlight that shone through the silent night. This arcane magic was not registered in the scope of open source magic. Whether it was range, power, or attributes, they were all huge question marks. Therefore, he knew that encountering her would be very difficult. Just then, Adela turned her head and looked straight towards the stands. Her cold gaze made Shin Hazu truly doubt whether she was looking at him or not. Anyway, the match was over. Shin Hazu then came to give Jisoo-chan some water, taking the opportunity to comfort him a little for having to confront the demoness so soon. As they were happily teasing each other, she suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost. Shin Hazu, I heard you've recently returned to being a true mage. The reason I enrolled in this academy. I hope you'll help me remember it. Shinhazu was no stranger to this girl. They had known each other long before enrolling in Obelik's academy. The Shin family and the Hyansu family originally had a very good relationship. Because of that, he and Adela had the opportunity to meet at many events. But if he had to describe their relationship in one word, it would be rivals. Adela even gave up studying in France and enrolled in Obelik's academy just to surpass him. But ever since he was deemed incompatible with AI, she was so disappointed that she stopped talking to him. Shinhazu being labeled as AI incompatible, besides being a major event in his life, was also a huge shock for Adela, as she had lost her rival to strive against. This time, as soon as he reappeared, she revealed such a fierce demeanor. Adela, I'm not worthy of being your target. Shinhazu scratched his head. It had been a long time since they last talked, so he felt very awkward facing Adela. We'll only know that when we compete against each other. Adela replied coldly, then turned and walked away. But Jisoo-chan started to worry. Hey Hazu, are you sure you're ready? Ready for what? Shinhazu replied vaguely. Are you really asking that because you don't know your next opponent is Adela Starrett? Shinhazu's face instantly went blank. Obelik's academy is truly cruel to pit him against the #1 seed in only the second match. They had one day to rest. The next day, Adela appeared in the arena with an expressionless face, but there was no sign of Shinhazu. In the stands, a few impatient people targeted him, maliciously suggesting that Shinhazu was too scared and had vanished. And his stats from yesterday's match were just fake numbers. In yesterday's interview, he kept talking about his transformed magic. But in the end, it was all just talk. He probably realized he couldn't beat Adela, so he withdrew early. They chattered triumphantly. In the arena, the referee kept looking at his watch, clearly impatient. Just as he announced the waiting period was over and Adela was automatically declared the winner, Shinhazu arrived, breathless. Sorry for being late, he panted, looking as if he'd overslept and sprinted all the way from the dormitory. The referee showed no mercy. He didn't care why Shinhazu was late, nor did he give him time to recover, immediately blowing the whistle to signal the start of the match, as if it were a punishment for his tardiness. As for Shinhazu, he quickly stabilized his breathing, calmly facing Adela. But she was very curious to know why he was late. It's nothing important, just some preparation. Shinhazu replied, then began to open his infinite circle. Because you're quite strong, Adela, so I have to prepare thoroughly to defeat you. You prepared all this in one day? Adela asked skeptically. Because she could feel that the Shinhazu in front of her now was completely different from yesterday. At the same time, Adela was also very eager, wondering if she would witness the true power of the person standing before her. As soon as the signal for the match start rang out, Adela, like Bixahuk, wanted to gain an advantage by attacking first. But compared to that rookie, she was much calmer and more stable. Adela's magic created 6-barreled firepower, all firing towards Shinhazu. In response, he used wind magic to block them. Adela wasn't impatient and then used earth spikes to attack. When she cast this spell, the ground cracked open and sharp spikes emerged from beneath at an extraordinary speed. Shinhazu retreated at incredible speed, then performed a spectacular somersault in midair, dodging all the spikes. Adela was busy continuing her aerial assault, confident that her opponent wouldn't be able to defend this attack. Seeing the aerial attack aimed at his undefendable state in midair, Shinhazu couldn't help but exclaim that she was truly agile. And naturally, most people would think he couldn't avoid it. But for him, it was different. Shinhazu created a defensive shield magic right in midair, to everyone's horror. Adela also gawked when she saw Shinhazu flip the shield horizontally and use it as a foothold. His confident and superior demeanor, along with his unique use of magic, fully deserved the title of genius. And his fighting attitude forced Adela to consider using the Moonlight Arcane art of the Zhuangqi family. She wanted to win this match at all costs. As for Shinhazu, he knew that to face this girl, he had to use everything he had, even bring the sun itself into this match. Shinhazu stood high up, with his back to the sun, but Adela below, wanting to see her opponent clearly, was blinded by this light. She vaguely realized that an attack from Shinhazu was being launched, forcing her to defend very tightly. Immediately, Adela used magic to create a large shield. At this moment, Shinhazu jumped down from above with a Windelement sword in his hand. He powerfully struck his opponent's shield, but it had no effect. Because the opponent was cautious enough to use a level 3 defensive spell, the attack failed. Shinhazu temporarily retreated to widen the distance. At this moment, Adela then seized the opportunity to counterattack. However, as she prepared to strike, she discovered that Shinhazu had already bound her feet. The panic on her face was undisguised. Recalling earlier, when Shinhazu landed, his left hand touched the ground. Could he have cast the leg-binding spell at that exact moment? If so, this speed was so fast that Adela's eyes couldn't keep up with her opponent's movements anymore. Unable to attack, she had no choice but to continue creating a grand shield. But Shinhazu had no intention of a direct attack. He circled to the side of his opponent, then used water element magic to form an arrow, shooting it towards Adela without hesitation. The girl was currently busy using magic to destroy what was binding her feet. Meanwhile, Shinhazu simultaneously created several waves of water arrows to attack. Fortunately for Adela, she destroyed the leg-binding magic in time, then created a shield to block this wave of water arrows. Even though she was struggling and sweating profusely, Adela still felt that Shinhazu was easy to deal with. Because she had watched his interview yesterday, and also believed that Shinhazu was a level for Mage. If he used inscription magic to continuously cast spells, then he could only use level 1 magic to attack, and level 1 magic couldn't defeat her. As Adela was lost in her triumphant thoughts and reinforcing her magic shield, an arrow descended straight down from above, right behind her. Adela's eyes widened in horror. Didn't Shinhazu only create 3 water arrows earlier? Then when was this wind spear launched? Feeling the scorching sunlight overhead, a hypothesis formed in Adela's mind. Could Shinhazu have hidden the wind spear magic within the sunlight? Just like many years ago, Adela collapsed under Shinhazu's arrogant gaze from above. Did you forget who you're dealing with? Adela stared. Today, Kim Kang-in, along with his secretary, still came to the arena to observe Shinhazu's match, and his sharp combat intuition continued to surprise them. It seemed that from the moment he dodged Adela's Earth Spike attack, everything had been clearly planned. By flipping into the air to dodge the Earth Spike attack, Shinhazu legitimized his ability to stand high up by using the shield as a platform. Then he hid his silhouette in the sunlight, severely limiting his opponent's vision. Next, he set up multiple layers of wind spears, and then landed to attract Adela's attention. Finally, when Shinhazu made Adela believe the real move was the Earth Bind, he launched the precast wind spear, utterly annihilating his enemy. This entire process unfolded smoothly and seamlessly, without a single flaw. And now Kim Kang-in understood why Shinhazu was granted the title of Grand Sorcerer, First Class. Simply by using 1 magic circle and first-level magic, he could still defeat an opponent stronger than himself. It's just that, with this performance, his father, Shin Inu, was still not satisfied. But in the end, it's still just first-level magic. Look, no matter how meticulously he planned, or how advantageous his position was, he still couldn't deliver a finishing blow. Just as he said, first-level magic couldn't completely defeat Adela. And at this moment, she had risen again. Shinhazu's eyes were filled with disappointment, and even in front of outsiders like Kim Kang-in, he still openly criticized his son. He can't win because Adela hasn't even used that magic yet. In the arena below, Adela's mood was incredibly complex. Shinhazu's impressive performance just now reminded her of the time before Shinhazu's incompatibility with AI, when the two had battled intensely. Because of that impressive performance, Adela decided she would use all her power. Shinhazu didn't seem surprised by the current situation either. Finally, it's here, the ultimate moon element magic, the secret art of the Jihon master family, Moonlight. The floor beneath her feet cracked, and Adela summoned countless magic circles. Hazu was also pushed back by this terrifying power as the circles emitted a blinding light. At the same time, in the room, Kang-in, Jua, and another person were watching the match. He asked Inu, who had just left his seat, "Are you leaving, sir?" He replied nonchalantly, "The match is over. No need to watch any further." At this moment, sounds suddenly echoed from outside, making both of them turn their heads. Jua's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way!" Kang-in looked down, his face filled with astonishment. "That is..." Immediately after, Jua also pushed open the room door. He frantically stepped in. Adela, standing in the arena, was also stunned. It's impossible. Before her eyes was Hazu, still unharmed with a magic circle behind him. He extended his hand forward, slowly uttering, "Volcano!" Adela's face was full of disbelief as she watched the approaching flames. Second-level magic. Hazu's eyes were confident. "I told you. I was late because I had to prepare to defeat you," Adela replied. "The limit of inscription is only up to first-level magic." She frowned and asked, "You surpassed the 5th magic circle." Hearing that, Hazu didn't reply but looked straight at Adela and smiled. The memory rewound. The night before, at the Obelix Academy dormitory, Hazu was sitting on the bed with his arms crossed, gazing intently at the book. He frowned. He kept thinking, "Adela isn't someone I can defeat with just first-level magic, and my fighting style isn't suited for the Moon System arcane arts." He flipped open the book with a dejected expression. "At first, I thought I'd wait until I completely mastered it and then overpower her." Hazu read the content written inside and realized, on Idre's latest page, "If I can truly control Team In." He flipped through the pages of the book. It says to channel energy into the magic circle on the next page. Following the instructions, Hazu turned to the next page. There was an illustration of a type of magic along with its content. "This magic circle will take you to a new level." He saw it and wondered, is it some kind of mechanism? Hazu raised his finger, making a decision. "I'll try it, no need to hesitate." As soon as he touched it, the book emitted a blinding light. Hazu looked at the glowing object under his hand and exclaimed in surprise. The light grew stronger, forcing him to pull his hand back. "Damn it! It's glowing again!" "Hey!" Hazu raised his hand to cover his eyes and shouted. A moment later, the light gradually subsided, but he had vanished without a trace. Hazu frowned and slowly opened his eyes again. He had now entered a space that looked like a library. Hazu looked up at the golden light above him. "Where am I?" A clear voice suddenly rang out, "Welcome to the first trial page." A girl wearing a black and white dress appeared in midair and introduced herself. "I am Alpha, the guide managing the first trial page." Hazu asked again, curious. "The first trial page?" Alpha replied. "That's right." After speaking, she spread her arms out. "This is the first trial page inside the book address." Hazu was astonished to hear that. Inside the book. He thought to himself, it's not teleportation to some faraway place. It's actually inside the book. Hazu gave a wry smile, unable to believe it. Alpha began to explain. "In this trial, I will check if your Team In is truly complete yet." She directed her hands towards him. "The trial instructions will be given at the start." Alpha continued. "If you pass, pages 18 to 31 will be updated with information about second-level magic." Hazu rubbed his chin in thought. "So I have to pass the trial to get information about the next level of magic." She spoke up asking, "The explanation is done. Shall we begin the trial?" He firmly clenched his fist. "Of course. Let's start right away." Alpha placed her hand on her chest and bowed. "Understood." In an instant, her entire body soared upwards. "Then let the first trial begin." Alpha closed her eyes, her entire body radiating golden light. Hazu below pressed his lips tightly together, tense. He watched her body gradually dissolving. "I didn't think she was human, but I didn't expect her to be a magical entity." Then a voice spoke up, "Now, I will explain the trial." Hazu's eyes clearly showed surprise. The professor's voice, a stone with countless colors, flew into his hand. The name of this spirit stone is Monoquang H. It is an incomplete crystal with four unevenly mixed attributes. Hazaru looked up in a daze. His task was to completely purify this spirit stone. He lowered his head, lost in thought. Completely purify this spirit stone. Hazaru observed the spirit stone in his hand. Monoquang H is an extremely fragile spirit stone requiring extremely careful control of mana. He pondered inside this spirit stone, for types of mana exist in a chaotic state, and now he had to purify it. Hazaru thought to himself, it's like being asked to separate sand, salt, sugar, and pepper from a fine mixture. Then he analyzed the situation. This is not simple at all. Usually, only those who have mastered their inner will can purify it. Hazaru smirked, his eyes filled with confidence, but this is going to be very interesting. Suddenly, his pupils flashed with a blue light, inner will. Hazaru looked down at the spirit stone with many mixed colors. In an instant, those colors separated into distinct types. The spirit stone emitted a surrounding circle of light. He closed his eyes tightly and told himself, focus. The boundaries between the lines of light became increasingly clear. Hazaru gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into the stone. Immediately, the spirit stone glowed, emitting an energy blast that sent him flying. Hazaru pondered, if mana fluctuate even slightly, it will create shockwaves. They are sending out warning signals. He took the book from his head to shield himself and analyzed, even if I try to separate the mana, they are so intertwined that they're hard to separate. Hazaru propped himself up on his hands, a mysterious smile on his face. But I've come up with an idea. I'll keep trying no matter how long it takes. He recalled the subsequent attempts and didn't know how much time had passed. I continuously experimented with purifying it. Time after time, even a small lapse in concentration would make me start all over again. I repeated this countless times. After a long while, he held the purified spirit stone in his hand, and finally, he succeeded. Monoquang H. That voice spoke up once again. Congratulations on passing the trial, successor. Hazaru, drenched in sweat, looked happily at his palm. The voice continued, you have mastered your inner will. I will update the Idre's book with the second level ring, the technique to create a resonance ring. A few seconds later, he was lying on his beloved bed. Hazaru's face showed clear surprise. I'm back. The magic circle on the book also vanished. He picked up the book. Alright. Finally, I get to learn the method for weaving a second level magic circle. Hazaru's face became serious before the next battle began. I must definitely master the second level magic circle. Thinking this, he glanced at the book. The next day, at the arena, Adela was waving her hand, unleashing moonlight. Streams of light slowly descended thereafter. She powerfully swung her arm again, controlling the spell. The magic circle immediately emitted a powerful light, striking directly at Hazaru. Suchin, watching the match, was extremely worried. Damn it. Hazaru is going to be obliterated. Adela closed her eyes, then calmly tossed her hair. The match is over. She thought to herself, I can't believe he could get this strong in such a short time. Adela's eyes slowly opened, and she was deep in thought. Hazaru, just who exactly are you? But it's over now. The genius I once looked up to is no more. But at this moment, strange sounds unexpectedly echoed from behind Adela. Confused, she turned around. What's that sound? Hazaru's pupils flashed. Second level circle, activate resonance. Behind him appeared a blazing red magic circle, along with two flames in his hands, darkness obscuring his eyes. Hazaru raised the purple flame. Combine the two infinite magic circles. His two hands clasped together, and behind him, a pair of hands with sharp claws appeared. Hazaru extended both hands forward. With free will, open your eyes wide and become my limbs. Kang and Inhyuk, standing above, both stiffened. Suchin and the host gaped in unison. Adela was also stunned. What's going on? Before her eyes was the sight of Hazaru controlling those two hands to block the light Adela created. He pointed forward, volcano. Seeing this, she took a few steps back. Defensive magic. A giant gun appeared above Hazaru's head, First resonance version. Adela witnessed this scene and her eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at the fireballs being continuously shot out. No, I can't block it. Adela reached out her hands, letting the streams of light hit her body. Then she smiled softly, her eyes gentle as she declared, "You're back, once again, the goal I strive for." The gun, at Hazaru's command, continuously fired at where she stood. Dust flew from the arena, making others cover their noses. The dust slowly cleared. Adela, after taking the previous blow, still stood there, and Hyuk and Kangin had not taken their eyes off the match. A few seconds passed, and she collapsed powerlessly. Hazaru watched as she lay unconscious on the ground. He was also exhausted, unable to resist, and slumped down. The referee's voice rang out, "Match over, the winner is Hazaru." In the room, Kangin asked in Hyuk, who was striding, "Are you leaving, sir?" He replied in a low voice, "I have another meeting." He glanced as if understanding, "I see." Then he casually put his hands in his pockets. "You're really not very good at lying, are you, sir?" After saying that, King Ion's gaze swept past Hazaru, who was joyfully celebrating. A short while later, when the match had ended, everyone left one by one. He took off his jacket and sighed, "I'm so tired." Then he recalled, the second infinite magic circle synchronously resonates with the mind circle to amplify magic. And moon system magic is a type of hybrid magic. Hazaru thought, by combining the range of light magic and the potential of dark magic, by adjusting the intensity of the dark element, I can narrow the attack range. And I dealt with moonlight using advanced dark magic. Anyway, moon system magic is a unique secret art of the Zhuangzi clan. Not everyone can use it. But by observing the condensed magic structure, I successfully performed mental mana control. The resonance circle allows me to analyze magic with a more unique insight. The process of purifying light system mana also trained my mana control ability. Thinking that, he brought his hand to his face. If not for these factors, defeating Adela would have been almost impossible. Hazaru suddenly noticed everyone was buzzing with discussion. Kangin smiled while pushing up his glasses. He advanced step by step to this place. Kangin stopped in front of him and began, "Hey, Hazaru." He looked up at him blankly and let out a sound in response. Hazaru stood up in surprise, "Master of the Magic Tower." Kangin looked directly at him. "I came because I wanted to talk to you, Hazaru." A short while later, Hazaru and Kangin were sitting in a private room. His demeanor was amiable. "I apologize for bothering you when you need to rest. I watched your match. It was truly amazing." Hazaru replied politely, "Thank you." Kangin pushed up his glasses and got straight to the point. "I'll ask directly. Hazaru, have you reached the 5th level magic circle?" Hazaru was stunned when he heard Kangin say that. He mused, "Now that I think about it, I used level to magic in the match. The Green Tower Master must have thought I used a recording. If I used level to magic, then of course a level 3 or higher wizard would mistake me for having reached level 5 magic." Hazaru waved his hand and quickly explained, "No, I haven't reached level 5 yet." Kangin heard that and suddenly raised his voice with interest. "I see. So how did you manage to use level to magic, Hazaru?" Seeing the excitement clearly on his face, he awkwardly said, "If I told you it was an illusion, you probably wouldn't believe me, right?" Kangin rubbed his chin. "If it's an illusion, it's the transformation magic you mentioned in the previous interview, right?" At that moment, an image of Hazaru confidently performing last time flashed through his mind. He immediately agreed with Kang Ion's thought. "That's right, it's transformation magic." Hazaru pondered, "Let's leave it at that." He forced a smile. Even so, reaching level 5 at 18 is incredibly hard to believe. This would cause a stir worldwide. After that, when I use level 3 magic, it's bound to cause trouble. Hazaru told himself, "I have to hide this for now." Kangin wondered again. Illusion magic is truly amazing. But what about level to magic? His gaze was fixed on him, as if wanting to see through everything. Hazaru was also flustered by this sudden question. I improved the engraving spell." Hearing that, Kangin exclaimed in surprise, "Improved the engraving spell? Then he stood up. Indeed, this is the only way. King sighed in admiration as he walked over and assumed a striking pose. It's truly amazing. His pupils suddenly turned red, and he reached out as if to attack the other party. But unexpectedly, he turned 180 degrees, smiling broadly, and placed his hand on Hazaru's shoulder. I'm very impressed. I can't believe you even improved the weakness of the engraving spell. His voice was a bit flustered. Thank you. Hazaru looked up and suddenly realized red eyes. King Ion's expression had now become serious. His red eyes were fixed on him. Hazaru pressed his lips together, nervously watching, as if afraid King In would discover something. The entire room fell silent in an instant, filled with a suffocating atmosphere. A few seconds passed, and the corner of his mouth curved up again, red eyes. The hand pressing tightly on Hazaru also withdrew. Certainly. King turned away, trying to glance back at him to finish his sentence. There's no trace of a level 5 wizard's mana, I'm sure now. He smiled as Hazaru said, he hasn't reached level 5 yet. I'll take my leave now. King Ion's finger again pushed his glasses lightly, accompanied by the announcement, I will explain everything to the press. The Ruby Demon Eye has confirmed it. After hearing that, Hazaru quickly stood up. He bowed until the figure of King disappeared behind the door. Hazaru remained in that posture, silent for a long time. He straightened up and smoothed his hair. Thank you. Please be careful on your way back. Hazaru still found it hard to believe. I can't believe the Tower Master would use the Ruby Demon Eye to verify it. He thought the Ruby Demon Eye belonging to the Tower Master of the Blue Tower, King Ion's Demon Eye, can see the essence of mana. It is considered the strongest clairvoyant demon eye in the world. Hazaru wondered, did I get away because the Tower Master didn't catch me, right? His thought was firm. Bitener-style magic is my biggest secret. I can't risk revealing it. The next day at the arena, the announcer shouted, the match has ended, and the announcement of the results echoed again. The winner, Hazaru. His expression didn't waver, as if he had easily won the match. As Hazaru turned to leave, a voice from behind suddenly called out, wait. He instinctively turned his head to look. Adela. Hazaru asked curiously, I thought you'd be out for about 4 hours, but you're already back, she replied softly. I'm fine now. He put his hands on his hips. So, what's up? Adela hesitated for a moment. Nothing big. I want you to give me feedback on our match. Her cheeks flushed and her gaze became evasive. Anyway, there's still the final match, so if you're tired, we can talk later. Hazaru happily accepted. No need. Let's talk now. He continued, feedback is useful for me too. Follow me to the waiting room. Upon receiving his agreement, Adela's eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at the person walking ahead, thinking, just like the previous match, there wasn't much to learn about tactics or magic usage. Someday, I also. Adela clenched her fists determinedly. Someday, I want to be like that too. Hazaru awkwardly rubbed his head. I can feel an extremely intense heat behind me. At the same time, in a towering skyscraper, in an incredibly spacious and luxurious room, a girl was observing Hazaru's image on a screen and talking to herself. Haju, I thought it was over? Seiya turned back irritably. Brother, are you just going to let Haju be? Jihon gave a faint smile. What else can be done? I became even more panicked upon hearing that. What if they take Haju home? Do you remember what happened a year ago? You know it better than anyone. Seiya's voice was full of unwillingness. Do I have to experience being treated like that again? Seeing her intense reaction, he sighed. Don't worry, Seiya. Jihon looked at the screen showing Haju receiving the trophy. He said dismissively, a year ago, that kid might have been a genius, but now, he's just a piece of trash who can only use level to magic in a real fight. Jihon smirked, glancing at Seiya beside him. You watched his match too, didn't you? I angrily shouted, but brother, everyone's going crazy because they think he's amazing? He moved closer and put his arm around Seiya's shoulder. Listen carefully, Seiya. Jihon began to reassure her. All of his recent opponents were just 3rd-tier students. Against a 4th-tier mage, he can easily defeat them. But Haju has a fatal weakness. He's incompatible with AI magic. He can only barely manage to compensate for it by using tricks and low-level spells. His eyes showed clear disdain. In the end, Haju is still far inferior to an average 4th tier mage. After all, his skill level is too low. Seiya also tried to make herself believe those words. So, is that really true? I thought so too. Jihon was determined to completely sink him. It's true, no matter how hard he tries, he'll still be crawling on the ground. He calmly raised his glass of water and drank. Someone who's incompatible will always be incompatible. A bit worried, a bit her fingernails. What if, by chance, he threatens the position of the family's next head? Seiya's words made Jihon's eyes flicker slightly. Immediately, the coffee cup in his hand shattered, and his face took on a dangerous look. We can handle it. It won't be too late. The sky gradually turned red as dusk fell. At the competition venue, a few people were still on the stage. A contestant suddenly fell and fainted on the ground. The referee saw this, blew the whistle, and the match ended. The announcer proclaimed, "This year's midterm exam champion is Haju." Immediately after, the entire stands echoed with praise. The return of a genius, amazing, so cool. Everyone there focused their gaze on Haju. As expected of the Jin family, truly astonishing. He smiled brightly, waving to the audience from the stage, enjoying all the cheers. Forbidden magic that surpasses even AI magic. Haju is truly a genius. Then Sujin quickly ran down. "Haju, you are so cool." He grabbed Haju's shoulders and shook him repeatedly. "You really did it. Everyone recognizes your skills. Congratulations." Haju couldn't stand this excitement and exclaimed, "Su-chan, calm down." A few meters away, some still unwilling individuals scoffed. "What's wrong with that guy? Without forbidden magic, he's nothing." Jiangsu also happily approached. "Congratulations, Haju, as your homeroom teacher. I'm very proud of you." Su-chan excitedly asked, "Teacher, are you going to treat us to celebrate Haju's victory?" He sighed helplessly. "Su-chan, please." He laughed loudly. "I've already planned to treat all of you. No need to ask." Hearing that, he excitedly threw an arm around Haju's shoulder and jumped up and down. "Great, this is awesome. Let's go. Come with us." Haju spoke up. "Wait." His expression showed he had no other choice. "I'm sorry. I really want to go, but I have an important meeting." Su-chan stepped back in surprise. "Oh no, come on." His voice carried regret. "What kind of party is it without the guest of honor?" Haju waved goodbye. "Sorry, it's really important." A second later, he hastily left. "Sorry, Su-chan." Haju rushed out to the main road. "I have a very important promise to keep." He maintained a resolute posture, looking straight ahead. Haju walked to the car parked nearby. The driver spoke. "We have been waiting for you." He said respectfully, "Young master." The driver bowed slightly and gestured towards the inside of the car. "The head of the family is waiting for you. I will escort you to the main house." By the time the car reached the mansion, it was already dark. Haju stepped out of the car. Standing before the grand door, he faced the house. It had been a year. Haju recalled. Since being deemed incompatible with AI magic, after rebelling against his cold father and moving to the academy dormitory, he had never been allowed to set foot in the house. He pushed the door open and entered the main hall. Haju's eyes scanned the surroundings. Nothing had changed. Everything was just as he remembered. He quietly took each step on the cold floor. Haju suddenly stopped in front of a room. Thinking of In-hyuk's distant expression, he clenched his hands nervously. Father's study. Haju looked directly at the room. Finally, "I'm back here." He gently knocked on the wooden door. In-hyuk was sitting at his desk. Frowning, his gaze remained sharp and cold. In-hyuk's icy voice came through. "Enter." Haju entered the room and bowed in greeting. "Long time no see." He slightly raised his head, meeting his gaze. "Father." In-hyuk closed the book he was reading and said, "Sit." His tone was indifferent. "I once thought you were useless." In-hyuk said as he walked past Haju, with his spellcasting speed 20 times slower than average and failing a spell with just a slight oversight. He couldn't even cast multi-magic. He stopped behind the boy. At that time, you were the quintessential example of a combatant capable good for nothing, and Hyuk placed his hand on the back of the chair. But everyone still thought you might have some special talent. So I told you to switch to learning AI magic to maximize your potential, he said without looking at Haju. Of course, I didn't have high expectations for this either. I just considered it the last resort of a desperate person, the boy responded clearly. I understand, father, and Hyuk recalled a recently published news report. He's back. The one once called a genius, Haju, but due to incompatibility with AI magic, many doubted his return. With his recent achievements in the Obelix Academy's midterm exam, Haju might be on the verge of a resurgence. The entire nation is starting to notice him as the youngest son of the prestigious Midassin family. At 5 years old, Haju mastered first-level magic. By 7, he had mastered dual spellcasting. Haju was once seen as the pride of a family renowned for its long history and the enormous magic stone business of the Jin group. He was expected to inherit the position of family head but failed, disappointing both his father and the public. He turned his back to Haju. Furthermore, I've read the article on the Biga page. I saw that as a good opportunity for you to regain your honor after the previous failure. However, in Hyuk's voice was tinged with a hint of pride. You have exceeded my expectations. Despite that incompatibility in his mind, an image of the boy at that time appeared, creating transformation magic. And Hyuk extended his hand towards Haju, emphasizing each word. This time, you've won. Haju, a smile, far from his usual cold demeanor, spread across his lips. You truly deserve to be called a real mage now. Upon hearing this, he widened his eyes, as if unable to believe he would receive such recognition from his father. Immediately after, Haju promptly stood up. Thank you, father. And Hyuk declared, from now on, the family will dedicate all its efforts to nurturing you. He continued to instruct, tell me anything you need. I will also approve your return to the Midassin family. And Hyuk pointed, his voice full of trust, as the legitimate heir to the family head, bring honor to our clan. He smiled radiantly, his eyes revealing clear determination. And Hyuk raised his index finger and said, and I want to remind you of one thing. He warned, if I discover you delaying or being lazy in your training. And Hyuk placed his hand on Haju's forehead. His voice, stern and mixed with terrifying oppression, said, I will destroy your magic circle. He nervously clenched his hands. Is this truly the overwhelming aura of an 8-circle mage? It's terrifying, but this is also my last chance. Haju tried to remain calm and looked directly at him. Yes, father. And Hyuk returned to his seat and asked in a low voice, so, what is your goal? He asked back, you're asking about my goal, father? He repeated once more, yes, you once wanted to become the head of the Midassin family, didn't you? And Hyuk's expression was serious. Jihon, Jin Hyuk, Minji, currently, you are the weakest among your siblings. Haju placed his hand on his chest and replied firmly, I've told you before, father. My only goal is to become the head of the family, and that's all. First, I will make everyone remember my name. He asked curiously, how will you do that? His hand touched a newspaper on the table. By participating in, Haju said decisively, the World Academy Olympic competition. It will take place 2 months from now, and contestants from all over the world will come to participate. He smirked with a confident look. And I will bring home the gold medal. Haju thought to himself, the Olympic competition for mages, held annually and always welcoming mages under 20 years old. Also known as the Magic Olympics, it attracts global attention, on par with even professional tournaments. And Hyuk suddenly spoke, but the best performer from our country, the Blue Magic Tower Master, only won a silver medal. He recalled the image of Kangyi receiving the award that year. And Hyuk's voice was doubtful. You're even aiming for a gold medal. That sounds totally unrealistic. I think so too. Right, Haju replied. Yes, so I want one condition. He was curious. A condition? He made a request. Yes, for the next 2 months. Please stop my siblings from hindering me. Hearing that, Inhuik exclaimed, "That's bold. Using something almost impossible to happen in exchange for temporary protection," he thought to himself, "Normally, I'd refuse such unreasonable requests." Then he suddenly smiled expectantly, but this time was different. The next day, at the academy's dormitory, in a room, many books were scattered on the floor. The sunlight from outside streamed through the window, shining on Hazu, who was fast asleep. He was woken up by the rays of light. Hazu rubbed his eyes and wondered, "Did I fall asleep again?" He sat leaning against the bed, pondering. After I returned from father's place, I started looking at the criteria for the second test. I passed the first test, but to reach the third magic circle, I need to pass the second test. Currently, I don't know where to start. The only thing I know is resonance, meaning I have to increase my compatibility with magic, the most difficult stage of the second circle. Hazu flipped open the book. To pass the test, I have to touch here and control mana according to the principle of resonance. He placed his hand on the page filled with incantations. A little trick I know is that I need the Ring of Judgment and the Ring of Resonance to connect most effectively. The handwriting is terrible. Hazu reached out his hand and began to practice. Is it like this? He created the 2 magic rings in an instant. Moments later, Hazu was engrossed in his research again. He suddenly sighed, "I should take a walk to clear my head." A moment later, in the city center, Hazu had changed into different clothes and was leisurely strolling by the lake. Yeah, taking a walk once in a while is really relaxing. He closed his eyes. He took a deep breath, feeling the fresh air after finishing breakfast and taking a relaxing walk. I feel like I understand resonance better now. While Hazu was relaxing, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. "Hey! Look out!" He instinctively turned his head in that direction, but a white object was flying straight towards him. Hazu was hit squarely in the face by a plastic bag. The girl ran over to ask, "Are you okay?" He was on the ground, holding his face and crying out, "That hurts so much." Hazu looked up, his injured face showing. "Hey, you!" He saw the worried girl in front of him and was surprised, Adela. A little while later, the two of them were walking together. Hazu asked, puzzled, "Anyway, why did that plastic ball fly towards me?" Adela hesitated a bit. "Well," she replayed what happened earlier in her mind. "I was happily shaking it because I was about to drink banana milk. Then it flew away." He replied, "I see." Adela awkwardly bowed her head. "I'm sorry." Hazu gently shook the milk bottle he was holding. "It's fine. Thanks to you, I get to drink banana milk too." "But are you still only drinking that?" She opened the plastic bag full of milk to show him. "Of course. It's the best drink humans ever created." Hazu found that hard to believe. "That's too much, way too much." At that moment, the sky was perfectly clear. Adela spoke. "I heard you're home." Hazu smiled and replied honestly, "Yes, I returned to the magic tower yesterday." Hearing that, her face brightened. "That's good. Do you still want to become the tower master?" Hazu hesitated slightly at Adela's question. "Did I say that?" She recalled the two of them as children. "Yes, we used to talk about it." He rubbed his chin. "No, I no longer dream of that." Adela was surprised by his denial. "What? Have you accepted reality?" She mumbled sympathetically. "Well, considering the Tower Master has many outstanding siblings, becoming the family head isn't easy at all." Hazu saw Adela talking to herself and asked, "Huh? What are you talking about?" He chuckled softly. "My dream, firm and unyielding, is to become a master magician and stand at the pinnacle of the entire wizarding world." Ambition gleamed in Hazu's eyes. "No! The entire magic tower." He emphasized, "That is my goal." Adela exclaimed, "The pinnacle of the entire wizarding world. What an incredible goal. Beyond imagination." She smiled, "As the one following you. The feeling is truly intense." At night, countless twinkling stars filled the sky. In the vast magic tower, she was constantly biting her nails, her clenched hands trembling. She couldn't help but slam the table. "Brother," she questioned, "aren't you worried at all?" Jihon remained calm, crossing his arms, Father must have his own reasons. Immediately after, he then frowned and thought, I can't believe he set such conditions. Jihon recalled what happened earlier. In Inhook's office, he had asked, Father, did you call us here for something? His expression was serious. I know your personalities well. Therefore, I order you not to interfere with Hazu for the next 2 months. Upon hearing these words, Jihon and C were struck as if by lightning. She cried out unwillingly, Father, why? Despite her impatience, he remained calm to stop C. Can you tell us the reason, Father? Inhook explained. You both know that Hazu officially returned to the Magic Tower yesterday. He is still a minor and has been away from the family for a year. So I think giving him 2 months to adapt to the family is necessary. The other two were very displeased, but dared not resist. Inhook rubbed his temples. Especially you two, you will surely observe him closely and try to compete for the position of head of the family. Jihon pressed his lips together, trying to suppress the burning fire within him. He forced a gentle smile. Yes, I understand, Father. Is there anything else? He turned around, gazing out the window. That's all. You two must be tired now. Go and rest. Back to the present. Seeing her brother silently sitting for a long time, she urged him. Brother, why did you just leave without saying anything? She seemed to see something. Her face quickly changed, and the words caught in her throat. The veins on Jihon's forehead bulged. He looked incredibly ferocious at that moment. Damn it! I can't accept this. Jihon analyzed. Inhook and Minji aren't interested in competing for the family head position, so I understand why they weren't called to the meeting. But still, just let Hazu off the hook because he's been away for a year? If it were Father from before, he would have surely told us to endure it. Saying that a 1-year difference makes one unqualified to be the heir. Besides, protection for the young only applies until age 56, before the AI imprinting process occurs. That means 17 years old is already beyond that scope. He scowled angrily. Then why? Why would he say that? C's expression suddenly turned panicked. Could it be that Father already? Jihon quickly dismissed her thought. No, it's not. Hazu hasn't proven enough to Father yet. C wondered. Then why? He thought to himself, maybe he saw some potential. Jihon made a deduction. Either Father is interested in the mysterious system Hazu controls, or perhaps Father and Hazu have made a deal. After hearing that, C became even more agitated. A deal? What kind of deal? She angrily hit her head. That's right. Father wouldn't make a decision like that. It's too troublesome. C asked irritably. Should I call back everyone who is sent to follow him? Jihon sighed. Maybe, unless they believe the Shadow Guards won't detect them. He thought. The Shadow Guards. Father's direct intelligence unit. Operating as the tower's secret force, an elite team specializing in infiltration, information gathering, and escort missions. There's nothing they can't do. Jihon informed C. To be clear, I've withdrawn all surveillance on Hazu. She asked in a low voice. Her eyes showed worry. Brother, what are you going to do? He glanced at her without answering. I'm going out first. Jihon strode away, gritting his teeth. His face radiated a sinister expression, even as C agreed. Sitting idle for 2 months isn't my style. If Hazu made some kind of deal with Father, it's a bit risky. I'll have to consult the Black Tower. A warm morning at Oblique Academy. Trangsu proudly told the class, the midterm exams are over. You all did great. First off, our class has the honor of having a top achiever. Let's give them a round of applause. Amidst everyone's applause, Hazu slowly stood up. Hazu, please. The teacher approached and handed him the prestigious certificate of commendation. You achieved first place nationwide. Congratulations. He politely bowed and replied concisely, thank you, sir. He looked at the boy with affectionate eyes, then sternly reminded him, since you achieved first place, you'll have to maintain that position for 2 months and participate in the Academy Olympics. Hazu showed no fear, determination shone in his eyes. Yes, I was planning to. When Hazu returned to his seat, some students started scoffing. Denying his achievement, He won with illusion magic and he's boasting so loudly. Those two huddled together and whispered nasty remarks. 2 months. Huh. He'll drop down in a week. Exactly. An outcast can only go so far. Hazu ignored those mocking remarks. He slowly sat down on his seat, looking calm as if nothing had happened. Sachin stretched tiredly. Finally, it's over. He complained irritably to Hazu. What's with 8 straight theory classes? At least tomorrow is all practical lessons. Sachin was about to say more, but before he could finish complaining, Hazu playfully punched him lightly on the chest. I told you to exercise, didn't I? Sachin dramatically collapsed to the ground. Seeing that, Hazu just glared. Are you really a Mage, you weakling? Sachin's face was as black as a pot's bottom. He ran after Hazu, intending to tease him, but only received cold waves of a hand. You magic-deficient loser. Now even magic can't deal with you. If you're angry, then try to surpass me. Sachin gritted his teeth in anger. I'll get stronger than you and punch you back. Hazu quickly turned around and smirked. Really? If so, then let's go to the training room after dinner for a change of pace, shall we? Sachin's face went blank, showing no reaction. Hazu glanced at him indifferently. What's with that attitude? Sachin avoided his gaze and stammered. I'd really like to, but I can't right now. Hazu crossed his arms, slightly annoyed. If you don't want to, just say so directly. Sachin stepped closer and put a hand on Hazu's shoulder. No, let me be straight with you. It's not that I hate training. I just hate training with you. Got it? Those words made Hazu freeze. Sachin bowed his head, exhaling in frustration. Actually, I'm a little scared. His voice echoed in the blue sky the way everyone looks at you. At the Obelix Academy training room, Hazu was training frantically, and everyone watched him with astonished eyes. As Hazu trained, he cursed inwardly. What in the world are you doing, Junho? I told you training was more important. Everyone present in the training room was surprised by Hazu's formidable physical strength. Who is that? Can a human really lift that much weight? Someone suddenly exclaimed. It's Hazu, the second year who topped the midterm exam. Hazu paid no attention to the chatter. He slowly set the barbell down, then gradually left the training room, his mind still filled with thoughts about the balance between magic and physical strength. By focusing too much on mastering biter-style magic, I've neglected my physical training. I almost forgot. Hazu took a sip of water, suddenly recalling the knowledge from books. Even in Idre's book it was clearly stated. The book described an infinite magic circuit flowing throughout the body, connected to the body's physique. A strong body and a powerful magic circuit would create synergy, improving efficiency. He then switched to other exercises like running and dumbbell training. Each time he trained, he reminded himself that he must master both magic and physical training to optimize his physical strength. Back at Obelix Academy, ferocious Black Panthers stared at Hazu as if he were their prey. Hazu was facing a challenging practical combat test. He was surrounded by 3 large and powerful Black Panthers. They bared their fangs, extended their claws, and charged as fast as lightning. Hazu skillfully retreated, evading their dangerous attacks. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Immediately, Hazu used his spell to counterattack. However, the Panthers were not easily deceived. They coordinated to swiftly avoid his counterattacks. In a life-or-death moment, Hazu lowered himself, causing the Panthers to collide painfully as they couldn't stop in time. Then Hazu channeled his power, and a fireball appeared in his hand. Volcano. The flame quickly engulfed the unfortunate Black Panther. The remaining one tried to escape, but could not avoid its predetermined fate. The battle ended, and an announcement from the hall echoed. Hazu, monster practical training complete. Trangsu slowly observed and analyzed. After thoroughly checking the results, he nodded in satisfaction. Perfect maximum score. Hazu smiled with satisfaction. Thank you, teacher. While resting, he intently looked at his hands. Hazu started to ponder. Thanks to the infinite magic circles, my physical energy has also improved by 1.5 times. He gently clenched his fist. He was secretly calculating that if he could reach the 3rd circle, he would be even stronger. I need to quickly strengthen the infinite magic circles. Then Hazu closed his eyes, slowly sensing the energy source gradually surrounding him. At this moment, he was in a state of high concentration. The surrounding energy flow grew stronger. Willpower circle, resonance circle, both types of mana circulated throughout his body. Hazu was not only sensing, but also controlling the energy circles. Here, he adjusted the vibration frequency and rotation speed of each circle to 12.5% and for 0.63%. The willpower circle and the resonance circle began to change their angles. They gradually merged closer, then increased the purity of the willpower circle's mana by 8.9%. As the two energy circles were about to merge, Hazu secretly encouraged himself, just a little more. But at that very moment, the process seemed to stop. He panted, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Hazu's eyes held fatigue and a sense of disappointment. 99% synchronization rate. Even if I tried hundreds of thousands of times, I can't reach that last 1%. But then he quickly regained his composure. He gently clenched his fist. However, regarding the level of spell circle mastery, I will succeed at all costs. Night slowly fell. Clouds followed the winds, roaming everywhere. As Hazu quietly walked down the street, he suddenly felt a faint, lingering murderous intent behind him. Initially, he thought it was just an illusion, but the feeling of being watched kept repeating persistently. So Hazu decided to act. He sped up and ran forward. The shadow ahead was secretly observing. As the distance narrowed, the figure suddenly lunged forward, delivering a malicious punch. Hazu reacted with lightning speed, swiftly dodging to the side. His eyes gleamed with doubt and caution. Who is it? Seeing the familiar face, Hazu paused for a moment. You! He surprisingly called out his name, Bixahuk. Sahyuk, without a word, just rushed to attack Hazu. But Hazu, with his sharp reflexes and inherent composure, continuously dodged those attacks. That very agility made Sahyuk even more enraged. You're so good, only good at dodging like a rat, paying no mind to his opponent's provocations. Hazu sat down. He took off his headphones and gently spoke. What's up? It's the weekend. Aren't you going home? Then, he looked up, his eyes not hiding his pity, his tone laced with sarcasm. It's not that you're not going home, but that you can't, isn't it? Each word was like a knife plunged into Sahyuk's heart. You're under restriction, so even if you wanted to go home, you couldn't. Hearing that, he trembled with rage. Shut up, before I kill you. But Hazu just gave a faint smile, maintaining a casual expression as if he were teasing him. Haha, you used your family's power to that extent, and this is the result? Even if it wasn't for the restrictions, I wouldn't go home. It's too embarrassing. Haha. Hazu's actions at that moment were exactly like how he used to tease Sahyuk. Ashamed and furious, he unleashed a barrage of fire to attack Hazu. Shut up! You good-for-nothing bastard. Hazu couldn't believe he dared to do that. That bastard actually intends to use that to attack me? Using magic right on the street. Sahyuk frantically charged forward. You dog! With just a glance, Hazu grasped his attack pattern. So he quickly grabbed Sahyuk's arm. With his other hand, he struck him hard on the back. Sahyuk's body instantly stiffened. Hazu let out a soft sk. Then he spun around and pinned Sahyuk to the ground. Hazu looked at him with cold, dangerous eyes. Despite being pinned to the ground, Sahyuk didn't stop cursing. Let me go, you bastard. At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind. This is also an opportunity for me. The police immediately arrived at the scene. Sahyuk still wouldn't give up and continued to struggle. Let go! Today, I'm going to kill that bastard. The police officers were still trying to restrain him. Order! Talk later, let me go. Hazu approached to report the incident. I had to stop him because he attacked me with magic. Then he glanced at the surveillance camera hanging on the wall. Hazu snorted lightly, as if he couldn't believe Sahyuk would use magic in this place. That guy! The police officer nodded in agreement. We'll discuss the details tomorrow at the academy. It's late, you should go back to the dorm. Sahyuk still refused to get into the car and continued to argue with the police officers. At this moment, a thought appeared in Hazu's mind. Bixahuk, keep doing that. The next morning, at Obelix Academy, many people were gathered in front of the notice boards in the main hall. Everyone was focused on Sahyuk's disciplinary notice for detention. Did you hear? Bixahuk used magic out on the street over the weekend. It was chaos. Really? Below was a detailed announcement from the academy office. Bixahuk was deducted 10 points for using magic outside school grounds. They looked at each other in bewilderment. But why only deduct 10 points? That's it? Exactly. Isn't that enough to get expelled? Hazu happened to walk past and overheard their discussions. He couldn't help but ponder. He secretly thought Bixahuk caused such trouble but only lost 10 points. As expected, Sahyuk was known as a playboyer. Thanks to the timely intervention of the Bix family, a newly influential family who had donated a huge sum of money to the academy to gain prestige, the academy couldn't punish him too severely. Hazu walked and pondered. Perhaps Bixahuk is getting a beating right now, just as Hazu predicted. In a hidden corner, as soon as Sahyuk picked up the phone, he was scolded harshly. "Hey, you crazy bastard!" He cautiously admitted his mistake. "Father, I'm sorry." But the other side continued to scold. "I told you to keep quiet until you graduate." The furious voice continued to echo from the other end of the line. "Is it that hard?" He tried to suppress his anger and replied, "No, it's not." Those scolding words made Sahyuk gradually lose his patience, but he still tried to endure it. "If this family doesn't get the title, it's all your fault, understand?" "Yes, I'm sorry." Sahyuk was about to say, "I'll remember that," when the other side quickly hung up. He stared at the phone, bitterly hissing. "Damn it!" Sahyuk roared like someone out of control and violently threw the phone to the ground. Then he gritted his teeth and called out the name, Senhazu. His eyes filled with resentment and fury. Senhazu, his rage surged. Sahyuk stomped on the phone, his mouth continuously cursing, "That bastard." He furiously blamed Hazu, everything, absolutely everything. "It's all that bastard's fault." Too engrossed in his frenzy, Sahyuk was completely unaware that someone was standing right behind him. Only when Smith's low voice rang out did he jolt and stop. "Oh my! It seems you have an aversion to Hazu, don't you?" Caught in a state of chaos, he didn't bother to hide his rudeness. "Teacher Smith, so what? Is it not allowed?" He chuckled with amusement, replying, "Of course not. It's your right to like or dislike someone, but Sahyuk." Smith moved closer, the smile on his face gradually turning cold. "Don't you want revenge on Senhazu?" Sahyuk was quite surprised by his question. But it wasn't just a simple question, it was an invitation slowly creeping into his mind, stirring the deep-seated desire for revenge within Sahyuk. "Isn't that what you want?" The area outside the dormitory was incredibly quiet. In his clean and tidy room, Hazu was sitting thoughtfully at his desk. He was now engrossed in his worries and thoughts. After Bixahuk's incident, "I could have resisted, but honestly, I also benefited from this." Hazu's phone showed a new message notification. The sender of the email was his father. The content was generally about the negotiations with the Bix family concluding in exchange for keeping this matter quiet. They had received 3% of the Bix family's mining rights. Finally, he didn't forget to praise Hazu, saying, "Well done. If you want any reward, let me know." Hazu smiled faintly, a sense of satisfaction briefly appearing in his heart. He began to think more deeply. For the Bix family to obtain a title, they couldn't just focus on the academy. They also needed to maintain good relations with other prestigious families. If so, they would have to resort to special measures. The Bix family was right to do so. After a rational analysis, he drew a conclusion. Ultimately, the victim of this incident was none other than himself. The direct descendant of the Sen family, Hazu continued scrolling on his phone. His thoughts still surged like a tide, no matter the cost. The Bix family also wanted to deal with this scandal, but these conditions. It truly emphasizes the importance of a title for a family. A title symbolizes a family's status. It's considered a family symbol, like the mages of a Mage family or the arcane masters of an arcane master family. This title defines a family's status. Sahuk's impulsive actions flashed through Hazu's mind. Bixahuk was basically expelled from the Bix family because of this incident. With his skills, he wouldn't be able to harm me. He picked up the book and then let out a sigh of relief. Now everything is settled. Forget about becoming Santa Claus. Let's focus on improving cultivation techniques. Back at Obelix Academy, people bustled back and forth across the campus. Hazu walked, quietly observing. Has control over the instructors become stricter because of Bixahuk's incident? Suddenly, Hazu heard someone call out, "Sin Hazu." He turned around, smiling. "Hello, Mr. Smith." The old man gently hummed. Then he narrowed his eyes at him, full of danger. Hazu returned that gaze with a calm expression. Suddenly, Smith's attitude strangely became cordial. "I've noticed for a while now, Hazu, it seems you really don't like me, do you?" Hazu replied politely. "Yes, that's right." "Oh no, I don't." Smith tilted his head, looking at him, his eyes wet with feigned understanding. "I understand. I've said harsh things to you before, but they were all sincere advice. So please don't misunderstand me." Hazu maintained a relaxed smile, though his heart remained vigilant. Yeah, why is he suddenly acting like this? Smith's smile was a mask of deceit. He extended his hand towards Hazu. "Well then, from now on, why don't we start over?" He chuckled softly and flatly refused. "Oh no!" "Thank you, sir." Suddenly, a strange feeling welled up within him. Smith stood there, surrounded by an invisible dark aura. Hazu felt something was amiss. What is this unsettling feeling? He was still smiling. His tone was sweet but eerily fake. "It's late, but congratulations on achieving first place in the midterm exam, and I sincerely hope you find your own path." Hazu clenched his jaw, trying to resist the invisible pressure weighing down on him. "Mana, that's right, but..." Now, Smith's entire body was covered in a stream of dark magic. The more he looked, the stronger Hazu's inner dilemma became. This ominous dark magic, Mana. Looking at his smile and that vicious, probing gaze, an answer suddenly dawned on him. It's the Black Tower. Considering this possibility, Hazu's face quickly turned pale, drenched in sweat. In his mind, an image of the towering yet dark and dangerous Black Tower immediately appeared. Unlike the 12 recognized towers, the Black Tower is unofficial, following a different path, a decadent criminal group founded by a Mage who calls himself the Dark Mage King. Hazu, with a tense expression, cursed inwardly. Damn it! Teacher Smith is involved with the Black Tower. In his eyes, Smith was like a spider monster laying a trap. Thousands of questions raced through his mind, meaning there are other mages in the school as well who are from the Black Tower. How? Since when? Hazu looked at him warily. He denied it in his mind. No, that's not important right now. His eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, then he silently made a decision. First, I need to understand the magic formula to assess the situation. Immediately after, a series of different formulas suddenly appeared around the two of them. Hazu's eyes suddenly lit up, realizing in surprise that this magic formula looked very familiar. This is mind control magic. He frowned tightly, full of worry. Wait, mind control, but my brain resists all external interference. So Teacher Smith's mind control magic won't work on me. Hazu breathed a sigh of relief, reassuring himself. Thanks to that, I'll survive this time. Looking at everyone around the academy still chatting lively, he narrowed his eyes, assessing. They haven't noticed yet, so the next step should be. Hazu closed his eyes and mumbled. Pretend to be affected by this magic and dig for more information about the Black Tower. After opening his eyes again, his once lively eyes immediately became empty. Smith waved his hand back and forth, assessing for a moment, then clicked his tongue and commented. Well done. He raised his hand and stroked his chin disdainfully. A disabled idiot who can't even use an AI chip, yet he can make me apologize. After that, Smith stepped closer to him and whispered, Listen carefully. He dropped a strange chip into his hand and ordered. Hazu, like a dumb puppet, looked up and replied, Deep down, he was extremely doubtful. Just then, Smith suddenly turned and asked with a cold smile, "And Hazu, explain your magic mutation." He flinched in horror, thinking, "This I can't say." So Hazu immediately clutched his head, feigning pain under the old man's panicked gaze. Seeing him groaning in front of him, Smith commented coldly, "It seems the unconscious desire to keep his visual magic a secret is very strong." Finally, he couldn't hold back and gave an order. "Alright, stop." Seeing that, Hazu immediately flashed a sly, triumphant smile. Even so, he couldn't stop thinking about mind control magic. It interferes with the target's brain, amplifying emotions or controlling them at will. A magic symbolizing the Black Tower. If a high-level mage uses this magic, it can even cause that person's mind to collapse, making it an extremely dangerous forbidden art. Hazu bowed his head in contemplation, as he had just seen. If the person affected by the magic has a strong will towards specific memories, attempting to extract them can cause their mind to collapse. Seeing how easily he gave up, it seems that this kind of magic manipulation isn't the goal he's pursuing. Smith gritted his teeth in anger at the sight, then rubbed his forehead in disgust. He kept lamenting, "Your visual magic is unsuited to your status, so I tried to sell you short. Yeah, I can't let this mission fail." After a moment of deliberation, Smith snapped his fingers. "Then after the mission is over, I'll take your visual magic." After the magic was dispelled, Hazu feigned panic, pretending not to know what had just happened. Seeing that, he called out, "Hazu!" Smith smiled gently and asked, "Are you alright? You lost focus while we were talking. You must be tired. I won't bother you anymore. Good luck." He pretended to be dazed and replied, "Yes, I understand." Watching the old man slowly departing back, Hazu's expression immediately became more serious than ever. At this time, it was the academy's lunch break. There were many groups of students walking around on the yard. They walked and chatted, "I'm so hungry. Shall we go get some coffee?" Yesterday, he walked past them with a heavy heart. In a corner of the academy yard, now, Hazu sat silently, gazing at the object in his hand. He held the chip up to eye level, full of doubt. "This is..." Hazu frowned and muttered, "an illegal AI chip. A creative upgrade chip. Giving me this means their goal is to frame me as an illegal AI user." Thinking about the possibility of becoming a target, he resentfully realized that, in the end, he would be drowned in a malicious smile and scandalous headlines. Hazu sat on the chair, chin in hand, perplexed. "They want to tarnish my image. Professor Smith has no reason to harm me, although there has been bad blood between us, of course," he said in a low voice. "But someone must have asked the Black Tower to do this." After speaking, Hazu frowned and began to calculate silently. Then the scale of the situation can be roughly estimated. Recalling what Sahiak had shouted, "I'll kill you," he thought to himself, "This mess is beyond the capabilities of someone under house arrest. So it seems to be one of my two older brothers or two older sisters." Hazu pondered glumly. "They want to tarnish my image and completely exclude me from the inheritance competition. For people with clear motives. First, my eldest sister Minji isn't actively involved in the inheritance struggle. She's not the one who would do this. My eldest brother Jinu is actively involved in the inheritance struggle, but he doesn't have the courage to do something this bold." After eliminating two people, a thought immediately sprang into Hazu's mind. So it must be one of the two remaining people or both of them. He clenched his fist, wondering, should I grab Professor Smith and question him? Remembering the power behind him, Hazu suddenly paused. No, the Black Tower is very sensitive about information. Professor Smith probably doesn't even know who the mastermind is. If I grab him, the information will be cut off. Right now, being caught by the Black Tower isn't good for me. He stood up. His gaze sharpened. So, a moment later, in a tall building in the city center, Hazu stood silently behind the elevator doors. Kangin didn't turn around but spoke, greeting him. "Hazu!" Then he turned around and questioned. "So, what do you want to tell me?" Kang Ion's long, narrow eyes immediately narrowed, silently assessing the other person. On the other side, Hazu was also secretly observing the master of the Green Tower. Kang In, he looks colder than usual. Looking at the confident person in front of him, Hazu secretly made up his mind, but it's now or never. Under that expectant gaze, Kang In suddenly covered his face and spoke hesitantly. I already told you not to think of yourself as a burden. Seeing that look, Hazu's resolve grew stronger. It's now or never. He squinted his eyes, continuously assessing. It's truly as the rumors say. What on earth are you researching that you're so worried about? Deciding quickly, Hazu immediately stepped forward and asked, "Are you researching something?" Kang In didn't hide it, but pointed to the side. "I'm researching a strange magic stone. It's taking longer than I expected." Hearing that, he repeated with a hint of doubt, "Magic stone." While thinking, Hazu was drawn to something nearby, looking at the shimmering rainbow-colored stone on the table. He was stunned and wondered to himself, "That's elemental manalai." Hazu let out a sound of understanding, then slyly glanced at the person in front of him, full of calculation. This is truly a rare opportunity. Kang In slumped into his chair and calmly spoke, "Since we're both busy, let's get straight to it." He raised a hand to support his head, looking and assessing. "What is it you, Hazu, want to say that's so important it can't be delayed, and you want to tell me in person?" Hazu showed a look of speechless contemplation. "You're a bit agitated. At this rate, you won't listen to anything I say." Even so, he secretly thought, "Well then, let's negotiate." He thought. Hazu immediately sat up straight and spoke seriously. "Before we get to the main point, I have something to tell you." He didn't hesitate to speak. The type of magic stone the Tower Lord is researching is elemental manalai. Kang In was surprised by that information after hearing it. He asked back with a murderous gaze, "How do you know? This name has never been revealed to the outside, let alone its existence." Kang In questioned him, seemingly angry. "Hey, you should watch your words." Hazu, flustered, quickly waved his hands to explain. "It's not like I planted spies in the Blue Tower or stole any information." He squinted his eyes, asking suspiciously, "Then how do you know?" Hazu rummaged through his bag while answering. "The reason is very simple. From inside, he pulled out a manalai stone that was shining brightly. I have one too." As soon as he saw it, Kang In stood up in astonishment and exclaimed, This is." Hazu raised the stone and confirmed in a deep voice, "Precisely, this is a perfectly crafted elemental manalai stone." After hearing that, he couldn't believe it and stammered, "Hazu, could it be? You crafted it yourself?" At this point, Hazu didn't hide it and emphasized, "Yes, it was me." Kang In was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing and mumbled, "How ridiculous." He frowned, recalling the Red Tower's top magic engineer, Zeempiler, also known as the world's best magic artificer. Even our Blue Tower's elite artisans, who are renowned for their skill. And even myself, one of the top 3 artificers in the world. Looking at the glittering manalai stone, Kang In helplessly realized that he himself couldn't craft this precious stone, yet an ordinary high school student could. He still couldn't believe it and pressed, "Hazu, or are you just the owner of this magic stone, and it's merely a coincidence?" Hazu tightened his grip on the stone and calmly replied, "That's right, I discovered that the Blue Tower is the only place that can process a magic stone like this, and I just happened to bring it along." Kang In swallowed and asked, "May I ask how you obtained it?" He looked at the stone and said casually, "I have nothing to tell. I just happened to find it and was lucky enough to craft it." As soon as he finished speaking, he, with sparkling eyes, immediately leaned closer, overjoyed. "I told you, your luck is really amazing, Hazu." He could only reply with an awkward smile. Kang In slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "Alright, mages have the right to keep secrets." He emphasized with a righteous expression, "I won't force you anymore." Hazu replied with a happy smile, "Thank you." Immediately after that, Kang In then pulled out his glasses and a pair of gloves, asking, "Can I take a closer look?" He didn't hesitate to present the stone, saying, "Of course." He gently picked up the stone to examine it carefully. This is the only magic stone in the world that simultaneously possesses all 4 elements. After examining it, Kang In immediately returned it. At the same time, he didn't forget to ask, "So, what's your purpose in bringing it here?" Hazu readily agreed without hiding anything. "Alright, I want to use it to craft an item." He looked at him suspiciously and asked, "An item? What kind of item do you want?" After that, Kang In began to list clothes, decorations, or weapons. Hazu nodded in agreement, then stated his request. Anything that enhances the elemental magic's effectiveness will do. Looking at the glowing manalai stone, he pondered. "I understand, but a high-grade magic stone also requires high-grade materials, so the crafting fee will be quite expensive. Are you okay with that?" Upon hearing that, Hazu showed an innocent expression, not understanding what was happening. Seeing that expression, Kang In let out a forced laugh. "My apologies. You're a descendant of a magic family, aren't you? So I'm sure your family can cover the cost." However, Hazu quickly denied his words. "No, no!" He put a finger to his lips, indicating secrecy. "This creation, I want to keep secret from my family and everyone." He was amused by that. "Hazu, you're truly cunning. What about the crafting fee?" Kang In wrote down the amount he would have to pay, probably around this figure. He asked curiously, "Can you afford it without your family's help?" Hazu replied with a smile, "No, but in return." At this, he broke into a very confident smile and muttered, "I have another way." Hazu excitedly recounted his plan. "I'll craft the elemental manalai orb right here, in front of you, in front of the magic tower's master." Kang In was just as excited. "So that means you'll teach me the crafting method right now." He excitedly threw his head back and shouted, "Excellent! With this, we can more than pay the fee. We're even getting a bargain." A moment later, Hazu then hesitated and spoke, "So, can I ask for one more favor?" At this moment, Kang In, highly satisfied with the previous offer, generously asked back, "What is it? Is it related to today's matter?" A moment later, only after he sat down did he hesitantly present something. "This." Kang In observed the chip in his hand and thoughtfully said, "This is a new model upgrade chip, a type of illegal chip implant. Where did you get it?" Upon confirmation, Hazu immediately clenched his hands on his lap. He recounted in a low voice, "A Black Tower wizard at the academy gave it to me. There are Black Tower wizards infiltrating Obelix Academy. Please help me deal with them." Their conversation lasted until the full moon. Hazu stood formally in front of a white car. He leaned his head to look at the window, smiling gently as he reminded, "Be careful inside." "Take care." Yua just glanced over and replied, "MMHMM. We'll meet again soon." He quietly watched the car drive away. A moment later, in the empty hallway, back in his room, after showering and changing clothes, Hazu comfortably collapsed onto his soft bed. Remembering what happened today, he happily told himself, "I got lucky. I can't believe Kang In is researching elemental manalai." Hazu rested his arm on his head, secretly delighted. "Thanks to this, I can keep it a secret from Dad and still craft items." Suddenly, Sehug's scowling face appeared, along with his scolding, "Hazu, this kid! I can't let him off the hook." He raised an eyebrow, analyzing. "Originally, I only intended to offer 3% of the shares from Biga's mining rights, but now I can keep them." "That's great!" Thinking this, Hazu's eyes slowly closed. If everything goes smoothly. On the other side, Kang In was still doubtful after receiving all that information. "Unbelievable! I heard that security at Obelix Academy is extremely strict." He remembered the Black Tower and murmured, "Yet there are Black Tower wizards hiding there." Going back to this afternoon's conversation, Kang In raised the chip and said, "And the only evidence is this chip." Hazu eagerly inquired, "Is it that difficult?" He didn't reply but gave a meaningful smile. Then Kang In narrowed his eyes and confidently declared, "Usually, we of the Blue Tower wouldn't act based solely on a student's suspicions or unreliable clues, but it's okay. Let's take a risk. Hazu moved through the crowd, talking on the phone as he walked. The other end asked, "Have you arrived, Hazu?" He replied, "Yes, then I'll rely on you to carry out the plan." Hazu's silhouette, like an incredibly charismatic CEO, entered the elevator. The voice on the phone consoled, "You don't need to worry. As long as the information is accurate, our blue tower won't make any mistakes." Hazu replied with a resolute statement, "Yes, I trust you." He promised the person on the phone, "Then I'll contact you again later." After that, Hazu entered the luxurious restaurant he had reserved for his older siblings from the clan. He politely said, "I've arrived." Before Hazu now were the young lady and young master of the Sin clan, waiting for him to eat with them. Hazu respectfully said, "My dear older siblings." Minji, the young lady of the Sin clan, warmly welcomed her beloved younger brother after his absence. "Oh my, it's been a long time, little brother." Hazu! She ran to her younger brother. He showered his older sister with compliments. "Long time no see, you haven't changed a bit." Hearing her younger brother's compliment, Minji visibly brightened. She delightedly said, "Are you complimenting me?" Hazu's honeyed words continued to flatter shamelessly. "Yes, of course." Minji eagerly stroked her younger brother's head. "Hazu, you've grown so much, haven't you? Soon, you'll be taller than brother Jinu, won't you?" The second young master of the Sin clan, Jinu, hearing his sister hit a sore spot, quickly rushed over to defuse the situation. "Minji, don't talk about things like that." He patted the youngest sibling in the clan on the shoulder. "Welcome back, Hazu. Honestly, it's hard to be completely happy. But anyway, welcome back." He gave an awkward laugh. "Yes, thank you." But in his mind, he thought, "Brother, you're still as straightforward as ever." Minji frowned, a bit angry. "Brother, why do you keep saying unnecessary things?" Jinu asked back blankly. "Did I say something wrong?" Hazu stood for a long time before looking at the others. Then, after much effort, he managed to say one thing, "Long time no see." He looked towards the two unpleasant people sitting at the corner of the table, Jihon and Si, the eldest young master of the Sin family. Jihon finally spoke. "You're no longer plump like a child. Instead, you're a man. The eldest young mistress of the Sin family." Si, meeting her youngest sibling after all these days, still wore that unpleasant look. Youngest sibling, long time no see. Even though Hazu met the two of them like this, he still managed a social smile. The two of them only smiled outwardly, but it was clear they wanted to devour him alive. He thought to himself, as expected, the culprits are here. Jihon offered a perfunctory smile, picking up a glass of red wine to offer. "Let's sit down, eat, and chat. I'm curious why the youngest sibling called us here." He eyed Hazu disdainfully. "Nothing special." He politely and naturally responded to the other's sarcastic remark. "I just wanted to see you all after a long time, so I arranged this gathering." Si immediately snapped irritably. "What? You called all of us here just for that trivial matter?" He wasn't one to back down either. He immediately hinted, "Even if I didn't do it, Jihon or Si would have, right?" With just one sentence, she was immediately provoked. Furious, she lunged across the table and yelled fiercely, "I can't stand this kid anymore." Si pointed her finger at Hazu's face, scolding him. "All right, spill it out. What's your plan, brat?" Hazu, emboldened, pressed on, feigning innocence as he asked back, "What do you mean by plan?" Her blood boiled, and she screamed loudly, "Don't play dumb. Are you going to participate in the air competition or not?" Hazu, feeling mischievous, threw out a few taunts. "If I said I wasn't interested, would you believe me, sis?" Si immediately bristled when she heard that. "Who would believe that? You're just provoking her more, so why even ask?" She went absolutely furious. "You, this annoying brat." Jihon, sitting nearby, gently reminded her. "See, you shouldn't say that. With an issue like this, words aren't enough. It must be proven through actions." He put on his fake concerned tone to probe, and Hazu, "I heard you recently acquired quite an impressive sight skill. It's called transformation magic, isn't it?" "That magic. Can you share it with our family? He was startled by Jihon's scrutiny. Hazu carefully analyzed the implied meaning of his opponent's every word. Well said. By sharing my sight skill, it would prove that I'm giving up on the competition. But he looked back at C, who was praising Jihon. Oh, brother, that sounds great. Then he thought, but it's not a trick. Hazu suddenly stood up, about to speak. He put on a pitiful face and quietly called out to the cunning ones. Brother, sister, this sight skill is my only hope. Hazu's eyes welled up. I'm trying to play a role in this play. For someone unsuitable to be a mage like me, this is my only chance to live. I can't share it. Hazu added, this isn't even about the succession race. Minji saw her younger brother's eyes welling up and was moved. It's okay. Then you don't have to say anything. It's the youngest's only hope, you know? Even C and Jin were at a loss with the performance of these two siblings. Minji took out a tissue to wipe Hazu's crocodile tears, and he whispered, thank you for understanding, sis. He witnessed this play and was frozen solid. He quickly cut in to break the comedy. Let's put this meaningless dispute aside for a moment. Why don't we just chat and relax? She turned quickly to talk privately with him. I want to hear more from Hazu. Even the cake on the table was ignored. They didn't bother to eat it. See? And Jihon separated to talk privately. The three of them, Hazu included, continued to laugh and talk happily as if nothing had happened. Time flew by. And that's how the ladies and gentlemen of the Sin family ended their meal together awkwardly. Suddenly, he looked around. It had been a while. I should probably. At that moment, someone's phone announced an urgent message. Everyone stood up in a panic. They just stared at each other. Minji exclaimed in alarm. What's going on? Jihon was also stunned. This is an urgent message. C held his phone, sweating profusely, unable to believe what was happening. Right now, at this hour, the eldest young master, Jihon, bit his lip as he looked at the urgent message on his phone. His face was crumpled as he stared at his phone, not looking away. The message read, urgent news, breaking news. An employee of the Obelix Academy has been identified as a criminal mage with ties to the Black Tower. Lang Smith, the second son of the prestigious Smith family in France, has been arrested. The arrest was carried out by Jiangsu, a 6th-level mage and secretary to King In of the Blue Tower. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jihon, who remained composed at the head of the table. Hazu smiled triumphantly. I caught you. He remembered his annoyed face when he was caught red-handed, then looked directly at his face, which was trying to appear calm. Jihon, it was you, wasn't it? Night finally fell. The dazzling moonlight shone brightly in the dark sky. Hazu wore his headphones, pondering the afternoon message, as a voice echoed. It seems Hazu was right. He couldn't take his eyes off this urgent message. 10:31 p.m. Jiangsu, a 6th-level mage and assistant to Kang In of the Blue Tower, discovered suspicious activities by Lang Smith at Obelix Academy's training supply room. Lang Smith is accused of tampering with the materials used for the survival test. And if Shua hadn't happened to stop by the supply room, who knows what disaster might have occurred during Friday's test? The South Korean government, the Korean Mage Association, and the International Mage Association declared that they would not overlook this infiltration by the Black Tower. Suddenly, Hazu paused. But Kang In, standing nearby, quickly asked, how did you know Smith would meddle with the training supplies? Hazu calmly replied, I just made a logical deduction based on the intelligence I had. He recounted how Smith had infiltrated the Black Tower. The image of the old man smiling mysteriously appeared in his subconscious, considering that Instructor Smith had infiltrated the academy. There's a high chance he would act within the campus. Every piece of evidence Hazu presented was very convincing, and thinking back to the moment he used mind control on him, this week's class schedule, the day he could act would be, like Detective Conan, he declared with certainty, Friday, the day of the survival test. Hazu's deduction became more and more accurate. If he wanted to expose something during the survival test, then he would have to tamper with the training materials. The inspection of normal supplies would happen the afternoon before the test. So, The only time to intervene unnoticed would be. He recounted how Jihon unexpectedly discovered Old Man Smith. Hazu stated confidently, "Tonight, Thursday night." He recounted his investigation process, from when Smith was discovered to when he set up a gathering to expose the mastermind behind the Black Tower. "I already had the Blue Tower monitor the supply room. I just needed to gather the seniors to find out who was behind the Black Tower." Indeed, Hazu reached a firm conclusion. "We have caught Professor Smith," confirming that Professor Langsmith is a Black Tower spy at Obelix Academy. He remembered his evasive attitude before he left. "I also suspect the connection between Jihon and the Black Tower. I completed the plan perfectly, gathering information without revealing myself." Hazu, indulging in self-praise, thought, "That was a perfect execution." He mused to himself. The only regret was the connection between Jihon and Professor Smith. "I couldn't get decisive evidence, but I'll eventually find out if I keep digging deeper." Kangen sat regally in his chair, putting on an act of offering help. "Hazu, this time, I intended to help you, but in the end, I was the one who received help. The Blue Tower's reputation has skyrocketed thanks to resolving this case." Hazu smiled gently. "I will certainly return this favor. I won't refuse." He kept chattering nonstop. Suddenly, Hazu received a call from the head of the tower. "I like your honesty. Alright, I'll end things here." He took off his headphones and politely said, "Yes, thank you. Be careful." Suddenly, Hazu was ambushed. He flinched and looked over, only to see a blurry figure in front of him, constantly yelling his name. "Hazu! Hazu!" It turned out to be the crazy Sahyuk, clutching his chest and growling, "Die! Die! You failure!" He panicked. "Sahyuk!" Hazu was so startled that sweat poured down him. This brainless lunatic wildly created terrifying magic currents, attacking him relentlessly. Hazu couldn't react in time, too fast. Then he quickly activated his own magic current, controlling the flow of magic to swirl in front of him. Enhanced resonance, creating a water. Hazu gritted his teeth. Being pushed into a disadvantageous position only made him worry. Too strong. At this rate, the water shield won't hold. Hazu immediately used his right hand to restrain his impulsive left arm, then commanded in his mind, "Adjust the water shield." He frantically dodged the attack when he accidentally caused that magic current to attack its own master. Hazu's magic exploded, shaking the heavens and the earth. He was also thrown far away. Hazu stared at his glowing red hand. "Indeed, I couldn't dodge everything." Sahyuk was also thrown a few meters away, but he was unharmed. "This is the difference in our abilities." This madman drooled, roaring like a wild beast. "Just keep dragging yourself along, even if you're just useless trash. Look at reality." Hazu sat in a corner by the utility pole, wary of Sahyuk. He noticed something unusual about this madman. "Wait, this guy? Something's very strange." His eyes became bloodshot. He stuck out his tongue like a bloodthirsty beast. Hazu analyzed every single movement of his opponent's gestures. His skin was also completely red. This reaction, a legal stimulant berserker. He broke down each weakness of this drug. The characteristic of this drug is that it forces the mana circle to burst, causing blood vessels to rupture, transforming one's appearance into a berserker, a blood-soaked warrior. But more importantly, its user will fight to the death. Hazu screamed out in fear. "Are you crazy?" Sahyuk, with the speed of a wind prince, shot forward like an arrow to attack. "I'm crazy? No, I'm perfectly fine." He struggled to get up to cast a spell. Red mana, 3rd tier magic circle, fire blast. In that moment of life and death, Hazu had both his arms firmly held by him. He cautiously cursed in fear. "Madman!" He drooled in streams, constantly denying Hazu's insult. "I told you, I'm normal. Actually, I just became normal again. That's what it is." Sahyuk laughed loudly, growling, "You're about to die." Then he savagely suppressed Hazu with his magic. Fire blast! A huge cloud of dust billowed from the park where they stood. Sahyuk gloated at the defeated Hazu. "Look at this bastard." He painfully clutched his face, and Sahyuk's voice came threateningly. You're still alive? Sahyuk screamed, clutching his face. You've blocked my magic twice. He cursed at Hazu, who was still sprawled on the ground. Trash like you. You, how dare you? Suddenly, Sahyuk roared like a dog let off its leash. Then he quickly changed his demeanor, sighing in relief. It's nothing. Hazu tried to sit up, thinking to himself, just as I expected, his mood is erratic. He's definitely a berserker. His eyes fixed on Sahyuk the berserker standing in front of him, but the illogical point was, Hazu recalled the self-inflicting magic just now, that magical power. No matter how much berserker potion he drank, he couldn't be this strong, could it be? Hazu hesitantly created a magic flow. Should I check? He hunched his back like a zombie and provoked, where are you looking, you punk? He unleashed a strike, a wind orb. He stood there dumbfounded, watching the pigeon-shaped magic power rushing towards him, his mouth ceaselessly cursing, punk. After cursing to his heart's content, Sahyuk immediately counterattacked with fire magic. How dare you use such trashy magic? Hazu calmly said, I should have used it carefully. He swiftly ran down to restrain his legs, then seized the opportunity to throw a few sarcastic remarks, but I didn't expect to end up in this situation. Sahyuk, caught by the sneak attack, could only fly high in a panic. It's right below me. Hazu calmly created a spiritual energy surge, airstrike. He was terrified by the light from this spiritual energy surge. His face taut as a bowstring hit. Sahyuk suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of fire magic, preparing to suppress him. Fire mana at this distance. He yelled, fire gun. At this moment, Hazu could only stare with wide eyes. Sahyuk continued to curse, die, but he also managed to dodge his strike in time. Hazu meticulously analyzed, the characteristic of fire gun is strong firepower at close range, but its range is only 7.74 meters. If I run, it's still easy to avoid. He looked up at his opponent, who was cackling triumphantly in the air, and couldn't believe his eyes. No way! He furiously unleashed attacks, but not a single one hit. Hazu was on high alert. You hate me so much that you have to use a chip-in? Sahyuk dared not admit to his dirty trick, only covering it up with a smile. Chip-in? What nonsense are you talking about? Hazu calmly said, it's understandable that you don't remember. Hearing that, he spouted shameless words, while the chip-in was clearly visible behind his neck. Why would I use it on a useless person like you? If you're going to talk nonsense, then shut up and die. Hazu easily weaved through each magic attack. Then he dissected the problem. The effect of a chip-in is to strengthen the user's body, enhance their magical structure, and change both the power and range of their magic. Sahyuk, his bluff called, could only roar, so what, you bastard? Hazu calmly explained, the funny thing is, I'm actually researching the structural changes of magic circles and mana, and also the transformation of magical structures. Thanks to this, I'm very sensitive to magical changes caused by mana enhancement and magic circle bursts. He thought to himself, I don't know if it's luck or misfortune, but I've also found clues thanks to this chip-in and berserker potion. He shrieked, what the hell are you talking about, you bastard? Finally, Hazu unleashed his move, shouting, I'm not grateful to you at all. It was only a matter of time before I solved it. Resonance. Hazu personally broke down the problem for his opponent to see. Anyone who reaches this level will surpass their current realm. However, in recent days, I've always been thinking while reading the book. These things gave him a huge headache. The problem is the penalty. The penalty increases when combining different types of magic circles, putting pressure on both body and mind. His posture, a blend of a CEO and a detective, made Hazu appear even more commanding. The result of the penalty is the duration. If the second-level magic circle is reached and resonance is used, the duration is 3 minutes. For the next 12 hours, the mana circle cannot move. I have to think carefully before using it. Seeing Hazu just standing there, not making a move, Sahai IC mocked him. Idiot, you're alone, so you're scared? He closed his eyes and muttered to himself, the resonance duration is 3 minutes, 3 minutes. Just then, a completely new power awakened. Hazu's eyes flashed, and to streams of magic intertwined behind him. He smirked. That's enough time. Earthquake. Hadu's earthquake cracked the ground, and the aftershocks spread relentlessly. Stabbed directly in the thigh by his magic, he was stunned and screamed loudly. Sahai was aghast at the sight, his saliva flowing like a spring. This is Tier 3 magic. How can trash like you use Tier 3 magic? Seeing this guy starting to panic, Hadu acted cool. How can I use it, you ask? His outburst reached its peak, and he vented his anger on the boy with insane magic attacks and vulgar insults. Brat, die, please, damn it. Hadu created a shimmering butterfly, calmly provoking him. I've always thought this. You can't even heal properly, let alone use magic. It's ridiculous. Then he bowed his head and recited a spell, instantly turning the water into a solid defense that blocked the opponent's attack. Sahai erupted in rage, cursing wildly. Damn it. You couldn't stop it just now, and now you're using it. Burned to death. Hadu was proving step by step that he wasn't an easy opponent for this guy. He formed a vortex and a wind barrier, choking off his magic fire. Sahai never expected Hadu to be so strong and was utterly panicked. Go! He controlled magic to fly around himself, then demanded, understand it first before you speak. If it were me, after seeing the earthquake, I'd realize this water shield is different from the previous one. Your magic can't touch me anymore. Suddenly, his face darkened, his clothes torn to shreds by Hadu, his body trembling as he struggled to stand, to shout one more word, Hadu. Like a wild beast starved for 1,000 years, Sahai, with a surging torrent of water, violently attacked, his eyes blazing. He charged straight in, throwing an attack. Now I understand why you're so strong. You're using stimulants, aren't you? That's why you're so strong, the boy calmly declared. It's over. A magical vortex appeared from where Hadu stood. I won't pity you. It's all you're doing. Hadu was like a DJ dancing to a beat, and that beat gradually widened and spread to Sahai, darkness, obscurity. He panicked. What is this? The boy frowned. If you hesitated when you wanted to kill me, then things wouldn't be like this. Now Hadu's face was enveloped by those mysterious streams of magic. Sahai screamed maniacally, get out here. Don't hide anymore. Hadu, don't hide anymore. Aim for me. Hadu. He chanted a magic spell, Earthbind, Constrict. Hadu was determined not to let his opponent have a chance to retaliate. He was immediately bound tightly by the boy's chains. This type of magic, Constrict. Even the emaciated legs of an addict like Sahai couldn't escape those chains. Hadu uttered a final cold statement, preparing this guy for a one-way ticket out. It's too late. The only mercy I can offer you is to send you off peacefully. He screamed, stop rambling. It's not over yet. If you hadn't appeared, my life would have. Hadu, standing nearby, calmly lectured, you think your life would have changed? I don't think so. Then you'd probably just blame someone else. This guy, controlled by the chip implanted in him, could only scream in a frenzy. Where are you? Where are you, you bastard? Hadu glanced behind him and asked, by the way, do you know why people don't use illegal AI, aside from its side effects on the body? Caught off guard, he immediately yelled, what did you say? Hadu kept a cool head and immediately used magic to suppress the chip implanted in Sahai's neck, making him scream in pain. Hadu withdrew his hand with amusement and scoffed. Just now, I injected mana into your chip's hot frequency. How is it? Even with the berserker effect, it still hurts, doesn't it? He was in so much pain that he could only foam at the mouth and beg, stop it. Hadu was pleased to see this madman lose his composure. With just a flick of his finger, the opponent stumbled forward. The AI and his body were pushed beyond their limits and could collapse at any moment, even with a slight touch. Then Hadu opened his eyes wide and spoke his final sincere words. Finally, I'll say thank you. Hadu looked down at Sahai with disdain. For your crazy actions, do you guys really think you'll get anything good from Big Ga? Hadu's words were like knives, cutting into his heart. This time's skill can't be compared to before. 30% of the magic stone mining rights. No, maybe even 40%. He was writhing in pain from the previous blow and infuriated by the taunt. You. Hadu mocked Sahai W's physical torment. Goodbye, Sahai IC, thank you for being so generous. He suppressed the magic on the chip implanted in the back of his neck. This caused Sahai IC extreme agony. Hadu's surges of magic energy pierced his body, wiping him off the world map. In just a moment, he easily defeated this madman. Then Hadu picked up his phone from the ground. Seeing his father's call, he answered immediately. Hadu chatted happily. Dad, it's Hadu in High IC worried about his youngest son. Why are you calling so late? He spoke sternly. I know everything. From the bushes, a shadow was secretly listening to the entire conversation, no matter how late it was. The fact that no students or police appeared when such a big incident happened at the dorm was very unusual. Hadu casually talked to his father, oblivious to his surroundings. The students must have all evacuated. In High IC warned his son, you can't conclude it was me just because I could stop the police. He calmly replied, many people can stop the police from coming, but only you would watch until the end of the fight. If it were someone else, they'd jump in halfway, or even stab me in the back. Hadu subtly reminded his father about his two elder siblings. Because of guardianship, my siblings can't monitor me either. Finally, in High IC had to agree with his son. You're right. He continued, for me. Hadu suddenly stopped, having detected something in the distant bushes. Someone's footsteps unexpectedly approached. A man wearing a demon mask and armor stood there with a mysterious smile. He didn't flinch at all. Dad must have Sensei High to follow me. The masked man approached the unconscious Sahai IC and checked on him. In High IC on the other end of the line, confused, asked, you knew I was watching you, so why didn't you ask me for help? Hadu glanced at him and clearly replied, I wanted to show you my tier 3 magic. He didn't believe in the power Hadu had displayed earlier. I didn't think you'd achieve it in such a short time, so you've been hiding the fact that you can use tier 3 magic. Hadu's face didn't change as he answered the question. Yes, that's right. He thought to himself, of course I'm lying. In reality, I'm only using the resonance effect from a tier to Mage. But despite his self-admiration, Hadu was still very humble when standing beside the cunning Xia and Jihon. I'm still not strong enough. If they knew I could use tier 3 magic, he winked, hinting it's hard to imagine the interference from my other siblings. Here, see High was using soundproofing magic and illusion magic to shield the surroundings. And High IC also had to acknowledge the talent of his self-absorbed son. Not bad. I'll send a car, go home and stay for the night. As his words ended, his father decisively hung up the phone. Yes, thank you, father. I'll see you when I get back. And High IC suddenly smiled, then burst into louder laughter. I don't know what you've been doing for the past year, but your confidence is astonishing. Hadu greeted cheerfully. Long time no see. Hien, you finally smiled and took off that eerie mask. Behind that mask was a very aggressive, tough-looking face. Hien was stern. Long time no see. Young Master Hazu, please allow me a moment. He gently stood up and used magic to heal you. Your injury is not light. Then Hien gently placed his hand on the wound. I'll provide basic first aid. The rest will be handled by the family's private doctor. Hazu shyly said, yes, thank you. He walked to the car and calmly said, then I'll leave it to you. Upon receiving the young master's order, Hien immediately put on his mask. I won't let this get out. Night fell, dotted with a few twinkling stars. The headquarters of the Inhuk family stood majestically against the mysterious sky. Jihon cursed angrily, damn it. He took heavy steps to his desk. Why did this happen? Suddenly, Jihon froze when he saw Torquus sprawled on the sofa. The other person casually struck up a conversation. It's finally done. I thought I'd have to wait forever, and by the way, I really like this sofa. He asked suspiciously, you're from the Black Tower? Torquus lowered his head and gave an enigmatic smile. Let's put that aside. You're quite unlucky. I didn't expect the people from the Blue Tower to mess everything up. There's nothing more to say since you were caught before you could act. Jihon, having done something bad and been called out on it, became furious and yelled, "Is this really the time for jokes? Didn't you brag that you'd never fail?" He growled, "What else do you want from me now?" Torcus remained indifferent as if nothing had happened, and even laughed loudly. "I apologize, I tend to laugh a lot. Anyway, the mission failed, so I'll refund your fee, of course, I'll handle the aftermath." He stood up and approached Jihon, feigning goodwill. "You are a VIP client, so there's no need to worry about the information being leaked." As for Lang Smith, without any apparent basis, Torcus stated confidently he won't live past tomorrow morning. Jihon immediately dismissed Smith's problem. "His life is none of my business. That bastard, Bixahuk, used the NBCCC chips to attack Hazu. How do you plan to handle it?" He replied confidently, "Don't worry about it. That kid is already brain dead." Jihon was utterly surprised to hear that. "Brain dead? What do you mean?" Torcus recounted the moment Bixahuk furiously fought the boy unconsciously. It seems he only attacked Hazu. He gloated over the demise of the madman Bixahuk. Now Bixahuk is dying from the side effects. Jihon broke out in a sweat, dismissively only caring about the troublesome youngest brother of the family. "I don't care, so what about Hazu?" Torcus recounted the incident. He was injured, but he left. Jihon, quick to anger, growled, "Are you playing word games with me?" The other person responded calmly, "Of course not, I'm just telling you what I saw." Unwilling and vexed, he gnashed his teeth. "So that means Hazu defeated Bixahuk, the in-chip user NBCCC?" Torcus burst out laughing. "Yes, that's it, HMM, not entirely accurate either. When Bixahuk attacked, I don't know if it was to protect or monitor Hazu, but Jihon was there. He even set up soundproofing magic and magic barriers, reacting quite quickly. I couldn't follow the match to the end. Very interesting." Jihon wondered, could it be a shadow guard, since when did Jihon start following Hazu? Torcus didn't dare to confirm. "I only saw Jihon after Hazu parted ways with our VIP client, so I don't know for sure." Jihon frowned. Jihon, the leader of the shadow guards, takes direct orders from father. But why was he there? Why? Then he lowered his head cautiously. "If the shadow guards are involved, I need to be even more careful. It seems I'll have to leave Hazu alone for a while." Jihon finally regained his composure and talked to Torcus. "What are you going to do with the in-chip Hazu has?" He flatly refused to answer. "You don't need to worry about that. The in-chip I gave Hazu has an independent self-deletion code. It will be destroyed and soon turn into thin air." Torcus piqued Jihon's curiosity. "Any more questions?" He still maintained his pride and simply replied curtly, "No." The conversation ended and Torcus left immediately. "Well, if you'll excuse me, I need to deal with Lang Smith." He jumped down to the Sin family's headquarters like a night bat. "Dear customer, I'm off." Jihon stood silently, watching that figure leave. He entered the room and began to plan. "I must ensure Jihon doesn't track any traces. I'll erase anything that could be used as evidence. To do that, breaking our family's security magic system will be easy." As Torcus flew down, he urged himself, "Must hurry." A few days later, the luxurious building where Hazu lived sparkled in the morning sun. In his room, he decisively closed his Ire's book. Then he stretched warily, and Hazu remembered the astonishing sight of Smith lying on the floor. Foam was even coming from his mouth. Today, the Greenmage Tower Master announced that. He pondered for a long time. Lang Smith suddenly clutched his chest and died while being transported. Suddenly, Hazu frowned. "I was quite looking forward to it, but I didn't expect things to turn out so helplessly." There's nothing else to say. Jihon has also handled the Bixahuk incident. A notification sound broke his train of thought. Hazu picked up his phone. It was a message from Enhyuk to his beloved son. "The negotiation with Bega is complete. In exchange for keeping silent on this matter, we have secured 43% of the Magic Stone mining rights. Well done. Thanks to this, we won't face any financial shortages for our overseas projects. If there's anything you want, think carefully." He smirked. Father sent everything at once. He must be very pleased, huh? Then Hazu felt proud of himself. Alright, I'm glad things went smoothly anyway. He moved on to another matter, now for the remaining issue. Immediately, Hazu switched to news about the Archmages tournament, the great battle where the top mages gather at the highest level. The competition will take place in 53 days. The Academy Olympiad has the whole world excited. The Academy Olympiad is a prestigious event where the strongest students from magic academies worldwide gather to compete. This year, the fierce competition is about to begin. After finishing reading the information, Hazu immediately looked up and smirked triumphantly. All that's left is the Academy Olympiad. Suddenly, a surge of magic surrounded him, making even him freeze in place. Hazu clenched his hand, breaking through that surge of magic, thinking to himself, the 12 hours of resonance punishment are over. He immediately closed his eyes tightly, standing firm to absorb the essence of magic from the Ire's book. What I need now is a 3rd tier spell circle. Then Hazu silently instructed the book to send to streams of ice and fire magic through his body. Time to turn the page for the test. The Ire's book emitted a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Hazu was blinded by that spiritual energy and immediately squinted, crying out. He suddenly appeared in a monochrome world, leaving him stunned. What is this? This dark white space? Is this another world within the book? Hazu, startled, turned around when he noticed a figure standing behind him. Beta in a captivating dark blue outfit. Her deep voice resonated. Welcome to test number 2. She smiled and introduced herself. I am Beta, and I am the evaluator for this test. Hazu hesitated. Test number 2. I wonder if it's like the last time? He widened his eyes, looking up at Beta floating in midair, still wondering, I wonder if it's like the last time, perfectly crafting hybrid elemental mana stones. She explained the test's procedure. In this test, the successor will be evaluated based on their ability to manipulate spell circles as they wish. Beta's hollow eyes looked directly at Hazu. Details will be announced when the test begins. If successful, pages 32 to 81 containing information about 3rd tier spell circles will be updated. Hearing this difficult challenge made his heart drop. That's crazy. But fortunately, Hazu's maximum level of self-delusion helped calm his panic. An update from page 32 to 81. I thought I'd only get to read 10 more pages this time. No problem. He was still a bit cautious, but that means 3rd tier spell circles are also on a different level, right? Perhaps even more advanced than pure imprints and resonance. Hazu was half eager to advance, half reluctant to retreat, feeling both excited and afraid. A transparent stream of spiritual energy shone from Beta. Then she calmly announced, Then I will begin the test now. Then she vanished into thin air, leaving him stunned before he could even react. A voice echoed in the air, My disciple, I will now announce the content of the 2nd test. Hazu politely, This voice, master. A magic circle slowly appeared, and the voice continued. From now on, 100 spell circles will appear sequentially. You must activate all of them. He quickly extended his hand forward, controlling the magic circle. That magic circle, suppressed by Hazu's magic, flew 1,000 meters away. But it wasn't over yet. The magic circle began to emit a huge spiritual energy and changed its form. Once the circle merges with the spell circles, it will naturally activate. He was utterly shocked and cried out, Why did it change? The magic circle reverted to its original form, and the voice warned, The activation time for each spell circle is 3 seconds. If you fail within that time, you will have to start over. So be careful. Hazu lowered his head smugly. So I just need to memorize them, right? Seeing his triumphant expression, the voice reminded him, Furthermore, the order of the spell circles will change each time. Don't try any tricks like memorization. Hazu immediately dismissed those fanciful thoughts, right? It wouldn't be that easy. He closed his eyes with determination. All right, and immediately raised his hand to control the magic circle, his eyes gleaming with steely resolve. Let's just try it. Blue sky, white clouds, golden sun, that daytime sunlight filtered through each house. The residential area where Hazu lived was completely silent. Only his house was always noisy. The book Iris was left neglected on the table by Hazu. After casting the magic circle for a while, his whole body was exhausted. Hazu helplessly leaned his hands on the desk. 8 hours, 8 whole hours, and I could only activate a maximum of 10 of them. He gently picked up the Iris book. Well, the good news is I'm starting to understand, but it'll be hard to complete just by relying on tricks. I'll probably have to find more clues. Hazu abandoned his unfinished test to calmly sit and read the book. He twirled the pen in his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. Suddenly, his master's voice echoed, "The books I've written aren't just Iris's. If you encounter an obstacle, try reading my other books. They will surely be useful to you." Hazu was stunned, so Iris's book isn't the only one. Then there'll definitely be a time I have to find other books. I don't even know their names or where to look for them. The clear blue sky with its wispy clouds, intertwined with the tall buildings, created a refreshing scene, a magnificent metropolis unfolding before his eyes. Hazu dropped everything midway, dragging himself to the convenience store. I need to go out and breathe. I need a change of scenery. He unexpectedly ran into Adela. Both of them froze for a long moment, ignoring the staff calling out, "I'd like to pay." Hazu looked dumbfounded. Adela, and she, too, widened her eyes. Hazu. After finishing their shopping at the store, the two of them sat together on the sidewalk, chatting. He asked with a smile, "We seem to run into each other often, don't we?" Hazu looked at her dark, panda-like eyes and teased, "You look like you've been up all night." She immediately denied, "So do you." Adela changed the subject by introducing a book. "I'm reading this thesis. It's really good. Do you want to read it?" She named the book. Its title is The Feasibility of Spatial Teleportation Magic. Hazu immediately pointed at the book and joked, It looks like a leaked document, doesn't it?" Adela's eyes lit up as she looked at her friend and requested, "I know, but just try reading it." Hazu listened to his friend and also opened the book. He was scowling, forcing himself to read, but when he turned to Adela, he saw her happily drinking milk. Hazu looked at his milk carton and saw one was missing. A moment later, he finished reading the book, then returned it to Adela with a smile. "It's good, isn't it?" she said, delighted. They both said in unison, "It's like it has no conclusion." Hazu suddenly froze. He stared intently at the author's name on the book. "This thesis is based on a book left by Zabelner, which I analyzed myself." Suddenly, Hazu's expression changed, making Adela, who was sitting next to him, puzzled. "Zabelner." Then he scanned line by line in the book and exclaimed, "I knew it! The structure of this book is a bit different, but..." Hazu compared details between the two books. It still has Biner's style. Many parts are similar to Biner's basic theories, quite shallow and cliché, but... Hazu asked abruptly, catching her off guard, "Adela, who is the author of this book?" She hesitated, replying, "Go Sung Run." He immediately went home, jumping onto his computer desk to search. Hazu pondered the author's mysterious identity. Go Sung Run, a magic researcher, but not affiliated with any organization. His age and gender are both very mysterious. The only document he published is what I just saw. Perhaps he faced heavy criticism and disappeared. He truly couldn't believe he only found so little about his identity. Could it be that an ordinary student can only find out this much? Hazu gently picked up his phone, thinking to himself, but the other end picked up, and he greeted, "Hello, greetings, Tower Master Dharma name." He boasted again, "I'm not an ordinary student." The blue magic tower appeared like a giant iceberg piercing the sky. Kangen groggily fumbled for the ringing phone on the table. His voice rang out, "Hello? It's Ha. You just got a moment to relax after researching all night, and now you're bothering me." He answered irritably, "What do you want?" Ha smirked and made an offer. "I have a win-win situation for us." Hearing this woke Kangen up completely. He said seriously, "Can you help me find someone?" Scene change. Obelix Academy appeared solemn in the morning sun. Ha was already in the training room. He decisively unleashed one of his magic attacks. Suchen had no time to react, and could only use a shield to protect himself. Ha controlled his magic, making it strike directly at his opponent. That fool was screaming before he even got hit. "Hey, Ha, you! That's cheating!" Ha glared provocatively. "Cheating? What cheating? What's wrong? It's just a level 1 spell. Is there a problem?" Suchan barely managed to dodge a few blows. He could only curse, "You heartless jerk. Where's the fairness? It's just a level 1 spell." He suddenly looked up to see a magic ray about to hit him directly in the face. It's come to this. Suchan could only grit his teeth and endure. Seeing this, Ha stood with his hands on his hips, gloating. He looked at Suchan, who was struggling to use his defenses to temporarily withstand those magic attacks. Ha was delighted. "See? You blocked all of them, didn't you?" Suchan was out of breath. "I almost died." But he was still determined to fight to the end. "Alright, let's go hand to hand. How about it?" Ha said indifferently. "Sure, but do you think you can beat me in close combat?" Suchan heard this and cheered excitedly. "My time has come." He rushed forward with the speed of a wind prince, grabbing his opponent by the collar. In just an instant, Ha pushed him to the ground and easily defeated him. His strike made the floor shake. Ha showed a smug smile. "What?" He looked at his friend sprawled on the floor, exhilarated. "Not a bad idea." Ha gave a charming wink, then put on a lecturing face. In hand-to-hand combat, the advantage of magical variables is gone. It's just the strength of a tier 2 ring against a tier 3 ring. That's a smart strategy. Suchan was furious. "Are you praising me or insulting me? That's truly unfair." The two of them walked into the changing room. He took off his shirt, revealing his perfect back muscles. At this moment, Suchan had to admit his abilities. "Your magic power is like a hack, and your close combat is also formidable." But deep down, Suchan was still resentful, truly a dirty fighter. Ha gleefully slapped a pain relief patch onto his back. "If you don't like it, then train more, okay?" Suchan changed the subject. "Do you have any plans now?" Ha was surprised by this question. "Huh?" He smiled and said, "Isn't your goal to win the Academy Olympics?" Ha was taken aback. How? How do you know?" Suchan hit the nail on the head. "I know you too well. You can't hide anything from me. That's why you went crazy during the Monostone Shield test, right?" Suchan recalled the moment Ha swiftly dodged attacks. "A normal student can block 27 stones, but you blocked 74. He was proud of his friend. "With this kind of test and training, you should be first in all categories." Suchan gave Ha a loving glance. "If you want to fight seniors, it's probably because this is the best option for you right now." But he still reminded him, "Anyway, with your current physical condition, I think it'll be hard to win the Olympics." Suchan's face beamed. "Right, I knew it." Then he suddenly frowned. "And the most popular person this year is a 5th tier mage. With your tier to magic, it's impossible." Ha was immediately swayed by these philosophical words. Suchan was right to win the Olympics. Of course, with resonance, tier 3 magic could still be used, but it wouldn't make much difference. To contend with them, he needed to reach at least tier 4. He was determined to find the author of that book, and to do that, he had to find Go. Scene change. Ha quickly followed the map that Kang Yin had sent. The map led him to an unfamiliar place. Ha looked confused. "Where is this?" Kang Yi sat comfortably on the sofa and casually said, "First, I apologize for taking so long to find him. I didn't expect it would take a whole week to find someone. This is also my first time." His words echoed, carrying all of Haru's hopes. Getting to the main point, Go saying Jun's current location is. He was surprised. "Wait, isn't that the old bookstore I often visit? Is he here?" Haru started to doubt. Right before his eyes, who would have imagined this person would be at a store so close to the academy? He recalled his process of meticulously studying ancient magic texts. After realizing AI magic wasn't for him, he had always sought magical knowledge from magic books and old books. He had always been curious about the origin of Iris' secret language, but could it have originated from this place? Following the address Kang Yin sent, he quickly entered the bookstore where Sang-jun was. "Excuse me?" Big Hun, who was busy with repairs, was interrupted by Haru's call. He took a book from the shelf and approached to greet Haru. Long time no see. He politely said, "How are you, sir?" Bixahuk calmly replied, "Of course, I heard you can use magic now." He praised him profusely, saying he looked healthier too. He also happily said, "It's all thanks to you, sir." Bixahuk humbly replied, "What did I do? I only sold you books." Haru was always grateful to the person who helped him get to where he was today. "It was those books that helped me, sir. Thank you." Bixahuk also joked with him, "If you praise me like that, I'll really believe it. Why are you here today?" Haru immediately and decisively expressed his wish. "Sir, may I meet your son, Sungjun?" Bixahuk was suspicious. "Why are you looking for Sungjun?" "No, how do you know Sungjun?" He sincerely replied, "I read his thesis. I have something I need to ask, so I did a little research." Haru was a bit embarrassed. "I heard he's here. I apologize if what I did was a bit intrusive." Bixahuk scratched his head. "Thesis? Yes, there is such a thing," but he still gently agreed to the request. "All right, I'll let you meet him." Haru was incredibly excited to hear this, bowing and thanking him profusely. "Thank you, sir." Bixahuk paused, but his words felt like a knife to Haru's heart. "Even if you meet him, you won't get an answer." Haru asked, stunned, "What does that mean, sir?" Bixahuk immediately led him to his room. "Follow me. Sungjun is in here." He gently opened the room door. Bixahuk coldly said, "Go in." This is his room. Looking at the person inside the room made Haru freeze. Sungjun. Sungjun! He was barely alive on a hospital bed, sustained only by a ventilator. His emaciated arm was connected to dangling tubes. Sungjun had no movement other than lying motionless on the hospital bed. His eyes were tightly shut and wouldn't even bother to open. Seeing Sungjun hanging by a thread, Haru was stunned. "This man?" Bixahuk sadly replied, "My son, Sungjun." The atmosphere gradually became solemn. The two of them stood silently, staring at him. He hesitantly asked, "May I ask what happened?" Bixahuk's emotionless voice replied, "Yes." He looked at his unfortunate son, who no longer reacted to his surroundings, and sadly said, "Sungjun broke the greatest taboo of a Mage." Bixahuk's gaze began to grow heavy. Haru spun around and asked, "Taboo? Which one, sir?" He calmly explained, "When performing mana circulation, he violated the greatest taboo of mages, circulating mana into his own brain." After hearing the explanation, he was startled. Then he recalled the moment he accidentally committed this taboo. "What? Circulating mana into the brain? That is something I've done." Haru clenched the back of his hand and pressed for answers. Why? Why did he do that? Bixahuk's eyes closed tightly in pain. "It was necessary," he calmly explained, "to establish the theory of that argument, which had completely collapsed midway." But Bixahuk always remembered what Sungjun had told him, that there was no other way but to circulate mana into the brain. He fell silent in belated regret. "I should have stopped him at all costs." Hearing this, Haru kept his eyes fixed on him, curious. This person, how close had he gotten to high-level magic? Bixahuk politely refused. "Anyway, I'm sorry, I can't satisfy your curiosity. Sungjun would probably be very happy to talk to you." Hearing these words, he could only lower his head, avoiding his gaze. Extremely apologetic. "It's okay, I'm also sorry for bringing this up. I've brought back unpleasant feelings for you." Seeing Haru like that, Bixahuk patted his shoulder to comfort him. "It's okay. Don't worry, I know you're very diligent and truly interested in books." He always cherished every moment he saw him act like his own son. "You're always looking for magic books. You remind me of Sungjun. It makes me very happy." A few hours later, the evening sun began to set, the golden clouds silently drifting like Bixahuk's heartfelt thoughts about his son. Haru was about to leave, but still had one unfulfilled wish. "Sir, if possible, could I look through the books your son used for his research?" Hearing that, Bixahuk reluctantly accepted the request. "You mean Sungjun's books? All right, instead of rotting away, it's better for them to go to someone who needs them." He made an offer. "But I have two requests." Bixahuk pleaded. If you read his books and write an article about spatial magic, could you include Sang-jun's name, even just once? Haru, of course, nodded in firm agreement. Of course, I'll definitely do that, but I'm not finished yet. Good. The second thing is, kind-hearted Bixahuk didn't want others to follow in his son's footsteps, so he warned the boy, under no circumstances should you recklessly circulate mana into your brain. Being hit where it hurt made him feel like his heart would drop out. Yes, sir. I promise I will. Immediately, he led Haru into the familiar study. Alright, these are the books Sang-jun researched. Bixahuk quickly went to find the book for him. And the book you need. Haru started paying close attention to the red book on the shelf. There was something about that book. It suddenly separated from the row of books on the shelf, then unexpectedly fell with a thud to the floor, startling him. The shape of this book reminded Haru of the book Idre's. He quickly picked it up. Grandpa, this book is. Bixahuk calmly replied. That one? It's the book Sang-jun always carried with him if it were very important. He gently said, read it. Everything you're curious about is probably in there. Haru slowly picked up the book and politely replied, yes. He had barely flipped through the first few pages before he started complaining. Indeed, this handwriting is so bad. Suddenly, Haru was startled. After recognizing his master's handwriting, he looked at Bixahuk with puppy dog eyes and said, Grandpa, can I take this book home to read? Can I borrow this book? He was quite easygoing. Go ahead and take it. If you need any other books, feel free to take them too. Haru clung tightly to the book. Thank you very much, Grandpa. But he wasn't satisfied with just one. He was determined to get every single magic book from Bixahuk. Are there any other books written like this? Grandpa pondered after hearing that question. I'm not sure. Haru still tried to ask all the questions he had. Then, have you ever seen a red-covered book that looks very expensive? These very questions confused Bixahuk. I don't recall seeing a book like that. My small bookstore rarely has such books. He started to hesitate. Then how on earth did Sang-jun get that book? Clearly, Haru hadn't found the answers to his questions after a whole day of searching. But now, he finally let Bixahuk go. I understand. Thank you, Grandpa. Haru pondered over and over about the origin of the Idre's book. If so, what the hell? How did the Idre's book end up in my bag? After a long day, he finally arrived home. It was late at night, but Haru didn't go to sleep. He sat silently, contemplating the magic books. I've searched for Sang-jun's research, but there's only one Idre's book. He was still half optimistic, but still it's better than finding nothing. Suddenly, the two books began to show magical threads connecting them. Haru's eyes widened in astonishment. What's going on? Both books are glowing. The book he had just gotten from Bixahuk that afternoon suddenly shot out rose petals, showering his face. Suddenly, his master's voice echoed. I leave this book to the rightful heir of the Idre's book. The objects pulled Haru inside, giving him no time to react. I'm being pulled in again. His master's voice spoke again. This book is called the Book of Mimir. Haru heard his master's voice, so he dared not utter a word. My master's voice. I'm being pulled into the book again. His master advised, enjoy the blessings from the bottom of your heart. In just a few seconds, he had completely teleported into the world inside the book, leaving only gentle streams of light in the air. Haru lay sprawled out in a strange room. He looked around bewildered, then wondered to himself, where am I? The owner of this book was busy rummaging by the bookshelf. She lightly poked Haru, who was bewildered and sitting still in the corner of the room. He suddenly turned his eyes behind him. The mischievous girl pointed her finger at his face. Found you! Welcome to the Book of Mimir. Haru was startled to see the unfamiliar girl talking to him. Who are you? Mimir calmly. Me! She puffed out her chest and declared her name loudly. I am Mimir. Then she spread her arms wide, proud of her own library. The manager of this place, Mimi as well. She introduced herself to Haru. Nice to meet you, heir. Haru jumped to his feet, looking around. Mimi is well. She immediately explained, that's the name of this library. Mimir proudly introduced. This is J. Bellbainer's library, prepared for the future heir. Hearing her say these words made Haru stand frozen, as if lost in thought. A library exclusively for Bainer's successor. He quietly observed the room. To call it a library, it's a bit small. Mimir immediately retorted, that's because your achievements are still few. At Mimir's well, the size will change depending on the heir's level. She looked at his face and immediately guessed his progress. Judging by this size, it seems you haven't passed the second trial yet. Am I right? Haru calmly replied. That's right. After a few sarcastic exchanges, Mimir started to feel it was getting tedious and stepped forward. Excuse me, can we talk normally now? He was surprised by her question. Huh? Even though she was only half Haru's height, Mimir still acted like an older sister, always intimidating her juniors. Since we'll be meeting often, it'd be strange if we kept talking formally. Let's be comfortable with each other. He smirked and agreed to this request. Alright, let's do that. Mimir looked up admiringly. Great! This successor. You're quite talented, already reaching the second circle and finding me so quickly. Even the self-obsessed Haru had to admit defeat against this excessive confidence. I don't understand why finding you is a good thing. Mimir laughed loudly. Because it means you can progress smoothly without any problems until level 5. Her words made Haru gasp in surprise. Level 5. How is that possible? Without making him wait, Mimir immediately unleashed her first magic spell. This manager's exclusive book began to detach itself from the row of books on the shelf. She controlled the magic flow, making the book float in the air. Then Mimir handed the book to Haru. Read it, then you'll understand. Haru hesitantly flipped through the first few pages. This is Detailed Theory of Resonance. She gently explained, this place is full of information not suitable for the Ire's cipher, just like the book you're reading. Haru nonchalantly asked, why isn't all this information in the Ire's cipher? Mimir was quite amused by this question. That's a good question. She explained, overload from the trial pages, too much content to verify the successor. For many reasons, only essential information is stored in the Ire's book. That's why Mimir's supplementary well was created. Haru then stared at that mysterious book. So, you mean the master recorded more detailed content in Mimir's well? She answered, exactly. If the Ire's book is a summary guide, then this place can be considered a textbook or reference book. Haru finally understood the problem. Got it. He glanced around the entire study and wondered. So, all the books here are filled with this type of dense information, and as my achievements increase, so does the number of books. Mimir playfully. Exactly. So now, do you know how to achieve the 5th circle? Haru was overconfident again. Of course. With this, I can easily pass the second trial. No sooner had he finished speaking, he was sucked back into the book. Haru lay prostrate in mid-air, panting. Before he even fully opened his eyes, he was already pondering the test. 79 circles. At the same time, a magic circle appeared right before him. Haru thought to himself, synchronizing 100 magic circles in the second trial. First, it took 8 hours to complete. Just thinking about this made him quite confident about this test, but since meeting Mimir as well, I can handle 79 circles at once. Haru sat down deep in thought. Lately, everything I've been doing has been really difficult. After much hesitation, he finally gathered enough determination to complete the test. At this point, I'm confident I can complete all 100 circles, at the earliest by tonight, or at the latest by tomorrow. Haru felt grateful for this coincidence. Getting Mimir's book before the Olympic exam was truly a stroke of luck. The quiet afternoon gave way to the mysterious night. Returning to reality, at the Zin family, he was at the family castle. Haru pondered as he walked. Why did father summon me? Could it be to reward me for the Sao incident? This level of delusion always made him proud that he had defeated that madman. Haru began to feel annoyed that his work was interrupted. I planned to spend the whole day in Mimir's well after school. Why now? But it's still important, the maid announced anew. "My lord, Sir Haru has arrived," he said coldly. "Come in." He respectfully greeted the head of the Zen family. "Father." Before Haru was his father's displeased expression. Inu growled, "Sit down. I'll get straight to the point." He initially acknowledged his son. "Unlike last time, this time, you didn't contribute 100%, but it's undeniable that you contributed more than half. Combined with last time, your share in the monostone mining is 26%. He quietly sat still and listened to his father speak. "Yes." Inu highly valued his son's demeanor. "You've brought us a huge profit, so you deserve a reward." Despite his stern face, he was gentle with Haru. "Is there anything you want?" He frowned and replied, "Yes, there is." Then he boldly stated what he wanted. "I want the ancient relic kept deep in the family's vault." Inu felt this request was as easy to fulfill as eating the meal. An ancient relic. Alright, you don't believe those absurd, fanciful stories about hidden secrets in ancient relics, do you? They're just artifacts. Haru replied firmly. "No, I don't think that way. I don't really care about ancient relics. I believe that even legends hold truth." Seeing his son so resolute, he had to give in. "You're still too young to believe such far-fetched stories." Inu was helpless, but still accepted the request. "If that's your choice, I'll respect it, but you can only take one item." Having achieved his goal, he smiled happily. "Yes, thank you, father." He still maintained his extremely displeased expression and asked, "So, which ancient relic do you want?" Haru replied without hesitation. "Yes, I want." He didn't hesitate at all. "The one in the family's treasure vault." Haru wanted his father to give him the magic robe secretly kept in the glass cabinet. He stated firmly, "J. Belbaner's robe." Not a second of hesitation. The father and son moved to the God Mage family's treasure vault. Inhyu's butler had arranged the robe as requested, and presented it to him in Haru's presence. He handed the box containing the family's precious treasure to his youngest son and instructed him, "Please, I hope you won't regret this choice." He held the box in his hand with a determined look. "Yes, thank you, father." Father. Nevertheless, Inu is still worried about his son's immaturity for believing in such a foolish thing. "You're truly too young," he repeatedly reminded him. "Dedicate yourself to training so you don't have regrets later. If you want to come back." Haru smiled slightly, his eyes steady. "It's okay." His car sped off at light speed after leaving the mansion. Haru was absolutely certain. Most of the ancient relics our family owns are genuine. Then he stared at the treasure he had just received from his father. J. Belbaner's robe. But Haru still seemed to have some doubts. If this was truly his master's robe, a 30% share of the magic stone mining rights would be nothing. He suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait, but was this truly his master's robe? Haru immediately opened the box to check. What if it's a fake? The dazzling light from the robe startled him. Haru was stunned. He held the robe in his hands, completely bewildered. Isn't this pure magic thread? Perhaps much like you can thoroughly understand these theories about magic thread. Magic thread. A superb technique where magic stones are refined and spun into threads using crafting technology from all over the world. Only fewer than 30 artisans can handle magic thread. Haru was taken aback by the material the robe was made of. This isn't something that merely uses a partial magic thread. Instead, the entire robe is made of full magic thread. Moreover, how could such advanced technology exist in that era? Compared to this, recent artifacts made from magic thread can't even compare. I've never seen anything like it. That robe kept him speechless this whole time. A moment later, Haru had returned to his house. He sat on the bed, dazed, gazing at the robe, unable to let go. Haru suddenly noticed the writing on the hem of the robe. A signature here. And this terrible handwriting. He frowned. It's definitely my master's. I see it every day, so I'm used to it. Haru always makes sure to find whatever he wants. He raised the robe again and wondered, but what is this? Structure. He carefully noticed the luminous part on the inside of the robe. Are the inner and outer layers reversed? Haru began to deduce like Detective Conan. Another reason why magic thread is difficult to handle is because the inner and outer layers must be structured differently. The inner layer is designed to enhance mana conduction and usage efficiency. The outer layer is designed to block mana conduction to minimize damage. He pieced the logic together, but the structure of this robe was completely opposite. That means the outer layer enhances the efficiency of magic operation and takes more damage, while the inner layer prevents mana loss, reducing the wearer's mana leakage. Of course, those deductions were logical. He didn't believe it. His master wouldn't make such a mistake. Haru could only accept it. So it's designed to be worn inside out. He spread the robe out on the bed and examined it carefully. Staring at the luminous layer for a long time, Haru saw no difference compared to the outside. Even reversed, the structure of the outer and inner layers is still the same. He kept pondering. So it was intentionally designed that way, but for what purpose? Haru was full of doubts. Is this really an ancient relic? Now I understand why father let it rot in the warehouse. Suddenly, he was once again drawn into Mimia's book. She was calmly sitting and reading a book. Then Haru suddenly appeared in front of her, calling out loudly, "Mimia!" She smiled. "Oh, successor, you're here?" Mimia was surprised to see the cloak in Haru's hand. That is. Then, quick-witted, she ran over to take a look. "What? Isn't that Day's cloak?" Her eyes lit up brightly. "Successor, you found this. Your luck is unbelievable." Haru was half skeptical, but this cloak seemed a bit strange. He then gave the cloak to Mimia, making her ponder for a long time. "What?" Suddenly, Mimia screamed, making Haru, standing opposite her, jump in surprise. She repeated the question from their first meeting. "Successor, you're still in the second round, aren't you?" Haru felt confused. Yes, that's right." Mimia began to make some sarcastic remarks. "Well, it's only natural that you wouldn't know then." This time, the arrogant boy humbly replied, "Don't keep thinking about it yourself. So how will you use this?" She heard the question and put on a secretive look. "I'm sorry, successor. I'm sorry, but I can't explain anything about this cloak." Haru was surprised. Why?" She immediately returned the cloak to him. "No, I'll give it back." Then Mimia stood with her arms crossed and explained. "Banner-style magic possesses a special spell." Suddenly, her face turned pale, her words stumbling over each other. Haru, hearing the clue, immediately pressed for more details. "A special spell?" Mimia began clutching her head, a look of panic on her face. "Come to think of it, I can't mention the name of that spell?" Forget it, but she had to answer his questions. "Let me say again. Banner-style magic possesses a special spell. A spell called Chanfab." Haru stammered, bewildered. "Chanfab?" Mimia affirmed, her hands on her hips. "That's right. Unlike the magic you're using. This is truly the true Chanfab." He was still skeptical. "What? So the magic I'm using isn't real?" She said nonchalantly. "Well, unfortunately, that's exactly the accurate way to put it. Regarding this Chanfab, I can't reveal anything until you, the successor, reach a certain level." But Haru still pressed for an answer. "Is it some kind of restriction?" Mimia, however, didn't hesitate to explain. This cloak is an artifact that exists to aid magic." Haru sighed in relief. "So I can't explain anything about this cloak either." "That's all," she said with delight. "So cool. Exactly, you catch on quickly." "Successor." He looked down and pondered. "So, what level do I need to reach to get an explanation about this cloak?" Mimia started to hesitate. "That is." Then, looking up at Haru, she answered firmly, "The 5th magic circle." Hearing that, he froze on the spot. She explained in detail. "You must master the 5th magic circle and overcome many challenges. Banner-style magic truly begins with mastering the 5th magic circle first." Haru began practicing the second test. He tried to change this magic circle. 98. Finally, Haru completely broke the magic circle. 99. 100. He let out a proud sigh of relief. Finally, success. Suddenly, his master's voice came from above. "Congratulations!" Haru jumped and turned around. "This voice! Master. His master encouraged him. It was very difficult to pass this second test. You did well. Now I will teach you how to cast the third magic circle. Haru hadn't even had time to be overwhelmed by the previous magic circle, and now he had to be ready to fight again. The third magic circle. Shimmering magic circles began to appear. Third level of Banner-style magic. The third infinite magic circle. Interference. He was stunned. Magic circle. Interference. Back to reality. Haru had finished studying Mimir's book. He sat quietly in a corner, thinking to himself, so, I've mastered the second test. Then he encouraged himself. Now it's time to practice the interference magic circle. Haru held the powerful books in his hands and smiled. Without Mimir's cloak and book, this test would have taken much longer. The previous night, at Mimir's well, her words were etched deeply in his mind. He can only use it after mastering the 5th level magic circle and passing test number 5 in Banner's magic. True magic only appears after mastering the 5th level magic circle. Since he had only just mastered the 2nd level magic circle, Haru had no choice but to accept it. Well, nothing I can do, he considered until he reached level 5. I guess I'll have to put this cloak away for now. Seeing Haru's decision, Mimir asked again in a panic. Wait, successor, what are you saying? Why would you waste something so precious by putting it in storage? Haru, with his goldfish brain, couldn't understand her. So, what am I supposed to use it for? The inner and outer layers of the mana fabric are reversed, so it can't be used anymore anyway. Mimir, fuming with anger, snatched the cloak away. Then give it to me. Her expression changed instantly. This cloak can keep mana inside, preventing it from leaking out, helping you achieve a state of mana saturation. That explanation successfully made Haru understand. She activated her big brain mode. When mana is saturated, the infinite magic circle will spin faster than usual. So the mana flowing to the brain will also increase, right? In other words, your brain will inherit this excess mana, helping to recover mental energy faster, just like accumulated fatigue in the body. Haru only now began to realize the cloak's usefulness. I see, if I wear this cloak, I can reduce my sleep time, right? Mimir returned the cloak to him, and then subtly jabbed. And you said you understood. She winked, emphasizing one thing. Wearing this cloak, you won't need to sleep anymore. Haru clutched the cloak in shock. Huh? No need to sleep at all? Mimir spoke confidently. That's right. Just wear it for about 5 hours a day, and you'll maintain your best state. She noted. Moreover, it's just a side effect. It's fine to tell the successor, because this isn't the cloak's true power. Haru, seeing how valuable the cloak was, became impatient. I really want to quickly master the 4th tier spell circle. Mimir warned, but you know this only works for you, right? For others, it's poison. Don't lend it to anyone. Haru happily replied, of course I know. With such an item, the upcoming test will be easier. 2 days later, he always wore the cloak ever since he understood its value. Haru frowned, still unable to find an explanation for the interference spell. He agonized over it for a long time. I've tried many times, but something is still missing. It feels like I'm about to understand the interference spell circle, but Haru's eyes were fixed on Mimir's book. Interference. The lines on that page read, the 3rd tier spell circle in Banner-style magic carries the power to control others' mana. To do that, it needs to be 100% synchronized with that person's mana. He felt confused. Is this the definition of an interference spell circle, to be able to affect others' mana? Haru was amused. That sounds interesting, doesn't it? After that, he pondered somewhat indifferently about the recent test. Actually, I wasn't expecting anything. I never thought the second test was just a stepping stone to practice the interference spell circle. He continued to read the notes in the magic book. To achieve a 3rd tier spell circle, one needs to resonate the resonance spell circle and synchronize with the surrounding mana. At this point, Haru's eyes lit up with hope. Just keep resonating gradually. The 3rd tier spell circle will form. He was filled with determination. Alright, this time I'll definitely succeed. Haru immediately closed his eyes and controlled the surging mana flow in his body. By completely merging the abundant mana in the air and the mana already saturated in his body, streams of magic began to be infused into his body. It felt like building a new home. Haru focused on forming small streams of mana to surround himself. Those mischievous mana forms ran in circles around the magic circle he immediately noticed, creating a home right within his own body. Mana is being absorbed. The sound of mana directly affected Haru's hearing. Let's play together. Over here. I hear the sound of mana. He gleefully thought to himself. This is amazing. Then he began to sink into the enjoyment of the mana flow. It's so warm. I don't want to leave at all. Haru went into full chill mode. How refreshing. If I've reached this point, I'll soon master it. Just by continuing to resonate like this. He turned and told them to play a new game. They immediately asked back, "What are we playing?" The mana forms twisted into a dance, creating a playground. Holding hands in a circle, singing, dancing, and becoming one. This caused Haru's body to start sweating like a flood. It's too hot. Even if the mana amplification rate differs by just 1%, my body still won't be able to absorb it. But he was capable enough to control this mana flow by managing 1% of it. Mana had stabilized within Haru's body. Gradually, he reduced the amplification rate to 0.01%. Mana gradually created a magic circle silently, unnoticed by anyone. The night receded to make way for dawn. Haru finally completed controlling mana after a long night. He was exhausted. Then he unconsciously widened his eyes. After soaking in a pool of sweat all night, Haru finally felt relieved. Done! He began to cast magic. First level magic circle. Calm mind! This time, Haru masterfully controlled to intersecting magic circles. Second level magic circle. Resonance! And now 4. He clenched his hand, ready for this decisive move. Haru shouted loudly. The third infinite magic circle. Haru felt satisfied after all his efforts. I finally completed the third magic circle. Disruption circle. The fire of determination in his heart burned intensely. I need to get stronger as fast as possible to reach the 5-circle master level. Clear sunlight spread over the lush green forest and filtered through the tree canopies. Haru was lying on a tree root, deep in thought about the test. He propped his legs up and laid down fully stretched. A survival combat test? Information appeared from the system on Haru's watch. It's a large-scale test in a vast training area. In the mountainous region of Gangwon Province, the test duration is 32 hours, and all students are equipped with a special artifact. The system provided detailed data. A simple test where you just need to survive as long as possible within a steadily shrinking area for 32 hours. Haru's face remained impassive. Alright, it's time to move. However, this test is much tougher than previous ones. If there's a difference, it's that you don't just have to survive against monster attacks, but also deal with other students. Of course, you need to survive while earning points. Brown birds suddenly flew across his path, signaling the challenges of this test. Jihon and his barrier walls suddenly ambushed him from below the tree root. Got behind him. Die, Haru! But he wasn't easy to deal with either. With just one palm strike, he casually and quickly dodged it. Then CEO Haru jumped to the ground, provoking Jihon. He challenged, "You're good at dodging, huh? But I've got your rhythm now." He didn't hesitate and punched him straight in the face. But before he could do anything, this coward used his defense. Barrier. Idiot. What can you do with just a fist? Haru was calmer now than ever. He immediately used the 3 spell circles he had just acquired to break through Jihon's barrier. Interruption. In just a moment, a crack began to appear on that barrier. Scared, he started to panic. What? Jihon's old, stale moves were initially thwarted by Haru. Barrier. He, along with the pile of debris, was knocked face down to the ground. Jihon glared at his opponent with daggers in his eyes. After explaining, Hazu uttered a few provocative words. He sighed in exasperation. Hazu held the intertwined spell circles tightly in his hand and smiled victoriously. He recalled the glorious moment. Jihon was sent flying 1,000 meters when Hazu unleashed his interruption move. He was still unconscious, sprawled on the floor, when the announcement echoed. After that, Hazu calmly walked away. The system announced. This victory made him even more narcissistic. Hazu thought to himself. Suddenly, a strange shadow zipped past Hazu from behind. He glanced at the wind rushing past his cheek with caution. Suddenly, the forest behind him erupted in flames, leaving him no time to react. Fireball. Hazu was completely stunned by the fire. A pack of blood-clawed wolves emerged from the flames and advanced towards him, like the thirst of the green forest. Blood-clawed wolves, I'm surrounded. But Hazu remained very calm. He warmed up a bit before attacking them, stretching his arms and provoking them. Well, a normal student would complain about having to fight continuously. Hazu said arrogantly. The alpha wolf began to howl, signaling its pack to attack. Seeing them pounce, Hazu immediately used his interruption move and taunted. In the real world, Seohai was intently watching him fight. She called out the names of Hazu's friends, Adela, Suchin. Seohai smiled proudly. Jihon acknowledged his talent. If things continue like this until the end, they will easily make it into the top 10. That red-headed Park Jun sitting over there still had to make a few sarcastic remarks, but isn't it really hard to last until the end? Seohai calmly said, by the way, it seems there's no one left. Doubting Hazu's skills anymore, on the screen, he still held the upper hand. Then she turned to ask him, who was staring blankly at the match. Instructor Chang-Soo. He smiled. Yes, that's right. Park Ian, who was eavesdropping next to them, also chimed in. He clearly doesn't look like someone who could be deemed uncompetitive and dismissed. This forced Seohai to immediately retort, dismissed. He excelled at the top position in all previous training exercises. She showed him the rankings, and even now, he's leading with a significant score difference. It's just that Seohai pondered Hazu's abilities. What's even more astonishing is how he knew the habits of a bloodclaw wolf, and deliberately didn't kill it until it called its entire pack. That's also extraordinary. When a bloodclaw wolf howls, the entire pack will rush over, even if they're 5 kilometers away, using that habit to accumulate kill points. Park Ian once again spoke sarcastically. At this rate, we can hope for a victory for Olympias. At the same time, in the forest where Hazu was fighting the blood wolves, he started to feel utterly exhausted after a long, drawn-out fight. With this much, Hazu smugly checked the system, leaving the collapsed wolves where they lay. I got about 60 points, right? Suddenly, his entire body began to shake, leaving him no time to react. Huh? Hazu was suddenly thrown into the air by a block of ice that surged up from below. What is this? An earthquake? No way. The ground is moving. He was utterly panicked. This thing is. Hazu was now standing on a gigantic block of ice, frantic, a body as big as an elephant, with an emerald on its back. The tiny block of ice he was standing on was actually an emerald turtle with a tongue as long as a scroll. Emerald turtle. Hazu was somewhat more cautious this time. Why would such a rare monster be here? Hazu quickly regained his composure to land safely on the ground. He was wary of this monstrous creature. This is my first time seeing it up close. Hazu was ready. Alright, let's fight. Back in reality, at Obelix Academy, the evaluation tower in the outdoor training ground, Seohai felt concerned. Hazu and an emerald turtle. Jihon gently explained the battle's procedure. Initially, it's about escaping danger, and the purpose of this is to expand the range of available options. For example, students cooperating with each other. It's a rare type of monster introduced into the main training ground. She was restless. No matter how much of a genius Hazu is, he can't possibly confront that thing alone. In the battle, Hazu was intently analyzing the turtle's psychology. Emerald turtle, an ancient turtle-like reptile monster equivalent to class 4 of C rank. Characterized by strong defense, it is the natural enemy of mages. The emerald turtle roared, its long tongue splattering saliva everywhere. It angrily stomped its foot where he stood, creating a hole in the ground. The small Hazu was simply sent flying. Even in the face of death, he still fantasized, if I catch this monster, I'll get a huge amount of kill points. The turtle used its claw to stab Hazu's nape. He flinched and immediately used a defensive layer to block, a barrier. Hazu's barrier was still intact for a moment, but of course, that barrier was just a small fry before this turtle's claws. Those claws shattered the barrier and sent him flying off the map. Seohai still trusted Hazu's power, avoiding attacks by using the barrier as a stepping stone. Park Iron's face was tense, but the barrier wasn't strong enough. The Emerald Turtle was not an easy opponent to deal with, even for a level 6 magician. He didn't hesitate to use magic to make the turtle burst into flames, mountain fire. Then he quickly landed on the ground and stared intently at the smoke in front of him. Seeing no sound, Hazu became cocky. Did it work? The Emerald Turtle was also well known. It stood tall amidst the billowing smoke, completely unharmed by his attack. Hazu was so shocked his jaw dropped. No way. He could only run for his life. This is not easy at all. Even a level 5 mage can't defeat this monster by themselves. Seeing its opponent fleeing for dear life, the turtle chased after him. Hazu was extremely flustered as he saw death approaching. It must have mana in it, so it's faster than I thought, isn't it? That unconscious thought made him pause for a few seconds. Wait, it has mana in it? But Hazu, daringly, still turned back to confront it. I think I have something I need to try. He knelt down and channeled mana into his legs, enhancing their power. Yet, before he could finish channeling, Hazu was sent flying away by the turtle. He could only run headlong, a powerful force capable of felling a giant tree with a single ram. If it gets hit, even once, it won't be able to recover. The Emerald Turtle repeatedly struck the spot where he stood, making Hazu so frantic that he could only scream, "If I keep running like this, I won't be able to win. I have to fight again." The turtle was preparing to deliver its final blow to finish him off. Then Hazu suddenly used a defensive layer to control its power, a barrier. Of course, the large foot of this creature still put him at a disadvantage. What kind of power is this? Hazu began to use all his vitality to make the barrier stronger. I underestimated it. I can't even block this attack. Resonance! He gritted his teeth, holding his ground. The Emerald Turtle lost its temper and began to roar fiercely. This is a direct confrontation. Right after an attack, it won't be able to move until its strength recovers. Hazu seized this opportunity to cast magic. Right now, seal. The barrier disappeared, and he swiftly ran directly beneath the turtle's hard shell. Hazu used all his intelligence. I remember reading in a picture book as a child that a dual attack from an emerald turtle creates immense pressure on its joints. Right now, after an attack, when it can't move until its joints regain strength, is the perfect time. He flew into the air and prepared to strike the turtle. Then Hazu used magic to create a freezing ice sword and stabbed straight down. This is my chance, ice spear. The people at Obelix Academy were astonished, mouths agape. They froze, eyes glued to Hazu performing his magic. His ice spear plunged straight into the emerald turtle's back, making it spit blood. Interruption activated. The emerald turtle was in pain, blood gushing from its mouth. Then this reptilian monster was defeated by Hazu. He hadn't fully recovered from this classic victory. I won. The system began to appear from the watch. The system announced, Hazu has received 1,000 points. This made him immensely proud. Great. Blinding sunlight pierced through the tree canopies. At the same time, at the mansion of the magic god, the patriarch of the Shin family and Jihon were intently watching Hazu fight on TV. Inuuk smiled contentedly. He was smug. Although the emerald turtle is weak against ice elements, I still don't understand how it did it with only 3rd level magic. Do you know? He was also stumped by this question. Excuse me, I don't know either. But Jihon still confidently stated his knowledge. It seems so, and of course, there will also be resistance. The food source is very important in survival tests. He has very good judgment. Inuuk was again smug. I wouldn't raise him to be so weak. That's right. At the same time, Hazu was carrying several kilograms of emerald turtle meat back. Jihon hesitated. Patriarch, May I ask something? He also didn't understand. What is it? He said gravely. Why is young Hazu acting so boldly? Clearly, if you consider the monitoring actions of young Jihon and Miss C, you'll realize those actions are very harmful. Inuak affirmed without hesitation. Those were all deliberate actions. Siak Hyan respectfully replied, yes. As he spoke, he proudly watched his youngest son grilling turtle meat. In the past, when magic was still limited, Hazu was naturally eliminated from the family struggle, and as a result, his status in the family has been terrible recently. Then Inuyuke declared grandly, but now it's different. Even he couldn't understand his son's power. Hazu has, I don't know how, but he has received a great power. He has also made significant progress in magic. Inuak recounted the moment the young man came to meet him. 2 months before the Olympics, he requested protection from harassment by his older siblings. His words made Siak Hyan standing beside him widen his eyes in surprise, to present himself as conspicuously as possible, to do something extraordinary if capable. He planned to draw the world's attention and elevate his status in the family, building influence as quickly as possible. Inuyuke beamed with satisfaction, and after 2 months of that protection, he must be certain that Jihon and C surveillance is no longer an issue. Meanwhile, Hazu was happily cooking the level for reptile meat. Sprinkle some seasoning. The patriarch on his side was still proud. What a decisive person. In the silent night surrounded by mountains and forests, the bright moonlight shone faintly from above. Hazu sat on a fallen tree trunk, a piece of meat placed on a flickering fire nearby. On the first day of survival training, from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., all confrontations were strictly forbidden. He held the cooked meat in his hand, furrowing his brow and thinking, I know this was set for safety reasons, but if we make things easier for students like this, it differs from the original rules. Their skills won't improve much. Hazu's eyes were stern. In some countries, outdoor training schools have stricter rules than the academies, and this needs to change. He glanced over and pulled on his cloak, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, this time, we can bring magic tools, so it's good that I can recover my strength with Master's Cloak. Without further thought, Hazu turned his attention back to his dinner. Alright, that's done. Later, he happily rubbed his stomach, holding a clean bone. I ate too much. Suddenly noticing something, he turned his head sharply, alert. Behind the bush, Sachin was slightly surprised. Haru next to him was Adela. Haru was equally surprised. Sachin and Adela, the three sat around the fire. He asked, so how did you two end up coming out of the forest together? Adela chuckled. We fought until past 11 a.m. We weren't arguing. I was overwhelmingly defeated. Haru rubbed his chin and glanced at Sachin. So the match stopped at 11 a.m. You must have crawled towards the delicious smell. Sachin immediately snapped his fingers in approval. You're right. Both drooled profusely with longing eyes. Sachin quickly asked, the smell is so enticing. So when will you give us some? Haru was helpless. Aren't you going, Adela? Then he frowned and reminded them, that's my meat. The two simultaneously gave him sparkling eyes. Hey, what's yours and what's ours? Huh? He closed his eyes, not wanting to look at their pleading faces. Haru could only helplessly reply, I'm just going to throw it away. Maybe you should try some too. Hearing that, the two jumped up in joy and cheered. Sachin eagerly held the large piece of meat in front of him. The smell is truly enticing. Adela happily held a smaller piece of meat carefully placed on a leaf. Thank you for this meal. Sachin smiled widely and took a big bite. She also slowly and deliciously savored it. Haru softly asked, isn't it delicious? Praise immediately rang out. Yes, it's really delicious. Praised, he folded his arms and held his head high with pride. Suddenly, Adela noticed the meat in her hand. She asked doubtfully, meat this? Isn't this sun bear meat? Sun bears are a type of bear monster living in the forest, and they taste delicious when grilled. He was a bit surprised, but quickly replied, ha! No, Adela looked directly and stated her deduction. There are only two types of edible monsters in this training area. She frowned and said sternly, sun bears and emerald turtles. Other monsters are either poisonous or tasteless. so they can't be eaten. Adela looked at the person in front of her with incredulous suspicion. No way, you hunted an emerald turtle? Haru casually pointed and replied loudly, yeah, during the day, in the west area. Sachin munched on his food with puffed cheeks. His eyes wide in surprise. Really? I've only seen emerald turtles online. How did you hunt it? He leaned away, frowning and reminding him, hey, don't talk while eating. Sachin still ate the meat with enthusiasm. As expected, you're amazing. Only Adela remained silent. Her voice chilled a few degrees. I've never heard of a mage with less than 5 circles hunting an emerald turtle. He still smiled lightly and replied, it is. But very quickly, Haru swung his hand up high, shouting loudly, explode, fire. Immediately, a crimson whirlwind shot straight up into the quiet forest. Both were startled by the strong wind. Adela exclaimed in surprise, 3 magic circles. The whirlwind gradually disappeared, and the gust of wind slowly subsided. She stared, shouting in disbelief, no way, transformation magic, 6 circles. Haru's expression didn't change at all. He calmly retracted his hand and glanced over. He quickly turned his head, avoiding the admiring glances of the other two. Oh, how surprising, it's actually edible. Haru thought to himself, with Master's magic, even if it's only 3 circles, but both eagerly stepped closer. Sachin asked, I have no choice but to keep it a secret now. Wow, how did you win? Did you aim for the head of the emerald turtle? Haru said softly, no, I just pierced it from its shell. He stood closer, interrogating, does that even make sense? Haru crossed his arms and gave a forced smile. That's what happened. His voice echoed, it's being live-streamed from an academy drone, so you can rewatch the footage after it ends. Haru smirked, no, I think I'll watch it first, right? Sachin's face went blank, not understanding anything. Adela next to him had a look of great interest. He raised an eyebrow at them. Tomorrow we will fight, fair and square. Sachin excitedly cheered, oh my, we can't beat you. Adela just gave a faint smile. Good, then good luck. She confidently said, her hair blowing in the wind, I also have something I want to show you. Round the forest, a barrier briefly appeared. It quickly became the second day of the survival test. In the large room, a group of people sat observing the situation. One of them spoke up, 2 hours left. The survival circle has shrunk, and now there are only 4 people left. Who will stand victorious in this battle for survival? A new day dawned, a beautiful morning with soft sunlight caressing the mountain slopes. Haru walked leisurely through the forest, hands in his pockets. Suddenly, a torrent of mana rushed towards him. He sensed danger and glanced at the source of the energy. Haru swung his hand, instantly releasing mana, Wind Blast. 2 powerful forces collided, creating a massive explosion in midair. Sanguk's lips curled up, and his voice slowly echoed, so, we're back to the supernova stage, are we? In an instant, he bounded off a tree and leaped lightly. Then he jumped down from above, aiming directly at Haru below. He recoiled, dodging the fatal blow from above. Haru looked in shock at what flashed past him, too fast. He leaned back, avoiding the opponent's leg swing. Haru braced himself on the ground, gritting his teeth as he looked up at the person in front of him. This, he thought wordly. That's just the beginning, and close combat is what I'm worried about. A roundhouse kick came flying, just barely missing, too fast and too powerful. Sanguk stood backlit by the sun, his eyes confident. Haru, meeting me here is bad luck for you. Haru thought, a close combat mage, Sanguk, then smirked and replied with interest, sorry about that, but I think it's good luck. Going back in time to a large academy. Sanguk turned and walked away, leaving a groaning figure sprawled in pain on the ground. He looked up, standing behind a few girls who were fawning over him. Indeed, Sanguk's body enhancement magic is the strongest. He just slightly tilted his body, his gaze meeting Haru. For 2 years, he's been one of the 2 best fighters here. Returning to reality, facing Sanguk directly, he couldn't help but exclaim, just as expected from body enhancement magic. He changed his gaze, looking serious at the enthusiastic person, He's not someone I can easily defeat. Haru clenched his hand into a fist, summoning a powerful stream of mana. If that's the case, I will too. He stepped back, swung his arm, preparing a punch, body enhancement, fighting him in close combat. Seeing this, Sanguk immediately summoned mana and laughed with interest. A direct and fair fight. Huh, cool. At this moment, at the outdoor training ground of Obelix Academy, the evaluation room, Seohing looked up at the big screen and assessed. It seems Haru and Sanguk both chose to fight with body enhancement magic. Jihon rested his chin, a bit doubtful. This fight clearly benefits Sanguk, doesn't it? Over the past 2 years, his combat ability has clearly been top-notch. He even won the International Youth Body Enhancement Magic Championship. Shang Su gravely added, however, considering yesterday's Emerald Turtle battle, Haru's abilities are immeasurable. He agilely leaned back, dodging Sanguk's punch. Haru's eyes widened as he secretly activated his Devil's Eye. Immediately, he calculated, I see his mana flow. His mana is concentrated on enhancing his fist. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, Haru looked down at the incoming kick. No, it's moving down to his knee. He quickly created a barrier to block the kick, meaning a leg-breaking technique. Haru pressed his lips together, looking at the shield that had developed several cracks. As expected, that kick is really strong, but if I use a magic shield, I can push him back. Sanguk stepped back slightly, surprised to see the shield in front of him shatter. He froze, secretly exclaiming, he even destroyed the shield? Sanguk looked at his opponent, who was summoning mana, in surprise. I've never seen this magic before. Is this truly the return of the genius Mage? He smirked excitedly. The rumors really aren't just baseless. Sanguk leaned back, gracefully dodging Haru's attack. This is getting interesting, but I have my pride too. He bared his teeth, looking confident. I won't lose in close combat. Realizing the moment he'd been waiting for had arrived, Haru raised his arm, gathering a powerful source of mana. Now's my chance. His powerful punch swiftly flew forward. Sanguk's eyes widened as he raised his hand to block the strong punch. He was astonished, unable to believe it. What? In the evaluation room, Seohai and Jihon frantically jumped up, exclaiming in unison, he blocked that punch. Haru flipped backward, avoiding Sanguk's kick. He frowned suspiciously, carefully observing the person in front of him. He saw that move. His combat instincts aren't bad, even excellent. If I fake an attack with fire magic, even if he uses defensive magic, his hands won't escape injury. In an instant, an image of Sanguk with burned arms appeared. Thinking this, Haru pulled his leg back to gain momentum and lunged forward. Sanguk flinched in surprise, watching him continue to attack. Too fast. He immediately hunched over, intending to use his hands to block the attack as before. Haru raised an eyebrow and chuckled mockingly. Ha! Are you going to defend again? He swung his leg hard, kicking Sanguk, and loudly shouted a reminder. This exposed side. He gritted his teeth, his brows furrowed in pain. The body enhancement on his hand was fake. It was a feint. Sanguk stared in disbelief at Haru, who was smirking, wondering when he had so quickly used enhancement magic on his leg. He clutched the side that had been kicked, feeling an agonizing pain. Damn it. It seems my ribs are broken. But Sanguk showed no concern, instead grinning with delight even though he was drenched in sweat. But I'm a warrior. I can endure this much pain and entrust everything to my instincts. He quickly returned to a combat-ready stance. Attack. Attack is a warrior's instinct. Seeing this, Haru just coldly reminded him, if you rely too much on power, your body will shatter. Sanguk paid no mind, directly jumping high to aim a kick at him. But with just one counterattack, he was sent flying backward. Isn't he too energetic? Sanguk angrily gritted his teeth, trying to keep himself from falling. His feet had barely paused on the ground when he suddenly felt a great force rushing toward him. Haru swung a powerful punch straight to the chin, sending his opponent falling backward. His body lost gravity and fell hard to the ground. He shook his hand, looking at Sanguk lying on the ground with wide, staring eyes. According to his calculations, in that moment, He had concentrated all his mana under his chin to minimize damage. He lay motionless on the ground, letting out a few small cries. His chin, which had taken the full punch, was bright red and smoking. Haru chuckled, pulling at his shirt to wipe away a few drops of sweat from his face. As expected, his combat instinct is excellent. He glanced at the new notification on his digital watch. Not just his offensive ability, but also his defensive ability. He's certainly not easy to deal with. The sky was then late afternoon, with a gentle orange-yellow sunlight, and in just a moment, it gradually transitioned to night. The barrier surrounding the forest glowed again and then gradually shrank. Haru touched the watch on his wrist, thinking, only 3 people left. His eyes immediately became wary. No, now there are only 2 people. In front of him was Adela. She smiled softly, her long hair flowing in the wind. Good evening. Isn't tonight beautiful? In an instant, her expression became serious as she faced him. In the city, on a beautiful morning, sunlight shone down on a luxurious skyscraper. In a dark room, a large screen was replaying the scene of Haru skillfully using magic and the battle against Sanguk. Hard to believe. No way, in a nationwide televised academic test. That thing in the end became the last survivor. She slammed her hand down furiously and yelled, "We can't let it be touched. It's clearly getting more and more out of control." Seiya bit her nails anxiously. At this rate, Hazu will become the successor candidate again. No, this is unforgivable. Absolutely not. Absolutely impossible, right, big brother? The person next to her just remained silent, not bothering to reply. Getting no response, Seiya cautiously glanced over, her voice lowering. "Brother, say something. It defeated that emerald turtle by itself." Thinking of the emerald turtle being defeated, she felt resentful and annoyed. How could it defeat the emerald turtle? It was a live stream test, so not just on the internet. Father must have watched it too. Seiya angrily slammed her hand on the table, the entire family as well. Jihon, sitting next to her, sighed helplessly and finally spoke. "Seiya, please, calm down a bit." "Okay." She clutched her face, which was drenched in sweat, her expression distorted, and yelled, "No, no, no. How can I be calm in this situation?" Suddenly, Seiya stopped, her brows furrowed tightly. "This is..." Jihon tilted his head, leaning on his hand, his voice deep and threatening. "I won't say it twice." As if an obsession was triggered, she trembled and whispered, "I'm sorry, brother. I'll shut up, brother. Please, don't punish me." He smirked and chuckled. "Punish?" Jihon gently smiled, walked over and patted Seiya's head, appearing kind. "What are you talking about, Seiya?" Her face turned pale, scared to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. "Why would I punish you?" He smiled, but it was eerie and terrifying. "We're siblings, after all." Seiya, as if granted a blessing, prostrated herself on the ground, her voice trembling. "Thank you, big brother." Jihon turned around, his voice low. "Hazu, that guy is always so cunning, snatching away all the good opportunities." He covered his face with his hand, smiling sinisterly. "We're siblings, but if he keeps stirring things up like this, I can't let him be." At this moment, a huge explosion suddenly erupted in the forest. Adela hunched over, summoning magic. "Moonlight bullet. This time I won't fall for your trap, because today, I've watched your battle tens, even hundreds of times." She recalled their previous battle and thought, that day, you drew the sun to your side, didn't you? But tonight's battle, it will be different. Under the faint blue moonlight, the entire forest gleamed with an ethereal light. Adela pointed, creating a small magic circle, stating with certainty, "I won't give you a chance to counterattack." Very quickly, her magic circle blocked the immense amount of mana from the explosion. Hazu quickly dodged the arrows. He glanced at an arrow that grazed his shoulder, making it bleed, and realized, consecutive moonlight bullets. The number of shots is different from the midterm evaluation. Hazu thought helplessly, it's impossible to dodge all of them. On the other side, she cast magic while speaking. Magic users who focus on control and skill will weaken against simple long-range attacks. Adela's eyes were sharp and quick, filled with confidence. She extended her hand and yelled, "This is your weakness. I will surpass you, your skills, your efforts, everything." Another large explosion erupted from Hazu's direction. He gritted his teeth, his brows tightly furrowed in the dust. Hazu created a shield, blocking the incoming mana, weakness or whatever. Then, his eyes lit up, the corner of his mouth curving. "This is also just using pure force to push me into a weak spot. What decision have you analyzed and made after all?" Adela raised an eyebrow and let out a proud laugh. Hazu still strenuously defended against the continuous strong attacks from the arrows. He secretly praised her, of course, even throwing all her resources into this battle. That's not something just anyone can do. The heir of the esteemed Simbi family truly is different, isn't she? And this, Hazu waved his hand and asked loudly, "Adela, since when have you reached the 4th magic circle?" One hand, hidden behind him, had already summoned and accumulated mana, Deep Freeze. She stopped attacking, her hair flying in the smoke. "Indeed, you recognized it immediately." Hazu secretly released mana, thinking, "I need to conceal the attack with a smoke screen." That mana slowly approached from behind Adela. She wasn't wary at all, calmly replying, "I reached the 4th magic circle 4 days ago. Oh, and not just that." Adela slowly closed her eyes, her tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxing. She spread her arms, feeling the air around her. Her hair swept up by the wind. Behind the mana arrow, a light shone like moonlight. Adela slowly stepped forward. "Now, I won't fall for such an obvious trick anymore," she said, waving her hand casually without even opening her eyes. With that, she gently leaned back to dodge, conveniently swinging her hand to destroy the mana. Adela's eyes snapped open, her pupils slightly changed. Hazu was briefly astonished and bewildered. That's Mind's Eye, not just the 4th magic circle, but also mastering Mind's Eye. Isn't this too much? Mind's Eye, a secret magic possessed by Adela's esteemed Stiter family on her maternal side in France. It's a detection-type divine eye, similar to the ruby eyes of Kang In, the Blue Tower Master. The current Adela is a combination of the Simbi family's strength and agility, with the Stiter family's explosive power, making her overly formidable. Hazu covered his mouth in the dust, sighing in admiration. "This is what you call a monster in human form." Adela immediately summoned magic circles. "Now, I'll fight with everything I've got." She cast a sharp, determined glance. "I'm not foolish enough to hold back against you." Adela cast her inherited magic, launching an attack at Hazu. "The magic you used to defeat the Emerald Turtle, when do you plan to use it?" Hazu looked up at the large bright spots in the air. He casually raised an eyebrow in challenge. I was just about to use it." Very quickly, a light also flashed in his deep red pupils. God's Eye. Adela's Moonlight Bullet. Light attribute mana 27.74. Dark attribute mana 71.33. Water attribute mana 0.93. Consecutive casting 12 turns using Zellen's formula. Peli and concentrated through the spiral of Fania's equation. Hazu covered his face with one hand and swung the other forward. Disrupt. His power, in an instant, blew all the arrows in different directions. Adela was astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief. Moonlight Bullet veered off course and missed just before hitting the target. What the hell did you do? How? Hazu just gave a faint smile. TCH, from your perspective, what do you think I did? Can you see it with your mind's eye? That evening, under the bright moonlight, the entire Mage Council mansion was lit up. Someone holding a glass of wine asked in alarm, Hyuk, "What kind of magic is that?" He stood up in disbelief. What kind of magic is that can interfere with a seemingly illogical spell? The person who had just spoken, still in shock, was Sang-Xian, the head of the Mage Council, Adela's father. Both of them were watching her and Hazu's battle on a large screen. Hyuk replied in a low voice, I don't know either." Sang-Xian asked suspiciously, "Hazu didn't tell you anything?" Hyuk closed his eyes and calmly responded, "He didn't say anything." Sang-Xian slowly sat back down. "That's surprising. Hazu's hiding something from you, for once." He smirked, leaning his head on his hand. For over a year now, he stopped being afraid of anything. Still watching the big screen, he continued, "He's hiding a lot of secrets from me." Sang-Qian's expression turned slightly grim, then he softly replied, "I understand. After all those years away from home, Hazu must have changed a lot." In-hyuk, still with his eyes closed, troubled, said, "He's changed so much." He placed a hand on the table, wondering, isn't it true that for a man to mature, he has to experience more of the world? Then he rubbed his chin, frowning in thought. Honestly, I thought he just got lucky in the last midterm assessment. Seeing In-hyuk's knife-sharp gaze directed at him, Sang-Qian gave a forced laugh to smooth things over. Well, it's a bit embarrassing to say this in front of you, but I thought that kid, Hazu, would only shine for a moment and then fade away. He slowly rolled his eyes. You're not wrong at all. I understand. After all, Hazu is still a strange kid. Sang-Qian watched her casting magic on the big screen and continued, before, when he beat our Adela, it wasn't entirely because his magic was stronger. He won thanks to his strategic mind and his unique techniques. He observed the boy simultaneously launching a counterattack. Soon, people will dissect every piece of information about Hazu. And once they discover that, his weaknesses will be exposed, and he'll soon be at a disadvantage. In-hyuk's voice showed agreement. Yes, especially since Adela is a master of information analysis. Hearing his daughter praised, Sang-Qian's voice was full of pride. Absolutely spot on. My daughter's analytical skills are top-notch, you know? But then he bowed his head, sighing, however. On the big screen, she heavily dodged Hazu's counterattack. I must have underestimated that kid. Sang-Qian softly called out the name of the person next to him, In-hyuk. His eyes quietly softened a bit. I'm always grateful to Hazu. When my daughter first lost her sense of purpose, her eyes were completely empty and lifeless. But now, her eyes are sparkling more than ever. Sang-Qian smiled gently. I'm truly grateful that Hazu returned. Adela has also started to regain her motivation. In-hyuk just silently watched him. Then he turned, a smile appearing as he replied, yes, it's something to cherish, isn't it? Under today's bright moonlight, an announcement sounded, the survival battle ends. Survivors, please immediately cease combat. Hazu stood stunned in the swirling smoke. He raised an arm, wanting to shield himself from the dust. His gaze was full of vigilance. The surroundings gradually cleared, revealing the opponent's figure and the cracks in the ground from the duel. Adela braced herself, sighing in relief. Hazu raised an eyebrow, his voice confident. What a shame. If there had been more time, I probably would have won. She wasn't one to concede, proudly retorting, no way. No matter how you look at it, I'm clearly the one who's winning. The two silently stared at each other, full of hostility. Chang-Su quickly ran over with a laugh to mediate. Alright, enough. Both of you calm down. Under the moonlight, the surroundings had returned to their original quiet state. He enthusiastically spoke. Let's head back together. The next day, a beautiful morning at the academy. Adela firmly asserted to the person in front of her, I was the winner yesterday. Hazu crossed his arms, showing his disagreement. Dream on. As usual, I'm the winner. She asked back, unconvinced. Since when is that usual? Adela remained steadfastly resolute. Little by little, I finally figured out your magic power trajectory shifting tactic. 5 minutes is enough. Hazu calmly replied, 5 minutes is enough for your spirit to be drained. You'll lose. Sachin just sat in the middle, silently listening to the endless quarrel between those two. He frowned helplessly and spoke up, seriously, hey, if you want to argue, go argue in your rooms. Don't you know how annoying it is to hear this in my room? But immediately, both turned their heads and shouted in unison, what do you know to butt in? Ha, you 26th rank reject. Sachin almost cried, pointing at the video recording in the distance, but this is my room. I just want us to peacefully watch the recording of the life or death battle together. Soon, cheers rang out with a pile of food on the table. Let's party. How could we not have yogurt? I even prepared pizza, French fries, and drinks. He was both crying and excitedly laughing. Just for you guys, of course. Both of them quickly sat upright in their chairs. Hazu crossed his arms and complained, "Suchin, you're blocking the whole screen." He froze, deeply hurt. Playful sounds echoed throughout the room. The room was once again filled with a noisy, joyful atmosphere. Come on, hurry up. We absolutely have to rewatch it from the beginning. What? It's 14 hours long. That's too much. 14 hours later, dusk began to fall. Above, the faint light shone down on the brightly lit high-rise buildings, creating a beautiful night scene. Inside the room, Hazu and Adela still sat upright in their chairs. Only Suchin was lying exhausted on the floor. He mumbled a few incoherent words in his sleep. Information analysis monster. In the silent space, she suddenly let out a soft laugh. Hazu looked over, puzzled. What are you laughing at? Adela gently took a blanket and walked closer to Suchin, who was fast asleep. I'm laughing because it's too funny. She turned around and gently sat back in her chair. We had to watch a 14-hour analysis video. Hazu also laughed helplessly. It truly is unbelievable. He looked at Suchin, who was sleeping soundly. Honestly, I thought he'd give up halfway and run away. Adela smiled gently. You have a really good friend. Hazu propped his chin up and proudly replied, to me, he's the best friend in the world. A super good friend. Her eyes softened slightly and she whispered, I'm sorry. He was a little surprised and asked, why are you suddenly like this? Adela sadly replied, for a whole year, I pretended not to know you. I wanted to keep my distance, but also wanted to hold on. But now I see that all my past decisions were wrong. I'm sorry. He smiled gently to comfort her. Why are you apologizing? I'm the one who rejected your signals. Hazu's voice softened as he looked down at the person on the floor. I was the one who chose to keep my distance. Don't worry about it. Well, at first, I also chose to keep my distance from him. Suchin sat up with a start. What? Are your words true? Adela was startled and asked, are you awake? Since when? Hazu sighed helplessly and answered for her. He's been awake for a while. It's okay. Hazu closed his eyes and rubbed his wrist. Currently, I'm not the same person I was a year ago. I have new power. The two of them froze for a moment, their eyes wide in confusion. He clenched his hand and raised it in front of him. And I also have reliable friends. I have something I want to show you too. Then, in just a moment, Hazu summoned an abundance of mana. Adela gasped in admiration. That's it. Suchan's eyes were wide, mouth agape, unable to speak. No way. He smiled proudly, looking at the powerful magic in his hand, Moonlight Shot. Suchan, disbelieving, stepped closer, doubtful. So, your transformation magic can target the opponent's magic formula too? He calmly pointed to his eye and replied, that's right, I can even see the magic formulas. The two of them were completely flustered. Adela frowned, covering her mouth. Divine eyes, so that's how you knew my secret art. Hazu adjusted the magic in his hand, slowly explaining, usually secret arts aren't passed outside the family. This is something I analyzed and developed myself. He tested the magic again and shrugged. Of course, I had to observe it multiple times at close range to see if it could work. Adela hesitated and asked again, so how did you pierce the shell of the emerald turtle? Hazu pointed seriously, also with transformation magic. I intervened with its shell and reduced its durability. The shell was actually created from magic. Suchin cheered excitedly, indeed. You really are a monster. Next to him, Adela continued to observe Hazu thoughtfully. He lazily rubbed his chin. No need to explain again how I bent the trajectory of the Moonlight Shot, right? Adela spoke up then. If the condition for using intervention magic is to completely understand the opponent's magic, then it's not that you didn't use intervention magic from the beginning, but that you couldn't. Hazu nodded, laughing in praise. Exactly, you catch on quickly. During this match, you focused entirely on using Moonlight Shot, which allowed me to analyze the mana. Of course, if you had used it with other spells, I would have been in trouble. She crossed her arms and sighed, and you didn't realize that using Moonlight Shot was a fatal mistake. As if remembering something, Adela quickly asked, does that magic have other weaknesses? Hazu stood with hands on his hips and slowly replied, mana analysis calculations are quite complex. He reached out and controlled a small amount of mana, so I can only interfere with spells right in front of me. In actual combat, there isn't enough time to calculate, so I can only slightly alter the trajectory. Adela watched the small amount of mana flowing into herself and continued. So what about rotating the opponent's magic 180 degrees and sending it back? Hazu closed his eyes and shrugged. Not enough time, so that's impossible. Hearing that, she looked a little down. Really? What a shame. If it could be reflected, its effect would be incredibly amazing. She lightly touched her chin. But it's still an incredibly powerful magic as it is now. From behind, Suchen raised his hand and exclaimed, Wait a minute. His face flushed. He came over and grabbed Hazu's shoulder, yelling, You, sit still and listen to me. Calm down. Why are you so casually revealing such powerful magic? Hazu asked in surprise. Don't you understand? Adela added, Don't you know? Being bombarded with questions, Suchan was dumbfounded and asked back, What are you talking about? I don't understand anything at all. Both of them seriously spoke in unison. The Olympics. Suchan was amazed, his mouth agape. Hazu seriously placed his hand on his chest. I'll take you guys to the Olympics. Please help me out. Suchan was so moved he almost shed tears, calling his name loudly. Ha Yun. Suddenly, he raised his hand, wanting to stop him, but, seeing that, Hazu pointed at him. Oh, Suchan, speak up. Suchan rubbed his neck, awkwardly opening his mouth. I can understand Adela, but I don't have the skills to participate in such a big tournament. Even third-year academy students are joining. He nervously raised 3 fingers. I mean, second-year students might stand a chance, but there are 7 classes of third-year students, so getting a spot as a student is a bit difficult for me. Hazu frowned in agreement and replied, Don't worry, it's fine. He smiled strangely, asserting in a low voice, No matter what happens, I'll make sure you get to participate. Suchan jumped in fright and recoiled. Adela looked at the two of them, smiling softly. There are many restrictions, but intervention magic would be like a joker card. She thought to herself, if it's a match where this magic can be used, a decisive match. Protecting your own magic stone while bombarding the opponent's magic stone with cannons, attacking the opponent's base and stealing their flag, a siege battle. Hazu turned, crossed his arms and replied, That's right, in decisive matches and siege battles, that magic is almost like cheating. Adela was slightly surprised. That's special. If so, do you have any other hidden cards? The corner of his mouth curved into a knowing smile, replying with a confident demeanor, Of course. In the dark of night, under the bright moonlight, every room in the academy was brightly lit. Hazu stood in his room, moonlight streaming in from the window, wearing a magic robe, flipping through a book in his hand. It's done. He stretched out his hand, channeling magic into the page he had just found. Shall we go? Hazu quickly vanished from the room, leaving only a few rose petals scattered in the wind. Mimi was sprawled on a chair reading, and seeing him arrive, she spoke up, Oh, successor. He slowly removed his hood. Here you are, Mimi. Mimi raised her face, teasingly pointing. You're later than I expected. Don't tell me you didn't get first place, did you? Hazu immediately replied with confidence. Of course I got first place. The score from the start of the battle with the Emerald Turtle was the decisive factor. He placed his hands on his hips, happily looking at the person in front of him. Do you remember that I had to win a gold medal in a competition? She immediately replied, I remember. Was it the Olympics? Hazu raised an eyebrow. That's right. I also told my friends about it, and about the intervention magic too. Mimi pointed, deep in thought, then suspiciously said, Really? But didn't you say it would be better to master the intervention magic before telling them? You told them a bit too soon. Hazu crossed his arms and casually said, No, I spoke at the right time. Mimi panicked and jumped up from her chair. No way. Thinking of Hazu effortlessly controlling magic, she found it a bit hard to believe. You've mastered the intervention magic already? But it quickly turned into an excited expression. Successor, you're amazing. As if waiting for the opportune moment, he immediately turned. So, Hazu reached his hand forward, making his request. Can you find me some books on destruction? He secretly clenched his fist, his eyes resolute. 3rd tier spell circle master. Destruction. It's time to enter that field. The phone rang. It was a call from the Blue Tower Lord. By now, it was morning outside, and Hazu had returned to his room, one hand on his hip, the other answering the phone. Yes, Tower Lord. The voice from the other end of the line couldn't hide its delight. I watched your test video. I'm surprised, really. I didn't expect you to defeat the Emerald Turtle all by yourself. Hazu chuckled humbly. It was just luck. King In, seeing him so humble, reminded him, just think, you fought evenly with Adela, who has reached level 4. How did you break the Emerald Turtle's shell? He burst into hearty laughter. Oh, that's right, and another thing, I also saw Adela's moonlight bullet deviate from its trajectory. Hazu helplessly watched the person on the phone speaking with a proud expression. At first, I thought it was a mana distortion field, but it actually wasn't. He could only force a laugh, shyly replying, Tower Lord, I'm truly sorry, but I cannot share the details of my magic. King In laughed a long laugh again. I got too excited again. My bad. You don't have to answer. Mages have the right to keep their secrets. You know. Hearing this, Hazu's expression subtly changed. King In returned to a serious demeanor, softly saying, but Hazu, your magic is really amazing. I'll figure it out myself. While waiting for the research lab door to open, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, I contacted you about the magic elemental item you requested earlier. Hazu was a little silent. Is it good news or bad news? From the other side, King In's voice was steady, of course. The door slowly opened. Inside, the magic elemental items were neatly placed in a large space by the researchers. He said with a proud voice, it's good news, right now. Everything is ready. Now, let's get serious. Seeing the scene on the other side, Hazu was startled and quickly asked, really, is everyone overworking themselves? It's okay to take it slow. King In winked and chuckled reassuringly. No way. Everyone here is a dedicated artisan who can't resist a new mana stone. He smirked, thinking to himself, as expected, they must be exhausting themselves. He spread his hand, pointing his phone screen towards himself, and you don't have to worry about the creation part. From the other side, Hazu's voice echoed, thank you. I'm really looking forward to this. King In seemed satisfied and was about to hang up. Alright, until next time. Suddenly, Hazu spoke up to stop him. Wait a minute. He hastily stated his intention. I have a request. King In glanced, remembering Smith's sinister smile, then asked, a request? Is it about compensation for the Senior Smith incident? Hazu replied gravely, no, that depends on what the Tower Lord thinks. Hearing that, he couldn't help but be interested, walking deeper inside as he continued Hazu's words. Is that so? How interesting. What proposal will you make this time? Tell me. He looked directly at the person on the phone, seriously making his proposal. For this year's Olympic Games. I need the artifact crafting artisans from the Blue Tower to be sent as engineers for the national team. Mimir gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, what, you're going to fight a level 5 Mage? Hazu flipped through the book in his hand, sighing dejectedly. That's the Tower Lord's condition. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, pondering, did I underestimate this? Returning to their conversation after Hazu's proposal, King In's voice was steady as he asked, you want our artisans to become official engineers for the Olympics? Hazu firmly replied, yes. He burst into a bright but rather blunt laugh. I refuse. He raised an eyebrow, helplessly listening to the clear laughter coming from the phone. As expected, this isn't an easy request to accept. King In returned to his calm demeanor, a slight smile curving his lips. I want to say that, but he continued to smile casually, setting his condition. If you, Hazu, win in a one-on-one match against a level 5 Mage, then we'll talk further. Hazu was briefly surprised, then immediately agreed to the request. Alright. His voice came from the other side. You know there are 2 level 5 mages among the students participating in this year's Olympics, right? It's not that I doubt your abilities, Hazu, but King Ion's eyes sharpened as he discussed the benefits. Mobilizing our artisans requires a huge amount of money. It's a bit difficult to take on such a big commitment just for honor. He stood with his hands on his hips, silently listening to King Ion's words. Show us concrete proof that you can win a gold medal at the Olympics. Mimir crossed her arms, looking at the person in front of her. So, do you have a plan? No matter how I think about it, as the current successor, defeating a level 5 mage is impossible. Hazu closed the book in his hand and looked over. That's why I've been granted a grace period of about 10 days. Mimir pointed, tilting her head in question. You plan to master a countermeasure and settle the match within that time? He immediately replied, if there's a countermeasure, I can somehow make it work. She put her hands on her hips, teasing, but mastering it in just 10 days won't be easy, her voice containing a hint of confusion. But do you really need to go this far just to make the Blue Tower mages send engineers? Hazu, searching through the pile of books on the floor, calmly replied, of course, otherwise it would be meaningless. Hazu smiled slightly, looking over, the only one in the country who can adjust and customize artifacts approved by the Olympics. He carried his stack of books in his hands. They belonged to the Blue Tower. Mimir stopped, tilted her head, and added, that place is really something, huh? Hazu gently explained, 10%, artifacts made by ordinary craftsmen and those made by skilled craftsmen have at least a 10% difference in performance. Furthermore, the only people currently capable of adjusting light element magic artifacts are those from the Blue Tower. Mimir pointed with a smile, her eyes showing more interest. So the difference in artifact performance determines the win rate in the tournament. In that case, we really need their support. Hazu moved towards other stacks of books on the floor, searching. They have to participate. This book and this one too. Mimir quickly ran over, lifting the hem of his cloak, and asked, so when are we going to the 3rd challenge page? Shouldn't we hurry up? He stood up, holding the stack of books in his hands, and replied, I plan to read all the books you prepared for me before I go. She put her hands on her hips and smiled softly. Really? Oh, excellent thinking. Mimir closed her eyes as if in agreement. Alright, when you enter the 3rd trial room, please send my regards and tell them I'm doing well. Hazu looked curiously after Mimir's retreating back. Regards, do you know someone there? Mimir didn't turn around, just left to words and walked away with the plush bunny. Secret. Holding the plush bunny in her arms, she smiled softly, knowing beforehand isn't always good. It was already night in the city. Tall buildings were brightly lit. On the silk banner, bearing the motto Singa Corporation's emblem, the MC's voice echoed today. To all distinguished guests attending the motto Singa Corporation's anniversary celebration, we wish you an enjoyable event. In the banquet hall, guests raised their glasses in polite conversation. A voice full of praise said, indeed, it's the chairman. The young man said with respect, at this point, it's almost certain that the chairman will become the next head of the motto Singa family. Jihon smiled, humbly replying, you're too kind, I'm just lucky. He put on a respectful demeanor. Everything I have now is thanks to you all. The surrounding guests all raised their glasses in congratulation. Motto Singa's future is certainly bright. Suddenly, a mocking voice from behind made the young man, who had just praised him, freeze in astonishment. Certainly, what's more, the young master is building his reputation. Jihon glared coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The other young man said loudly, everyone saw it, right? Who would have thought he could defeat an emerald tortoise by himself? Once a genius, always a genius, right? Jihon subtly tightened his grip on his wine glass. Did everyone see him fight Adela, who has reached the 4th level? Facing the Guardian family's moon system arcane arts, and even fending it off by himself, truly astonishing. The other young man's voice continued, after witnessing that, who would dare call him unworthy of anyone anymore? If his face was covered, Everyone would surely think it was a real magic duel between adults. Everyone around them whispered and discussed. They began to take interest in the person named Hazu. I'm really looking forward to his participation in the Olympics. Jihon seemed to have been forgotten, able only to silently listen to the name being repeated constantly. The family head is also very pleased with Hazu's performance. Hazu, it's Hazu. His face darkened, his eyes filled with murderous intent. It seems that the position of heir might be taken by my younger brother. His mind screamed endlessly, it's too loud. Jihon recalled moments from the past. That guy, they just speak their minds freely. I don't like it at all. Hazu's joyful smile while controlling magic. The thing I hate most is you. Hazu, I thought I'd finally pushed you down, but now you're back again. Suddenly someone looked around curiously and asked, where did the chairman go? When did he disappear? No one knew. They only saw the shattered glass on the ground, broken long ago. He angrily strode quickly towards the large door. Jihon, annoyed, reached out to loosen his tie. This isn't good. No, it can't be. He stood on the windy rooftop, roaring in anger. That guy. But then Jihon put his hand over his mouth. His gaze darkened, a sinister smile played on his lips. He must die. In the spacious room, Hazu sat on a chair in the center, engrossed in reading, surrounded by towering stacks of books. He slowly and carefully turned each page with full concentration. The room was extremely quiet, with only the rustling sound of the book pages. A moment later, Hazu slammed the book shut and exclaimed, done. Mimir, who was sitting on the floor drawing something, heard the sound and immediately turned to ask, did you finish reading? He quickly replied, yes, if this is all there is, then I think I'm done. Mimir stood up, spreading her arms wide before the towering stacks of books. So you've read all the books about destruction magic. So, successor, do you understand destruction magic better now? Hazu replied decisively but bluntly, not at all, not one bit, of course. I don't understand it yet. She helplessly whispered, well, at least you've moved past the vague understanding, right? He mused, examining the book in his hand. I can grasp the structure to some extent. Mimir cheerfully held up her drawing, comforting Hazu. It's normal for you not to understand. If you tell someone without wings to flap them and fly, they won't understand, right? She seriously instructed, currently, because you haven't met the conditions, you absolutely cannot understand destruction magic. Hazu stared wide-eyed at her messy drawing. The drawing is a bit jumbled, but I understand. Mimir, feeling judged, scrunched her face and pouted, showing her displeasure. It's a masterpiece. He became serious again, lightly touching his chin in thought. The conditions. So, to meet those conditions, I have no choice but to go into the third trial page. Mimir spread her arms again, praising his deduction. That's right, all the answers are on the third page. Hazu stood up, hands on his hips, looking at her in wonder. But, is the person you asked me to greet the one who teaches destruction magic? Mimir crossed her arms and rolled her eyes, deliberately evading. Well, if you're curious, go see for yourself. You've already read all the books, haven't you? He asked with a cold expression, trying to probe. Then tell me this. Is there some kind of prohibition preventing you from talking about the third trial? Mimir's lips curved into a faint smile. It's not a prohibition. She closed her eyes, remembering her friend. A promise. We made a private promise to each other. Innumerable cute and adorable pink items spilled out of the book, one after another. Hazu approached the table, bewildered. What kind of promise did you make that you can't say a word about the third trial? He reached out and picked up a book from the table. The reason for that. As he infused the book with magic, it slowly opened, emitting a powerful flash of light. On the page with strange characters, small tree branches gradually appeared within that third trial page. They grew rapidly and massively, reaching out towards Hazu. Hazu looked in alarm as his body was tightly bound by the branches. I'll hear it, then I'll understand. He closed his eyes tightly, feeling the change in the surrounding space. Hazu's eyes snapped open in surprise at the sight before him. This place is. He looked suspiciously at himself standing, in the middle of a large forest surrounded by lush trees. A forest. He gazed around blankly, and it's not a normal forest. All these ridiculously huge trees. Where exactly am I? Hazu stood with hands on hips, covering his mouth in disbelief. He thought he'd be teleported to a strange space like last time, but there are no instructions. And he doesn't hear the master's voice. This can't be. Hazu stood lost in the serene, verdant forest. He resolutely walked into the forest. Could this entire forest be the trial page? Hazu stood on a cliff, observing the clear blue sky with dazzling sunlight from above. Below were vast, enormous tree canopies. Such a vast forest. He clenched his fists, turned around, and eagerly moved forward. This is truly absurd. Master's magic is truly beyond imagination. Hazu looked at the hazy forest before him. No matter how far he walked, there was no end. Very quickly, he ventured deep into the forest, reaching a small river. What kind of test is this, anyway? Suddenly, he felt an itch and a powerful tremor occurred around him. Hazu worriedly doubted, an earthquake? No, this is. Hazu quietly watched himself being overshadowed by a huge figure behind him. Something was staring at him. He froze and slowly turned his head to look back. Before Hazu was a giant monster intently staring at him. It gently wagged its tail, slowly approaching the small human in front of it. Hazu was momentarily terrified, eyes wide in disbelief. This is preposterous. He stared as it approached, then let out a loud roar. It was so close, yet I didn't feel anything at all. Hazu frantically stumbled backward, unfortunately slipping and falling into the cold water below. Soaked, he emerged from the water, horrified and speechless. This thing. He carefully observed each feature on the monster's body. Its young eyes, a reptilian characteristic. Then the thick scales on its back, scales like armor, hard as a crocodile's. Hazu sat on the ground, watching the colossal creature slowly approach. Its claws and fangs were sharp as swords. Without a doubt, it was a disaster class, unranked Drake. Hazu looked up, unable to believe his eyes. I thought it was just a mythical creature. Defeating this thing is the test. He looked at the creature with those cold, sharp eyes. Take that thing down. His body couldn't help but freeze. It's impossible. I can't move. Hazu felt helpless. Even a slight breath makes the mana in the air vibrate. This is a completely different level from any monster I've ever encountered. This thing sees me as nothing more than a mass of mana, the tastiest bait. He frowned, gritted his teeth, and wondered, can I escape? His hand, submerged in the water, tried to move but showed no signs of budging. The monster's sharp eyes seemed to have identified its delicious, plump prey. Hazu desperately looked up at the huge shadow. No way, even with my current speed, I can't outrun a Drake, but the bigger problem is, my body can't move. Hazu was on edge, not daring to be careless for a second. If that thing charges now, I'm done for. Suddenly, he surprisingly noticed something unusual. Wait, that Drake. It had no intention of approaching, just stood there staring at Hazu. Why isn't it coming closer? He swallowed, voicing the question in his mind. Is something stopping it? Suddenly, a gentle voice rang out. How impressive! Hazu immediately became alert, turning sharply to look. The person approached, walking lightly across the clear lake surface. Her light green hair fluttered in the wind. Her voice carried praise. Hazu is facing an overwhelming monster, yet he hasn't given up hope. His will is as hard as iron. Her elven ears peeked from behind her long hair. Even in such a dire situation, he remains calm and composed. Hazu turned his head, staring blankly at the girl approaching from behind him. You have passed. Now you can move. Hazu snapped back to reality, surprised, and hastily asked, Who are you? She smiled softly, placed a hand over her chest, and gently introduced herself. My name is Elena L. Greenwood, once known as the guardian deity of the forest, a great sorceress, and an old friend of Jay's. Hazu was momentarily stunned. Could it be? He stared in amazement at the graceful figure behind him. Is she a goddess? Elena gently turned her head to look. Let me take care of this first, alright? Hazu looked up cautiously at the person in front of him. She spread her arms, revealing the preset barrier, and didn't forget to praise, while you were being tempted. You didn't enter my territory. That's truly commendable. Elena gently waved her hand with benevolence. Therefore, you don't have ill intentions, even though you've damaged my garden. Her voice was soft and gentle. I will still forgive you. So she gently blew a powerful source of mana from her hand, silently returned to where you belong, remnant of a fallen family. The magical energy carried the leaves, creating a cool rustling sound. Hazu froze, watching the changing scenery around him. Are the forests resonating with each other? He couldn't help but admire Elena as she seemed to merge with the forest, as if they were trying to say that she was the one who ruled here. She extended her hand towards the monster. If you don't understand my words, then return to dust. Elena slightly raised her eyelids, revealing an emotionless gaze. Immediately after, the monster roared in pain as if it had just received extreme torture. Hazu gaped in horror. Where did all those wounds come from? He stared blankly at the unbelievable scene before him. There was no sound, only afterimages, as if something had slashed the dragon's body at an extremely high speed. Hazu turned pale, his eyes wide as he watched. What the hell did she just do? The monster's body was now covered in countless large and small wounds. But very quickly, the wounds on its body gradually healed. The monster bowed low before Elena as if in gratitude. She closed her eyes and softly spoke, "That's my final warning. Go." As soon as Elena finished speaking, the monster, understanding, turned and left. Hazu raised his eyebrows, going from one surprise to another. The wounds healed instantly. He looked at Elena with admiration. That's a disaster-level entity, and this person can face it so easily. Who exactly is she? Elena gently glanced at the person who had been silent all this time. She turned and asked, "Are you all right?" Hazu quickly replied, "Yes, I'm fine, thank you." She slowly extended her hand towards him. "I see you're a bit surprised, aren't you?" With a gentle smile that seemed to radiate spiritual power. "Now, please follow me, successor." Golden sunlight pierced through the leaves, casting a romantic scene onto the treehouse. A steaming hot cup of tea was placed on the table. Elena softly introduced, "Try it. This is Jay's favorite herbal tea." She added gently, "You'll become calmer when you drink it." Hazu received the cup of tea and sincerely replied, "Thank you." He closed his eyes, lifted the cup, and slowly took a small sip. Suddenly, Hazu's eyes shot open in surprise, as if he had just discovered the meaning of life. He held the teacup in his hand and exclaimed in wonder, "What is this? This tea makes me instantly clear-headed." Elena chuckled happily, watching Hazu drink the tea with great delight. Looking at the empty teacup on the table, Elena asked, "How was it?" She tilted her head slightly. "Was it to your liking?" Hazu clasped his chest, feeling refreshed and admiring. "Yes, it's the best tea I've ever tasted." Elena rejoiced, asking kindly, "That's good you liked it. Do you feel calmer now?" He hesitated slightly. I apologize for being a bit rude." She curved her eyes and smiled softly. "There's nothing to be ashamed of." Elena gently reassured, "The fact that you didn't give up against a dragon is already very impressive." Hazu rubbed his chin, contemplating seriously. "So it really was a dragon? I couldn't have escaped it anyway." She calmly explained, "Even though it's the strongest creature in this forest, it wouldn't dare approach my territory." Elena lifted her chin, smiling gently, "But perhaps it was attracted just now." He tilted his head, puzzled. "Huh, attracted by what?" She pointed towards him and replied, "The dense, pure mana in your body is like a juicy bait for that dragon." Elena rested her chin on her hand, sighing helplessly in its eyes. "You're like an excellent tonic. Hunger and craving overwhelmed its fear of me." Seeing Hazu had been silent all this time, she continued, "Do you have any more questions?" He seriously voiced his doubt. "Is this place really inside the book address?" Hazu secretly marveled. Such a realistic place. It doesn't feel like being in a book at all. It took 15 minutes to get from the dragon's location to Elena's house. The forest is so vast. The scale was completely different from the previous trial pages, but that question always echoed in his mind. Where exactly is this place? Elena looked at the person opposite her and spoke in a low, serious voice, "This place." She gently explained, stretching from page 214 to page 232 in the book Idre, the third trial page. Hazu's eyes widened in astonishment. Then, he couldn't suppress his surprise and sprang up from his chair. "Is that dragon an illusion created by magic?" Elena tilted her head in thought. "Who knows, it's neither real nor fake." Hazu looked blank, not understanding. "What do you mean?" Elena immediately replied, "This space is created by reenacting things from the past. The world inside Idre recreates the greenwood forest that once existed." Elena gestured, describing with a calm expression, "You can understand this as a copy of the original world, so it's neither real nor fake." Hazu frowned in doubt. "So, they built this world based on things from the past and put it into the book, right? But how?" She just smiled softly and replied, "I don't know either. The only one who understands and can do that is Jay and his heir. That is you. When you reach Jay's level, you will understand how it works." Hazu asked, "So what's the reason you created this space?" Elena gently replied, "That's because I want to impart a special kind of magic to you." Hearing this, Hazu began to be stunned. "What kind of magic?" Elena didn't rush to explain but simply replied, "Mm." Her eyelids suddenly grew heavy, and he noticed the change in her expression, feeling a little uneasy. Elena spoke, answering his questions. "The secret realm of a third-tier magic master, in the Biterner way, an essential magic to comprehend destruction, the eyes that see through the essence of magic." At this moment, her eyes truly shone brightly, eyes that seemed to see through all things, golden eyes. Hazu froze for a few seconds upon hearing that. "That's the Biterner-style evil eye." "Sacred eye." Elena gently pointed to her divine eyes. "That's right, but my sacred eye is not yet perfect. The only ones who can fully control the sacred eye are Jay and you." The heir, seeing Hazu still standing dumbfounded, she then enlightened him. "I was entrusted by Jay with the task of awakening that magic, and for that reason, I exist, even if only as a stored memory." At the same time, in the city where the Sin family resided, the car carrying Hyuk slowly rolled forward. He sat in the car and spoke in a patriarchal tone, ordering Jihon, "Report. I will report on the issue you mentioned earlier." Jihon seriously brought up the situation among the family's children. Young Master Hyuk and young Lady Mage show little interest in young Master Hazu. He delved into the core issue concerning this formidable older sister, and surprisingly, young Lady Seiya also seems not very interested. Jihon glanced at Hyuk. "It seemed your command had a significant impact. Indeed, Seiya has become a little gentler, but I don't think she'll simply neglect Hazu. Perhaps she's just being cautious, knowing that your shadows are watching Hazu." His face began to darken. Of course, this cunning young master's Hollywood actor's demeanor had fooled Jihon, and young Master Jihon also seemed a little wary. But that was all. Even the party held earlier showed no suspicious signs. Hyuk listened to his words, half believing, half doubting. "Is that so?" Then his voice also became gentler. "It seems both have learned to separate personal feelings and common interests. Anyway, don't let your guard down until the protection period ends. Monitor them very closely." Scarred Jihon dared not be negligent, and he cautiously, silently said, "I have top secret information. So I'll block the sound first," and Hyuk agreed to the suggestion. Jihon's face was like a brick wall again. "This is a report on whether anyone in the family is colluding with the Black Tower." He presented his report clearly. First, among the elders dissatisfied with young Master Hazu's return, along with high-ranking officials from each branch, we investigated a total of 32 people. Just hearing this made Hyuk's face tense up. Jihon continued, "Regarding the Black Tower, they are clean." He began to ponder. That means, if it's not related to the Black Tower, it doesn't necessarily mean they're innocent. He immediately showed Hyuk the individuals on the suspect list. That's right. Among the 32 people, there are 5 extremely suspicious individuals. If things get noisy, the hyenas might catch a scent. He examined it carefully for a moment, then hesitated. These people. Then he narrowed his eyes and declared, I will handle them myself. Back to where Elena and Hazu were performing magic. Her voice was gentle. Well then, from now on, both of you are ready. We will begin the training process to master the Holy Eye. Though slightly nervous, he was resolute. Yes, please do whatever you think is best. Elena looked at Hazu affectionately, as expected from Jay's air. You're just like him in this regard. Then she covered his eyes and whispered into his ear, Now, close your eyes. Hazu was puzzled. Like this? Elena gently said, Yes, that's right. From now on, I will transmit my mana into you, the successor. She began to activate her magic, making it flow into Hazu's body. Slowly, gently, and I will explain about the Holy Eye. Elena explained thoroughly as she worked. Normally, information about the Holy Eye can only be found after reaching the fourth circle. You can find it in another book. Hazu was startled. From the fourth circle? He began to recall the magic books that had helped him. Even after I read the books on destruction in Idra's scripture and Mimir's scripture, there was no information about the Holy Eye. So that means, unless you reach the fourth circle, you won't be able to see any information about the Holy Eye? Hazu pressed. Perhaps the other book Lady Elena mentioned is. Do you mean Mimir's scripture? Elena also looked surprised. Oh my, you know about Mimir's scripture? Hazu seized the opportunity and immediately became overconfident. That's right. Of course, I also have a message from Mimir. Elena remembered Mimir's instruction. If you go to the third trial page, he asked me to convey to you, I'm doing well. That must have been a private promise between the two of them. But this conversation distracted her, making Hazu have to remind her, Lady Elena, you're being so flustered. She quickly apologized. He felt something was off in his words. For a moment, Lady Elena's mana fluctuated. Did I accidentally say something I shouldn't have? A moment later, she finally completed the process of infusing mana into Hazu. Only then did Elena breathe a sigh of relief. I apologize, so you've met Mimir. But then she smoothly transitioned to the main topic like Sansiu. We'll talk about Mimir at a more comfortable time, okay? Now, let's get back to the topic of the Holy Eye. Elena politely said, the reason the Holy Eye is revealed at the fourth circle isn't actually that important. That's also why I'm on the third trial page of Idre's scripture. Even Hazu couldn't believe what he was hearing, Lady Elena. Her voice began to sound sad. Yes, because Jay left me here, so he entrusted me with the task of explaining everything. She helplessly recounted. Of course, there's also the issue of the amount of information that can be recorded in the book. Truly, he really knows how to make others work themselves to exhaustion. Just listening made his head spin. The amount of information that can be recorded. Mimir also said something similar. Hazu began to analyze like Detective Conan, just adding a trial page to the magic formula to confirm the successor already requires an enormous amount of mana. It exceeds the capacity of a normal magic book, so Idre's scripture only contains essential information. The rest has been compiled into a separate book, Mimir's scripture. Her eyes were filled with sadness as she recounted the story between herself and Jay, then continued to infuse mana into him to complete the Holy Eye mastery process. Elena encouraged Hazu, now, everything is ready, open your eyes, successor. He was startled by the similarity between the two mana flows. Lady Elena's mana is completely synchronized with my infinite circle. I can't even distinguish which mana is mine. Which is hers? This strangely bright gaze made Hazu break out in a cold sweat. Lady Elena, there's a feeling, something very strange. She gently replied, yes, it's a bit strange, isn't it? I've sealed your optic nerve with mana. Hazu was so shocked his mind was in a turmoil. You sealed my optic nerve? She gently reassured him. It's still too early to be surprised. The Holy Eye is the sixth sense, completely separate from the five ordinary senses. Elena advised, to train that sixth sense, the other senses are just unnecessary distractions. She placed her hand on Hazu's shoulder, making his whole body tremble. Touch, smell, taste, they gradually faded. And finally, even his hearing also gradually disappeared. Hazu was not accustomed to the strange power the holy eye brought. That's right, I've started not feeling anything anymore. Suddenly, he collapsed onto the floor while Elena stood tall and nonchalant. Successor, now I invite you to step into the world of death. He just lay sprawled on the floor without moving at all. Then he began to speculate. A world where the 5 senses have disappeared. With no sight, there's nothing to see. With no hearing, there's nothing to hear. Hazu overdramatized, imagining himself losing all 5 senses. With no touch, I can't even tell if I'm standing or sitting. He was overthinking it. With the loss of smell and taste, my body has become insensitive to any external stimuli. Hazu was making a mountain out of a molehill. Is my body still functioning normally? No, right from the start. Am I even alive? The more he exaggerated his thoughts, the more he began to feel afraid. Hazu pictured himself using dark magic to fight Sao. I'm scared, terrified. This is completely different from just having my eyes covered by darkness. It's like being engulfed by a wave of loneliness, where I can't feel anything amidst the endless night. This thought itself sent shivers down his spine. That's right, this is hell. Surprisingly, Hazu gripped his trembling arm tightly, but he sighed. This is just training. Then he remembered her words from earlier. Elena had said mind's eye. The ability to see magic is the 6th sense, unrelated to the 5 senses. It was at this moment that Hazu's sanity began to recover to its original state. He sprang up from the terrifying nightmare. Next, he closed his eyes to test his mind's eye. That means I can still see mana even in this darkness. Look at the monitor. Hazu pushed both his mind and body. Focus! The house they were in suddenly glowed with mana. Elena stared at him, astonished. How? She didn't take her eyes off Hazu, who was focused on testing his mind's eye. It's clear. Someone as experienced as Elena knew well that others would feel despair when losing their 5 senses. No one could stay calm after having all their senses sealed. After 1 minute, they would start to go insane. After 2 minutes, they would think of death. After 3 minutes, they'd end their own lives. This was the fate of those trapped by the sense-sealing spell. She began to feel remorseful for what she had just caused. I understand better than anyone the terror of this magic. I only meant to let him have a small taste and then dispel it right away. Elena also recalled her beginnings. What's more, the way I gained this magic was by experiencing it step by step, slowly getting accustomed. But the successor has had all 5 senses sealed for over 3 minutes now. She gazed in astonishment at Hazu, lying motionless on the floor. And yet, he was completely fine. Elena calmly analyzed the situation. No! On the contrary, this forest is resonating with his mana. If so, I think we can proceed as planned. The mana surrounding the house grew increasingly brilliant. She still hadn't gotten over her surprise since then. It's truly astonishing. Then, Elena used her magic to check Hazu's physical state. His breathing was very stable. The magic circle was stable, a perfect state. The fact that nothing abnormal occurred in his body made her even more uneasy. This is the successor chosen by the library of Idris. V had known it beforehand. Elena began to fear Hazu's ability that he could endure the sense-sealing spell. He suddenly called out, Elena, are you listening? This made her heart drop. Hazu's eyes opened wide. Can you release the sense-sealing spell? Elena, startled, quickly released it. Okay, I'll do it. He immediately returned to normal. He sat up and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I can breathe again. Seeing Hazu stir, she rushed over, feigning concern. Are you okay if you move so suddenly like that? Elena was still amazed by this miraculous power. So she asked in detail, how did you overcome the sense-sealing spell? It must have been an unimaginable horror. Hazu grew quiet as he recounted that nightmare, a world where all 5 senses were sealed. Just thinking about it again is terrifying. He closed his eyes tightly as he described how he calmed himself. But I kept telling myself it was just safe training. I desperately brainwashed myself. Hazu confided, brainwashing myself. I suppressed my fear and focused only on seeing mana. Elena was surprised. Is that all? That's not something you can overcome just by brainwashing yourself. He still admitted, that's right, you're not wrong. Actually, I almost gave up halfway through. That nightmare made Hazu more haunted than ever, even though he knew it was just training. But if the body doesn't accept it, it won't listen to reason. It was only a brief moment, but that darkness felt like an eternity. A hell named solitude. Despite that, he still awoke to overcome those obsessions, feeling despair and death as his focus was about to collapse. Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind. Hazu frowned. Even so, this is still better than a year ago. He recounted mournfully about his defeated self a year ago, the moment he realized he wasn't suited for AI magic. Hazu recalled his stumble, the day he was denied the path to becoming a mage a year ago. Then he was mercilessly expelled from the Shin family, abandoned by his family and even his father. That's why this despair isn't that bad. Back then, I was already living in hell. But even so, compared to losing everything and sinking into despair, isn't this still better than a year ago? The light from the outside world illuminated the entire forest. Elena was still wondering about what happened just now, the sun-sealing spell. Better? He replied decisively, yes. Hazu was resolute. The sun-sealing spell is just a challenge for me to move forward. His resolve left her speechless. He must have. Now Hazu felt much lighter. It's fine now. He gently touched his eyes and then joyfully cheered. Anyway, it's all in the past now. Now, I'm grateful for having found my own special path. Seeing Hazu so innocent like this, Elena immediately burst into tears. This scene reminded her of her friend, Ray. She unconsciously whimpered through her tears. He turned back, smiling brightly. And Elena, thank you. Elena was surprised, huh? Hazu then explained, in the darkness where all my senses were sealed, I saw your mana. He was genuinely very grateful. Your mana is truly very gentle. Thanks to it, I felt at peace. Hazu was puzzled. Is it because I was influenced by you? Elena. She pondered his compliment. Gentle. These words reminded Elena of her close friend again. That nostalgia made her even more choked up. I didn't expect to hear those words again. Here. The light gave way, allowing the mystical night to reign. At the sparkling little house where Elena and Hazu were practicing for the upcoming Archmage battle, it was time for their break. While holding a cup of tea, he confided, I've always been going back and forth between Mimia's book and this place. Hearing that her acquaintance was safe and sound, she felt relieved. I see. I'm happy knowing Mimia is well. Elena gently and sincerely said, Thank you. Thanks to you, I heard this good news. But self-absorbed Hazu refused the spotlight this time. It's nothing, I just conveyed the message. Mimia was also relieved when she heard your good news from you. Elena started the conversation. If you've met Mimia, you must have heard about me and the Greenwood Forest. But Hazu knew nothing about this strange forest. No, not at all. She said she had to keep her promise and didn't tell me anything. Elena felt regret after hearing that, blaming herself. So Mimia still remembered that promise, but I can't keep it anymore. The person sitting opposite looked blankly. Lady Elena. Seeing his bewildered look, she politely said, I'm sorry, I suddenly made the atmosphere heavy. Hazu quickly reassured her, saying, it's okay. Elena took this opportunity to ask something. By the way, she smiled, hinting, which made Hazu confused. You mentioned a promise. It seems Mimia really likes you. Her characteristic sad eyes helped Elena complete this act. Did I say something wrong? Hazu also froze at her gaze. He could only scratch his head and change the subject. No, our relationship isn't bad either. Ah, so what was that promise after all? She politely declined the question, not wanting to reveal it. You seem very interested in it, don't you? I'm sorry, but it's a secret. Elena kept mum, saying it was a wish only they knew. I can't tell you or let anyone else know. Hazu was determined to get the information. If that's the case, he firmly asserted that since Mimia made a promise to her in the past, Mimia must also be a real person from the past, just like you. Hearing this question, Elena seemed a bit flustered, avoiding the topic. She hasn't told you yet? It's Mimia indeed. I don't think I can answer that question. I cannot reveal Mimia's secret. Hazu finally let the other person off the hook and didn't press further. If you can't tell me, it's alright. If it's a vow, it definitely cannot be broken. Elena appreciated this understanding. Thank you, Junior, for understanding us. Darkness swept in, drawing with it the light of the full moon. Hazu trusted Elena completely. I'll be going now. From now on, I'm counting on you. She promised. I will practice until I've completely mastered the Holy Eye. But clearly, you still have many unanswered questions. Before I go, can I ask one more question? Elena looked at him fondly. All right, Hazu asked with a glare. Miss Elena and Mimir, what is your relationship? She answered without hesitation. Ah, we are friends. She then recounted the incidents that had bound the three of them together, along with the binary magic protection string. Just like the constellations, even when far apart, there's always a connection between us. At the same time, Mimir's grimoire pulled Hazu inside. He laughed loudly. I'm back. The little girl lying on the floor was also surprised. What that fast? Hazu calmly explained. I'm going to school tomorrow, so I have to go home early. Mimir grumbled. Did you practice properly? He puffed out his chest confidently. Of course. Suddenly, Hazu's eyes lit up. The Holy Eye. In his eyes, there was now only Mimir and the mana surrounding her. Seeing the mana hovering around you, I guess you've also been practicing very diligently. Mimir, not understanding anything, looked blank. Huh? Hazu sat down, putting on an act. I'm just kidding. It doesn't seem very stable yet, but I'm sure I practiced the right way. Mimir felt something was off. That's strange. You shouldn't still be this well after finishing the training. Just by placing a hand on her cheek, Hazu could already feel Mimir's mana flow. That's amazing. Her true mana was both cold and serene. Upon hearing this, Mimir showed clear delight. Is that so? Actually, I'm a very cold person. A while later, the two of them sat down at the feast table and chatted. She was concerned about the other person's health. You went through the 5 senses sealing training, and you're still okay? Hazu calmly said, I'm fine. Mimir jabbed back to her heart's content. Did Elena go easy on you because she's too soft-hearted? Suddenly, she pointed a finger at his face. Or is it because of the forest magic? Hazu had never heard that before, so he asked, bewildered, forest magic, what's that? Seeing such a foolish question, Mimir was surprised. Haven't you received cyclical trauma therapy? Hazu replied nonchalantly, well, there was no trauma. She couldn't believe her ears. Something's really strange. Then she suddenly shrieked. You practiced crazy magic and didn't even get traumatized. You must have used some trick, right? Mimir's barrage of questions made the other person sigh helplessly. What method did you use? Tell me quickly. Then Hazu immediately recounted everything. He told her about the events that happened a year ago, which he had also told Elena about. After hearing the story, Mimir was stunned, her mouth agape. What, something like that actually happened? Those bastards. If it were me, I would've. Hazu hadn't finished speaking yet. So until a year ago, I was always lost. And there's more. He recounted how difficult his life had been in the magic realm. Because everyone had expectations of me, the reaction was even more intense. And then I lived in the shadow of despair. But now I see it as magic training, which makes my power even stronger. Even if my senses are sealed, it's not a big deal. Mimir finally understood. The reason I always sense dark energy in you is because you've gotten used to it? Then she empathized. I see. Hazu was a little bewildered. I thought Mimir would brush it off as if nothing happened, but her serious expression. He recalled Elena's whispered words to him just now. So you can understand us and we can also understand you. After only thinking of her for a few seconds, Hazu started talking nonsense in front of Mimir. Is it difficult, Lady Elena? Well, a little bit. Seeing him babbling, she felt puzzled. Is this guy crazy? Then she quickly changed the subject. Anyway, you said the training was going smoothly. Do you think you'll be able to train in time? Hazu confidently affirmed, of course. Of course I'll do it. He was full of resolve. I can't believe those years of despair made me realize how lucky of a mage I am. There's no more time to hesitate. As the successor to a legend, I can't stand still. Not long after, Hazu returned to the Obelix Academy dormitory. He carefully placed some magic books on the table. Then Hazu lay stretched out on his bed, thinking about their recent conversation. According to Lady Elena's words, he vividly remembered her magical eye. The sacred eye is a demon eye that will develop with an infinite magic circle. Then he began to analyze it with the first level magic circle. I can see the color of Mimir. At the second level magic circle, the sacred eye will recognize the broken structure of magic formulas. Hazu pondered, touching his face, and at the third level magic circle, I'll see through the essence of magic. Once fully mastered, I'll see mana whenever I want. He immediately cast magic in his room. That means I need to use the sacred eye more freely. But Hazu was still hesitant. I can do it, right? Then he took out his phone to check the news. Alright, today there's news from the master of the Blue Magic Tower. The Tower Master sent you information about Honguk. Hazu, the 5th level mage you're about to face, has been designated. I've attached their profile. I hope to see a good match. He thought to himself. So my opponent, the 5th level mage, has been decided. Hazu carefully observed the face of the senior he was about to compete against. He was shocked. This is in the indoor magic training ground. Sachin was exhausted from training all day long. Are they even human? Adela decisively unleashed several of her terrifying magic spells. Her attacks were aimed directly at Hazu, who was standing there, but he wasn't someone who would easily fall. He immediately cast a barrier to counter Adela's attacks. She wondered, so is it? In the message from the Master of the Blue Tower, did they also send strategic guidance? Hazu seized the opportunity while his opponent was distracted and launched several magic circle spells. But fortunately, Adela managed to parry them in time. He emphasized again, I told you. That's not a profile, it's a strategic guide. While speaking, Hazu continued to unleash attacks, forcing her to dodge constantly. If that's the case, this strategic dater. Adela looked up and saw his magic bird preparing to attack her. Could it be? She closed her eyes, ready to endure the attack. But the bird didn't attack Adela. Instead, it flew around the training room. This made her freeze for a few seconds. The bird flew behind Hazu's back. He spoke up. This is what I wanted to talk about. I don't understand their intentions either. Hazu reached out to help her up. Adela, what do you think? She politely asked. Can I see that profile? He didn't hesitate. Of course. A moment later, Adela looked at the phone with a confused expression. It's true. This looks more like a strategy guide than a profile. Hazu nodded, right? Sachin also ran over to join in. I want to see it too. Reading this strategy guide, you'd be amazed. The data analysis is always perfect. Adela pondered Kang In's purpose. Instead of focusing on analysis, focus on upgrading your skills. Perhaps this is how the Green Tower Master shows care. Hazu heard that and immediately got conceited. Maybe so, but since I'm at a disadvantage, they're giving me a little preferential treatment. Sachin was naive. It's a good thing, isn't it? We don't even have time to practice. You half agreed, yes. But Hazu started playing his usual delaying tactics again. Oh well, better to practice than to overthink. Alright, break time's over. Adela chimed in. Oh, right. He complained. Break time's over already? I haven't even had a chance to breathe. Just 5 more minutes of rest. Hazu lectured him like a father to his son. You have to train in this state to build your stamina. Alright, Sachin. 1 hour of running, okay? He cursed under his breath. Hazu, you scoundrel! Suddenly, an explosion right behind his ear made Sachin freeze. He angrily yelled at the two of them. You idiots, we're indoors. Cowardly Sachin's face darkened when he saw a large hole in the training room. Why do they keep using magic in the indoor training ground? The sky had come to the shift change. At Obelix Academy, the academy dormitory, Adela also returned to her room at this time. She lay stretched out on the bed after a tiring day of magic practice. Adela could barely speak. She had to change her clothes before going to bed. Good night. She closed her eyes, full of exhaustion. Hazu's moonlight bullets kept lingering in her mind. His moonlight bullets, they're even faster and stronger than mine. Thinking about this, Adela suddenly woke up. Wait, hold on. She must be really peeved at Hazu. How annoying, I've been so diligent, and I still can't catch up. Adela suddenly sat up. I can't stay like this. I have to try harder. Her competitive streak made her more and more stubborn. I've come this far with my sight magic. I can't at least lose to Hazu's moon element magic. Adela kept tormenting herself. I can't sleep now. I'll take a cold shower to wake up. Right, I need to review today's training materials. The forest where he often trained was also enveloped in deep night. Hazu closed his eyes and calmed his mind after a long day. I can't believe I no longer need the 5 senses sealing spell so soon. Elena gently walked up to him. Lady Elena. She happily pointed to her divine eye. It seems you've completely mastered seeing through mana. Hazu calmly replied, yes. If I look too long, I still get a headache, but now I can see whenever I want. Elena excitedly said, then let's practice new magic. This time, you will use your divine eye to observe my magic circle. She analyzed in more detail. When observing, you will understand the nature of magic and see a gap, a loophole to break the spell. Hazu was somewhat confused. A loophole? Elena asserted, yes. All spells have weaknesses. She looked at him calmly. Use that loophole to close and erase the magic circle. Then quickly cast this strange new type of magic. That is the destruction magic of Pago. Hazu's mouth hung open. Erase a magic circle? Elena calmly explained its powerful function. Yes, Pago means to open the divine eye wide to nullify magic. She said affectionately. Try it, you'll definitely understand right away. Elena gently pushed the Pago magic circle in front of her closer to him. Hazu brought his hand close to the magic circle. His sacred eye began to glow brightly, leaving him stunned. What's this? Even after examining it carefully, Hazu was helpless before the Pago magic circle. The mana had a strong yet warm aura. But no matter how much I searched, I couldn't find any flaws in the magic circle. He was determined. I must find a flaw in this magic circle. Elena stared as if to hypnotize him. Activate your divine eye. Now analyze the structure of the magic circle. Hazu obeyed the young lady. Yes. Divine eye. At this moment, he was very clear-headed, recalling what he had learned. In magic theory, a perfect formula does not exist. Hazu searched his memory for Mimir's book. Mimir's book contained a passage about nullifying magic. He began to analyze the psychology of the magic circle. With Pago, since no spell is perfect, flaws are bound to appear. Hazu used his reason to dissect the problem. See through the essence of magic, listen to the sound of mana, find the flaws in magic. He was suddenly dizzy for a long while. And then, Lady Elena simply cast the Pago magic circle. Hazu swiftly used magic to control this magic circle. From then on, magic was no longer magic. Destroy, break, and nullify. The castle stood majestically against the clear blue sky. The moderator sternly announced, that's all for today. Concluding the preliminary strategy meeting for the Olympiad, Inu bowed his head, deep in thought for a long while. Stepping out of the meeting, Kang In called his name loudly from behind. Mr. Inu. He smiled. I didn't expect the head of the mysterious divine tribe to attend this meeting in person. In Hayu's face always looked like he wanted to devour others alive. He growled, I should be the one saying that. Tower Lord Lamb, you're the one who has no reason to attend this meeting. King Ion's face brightened as he calmly replied, I'm only participating as a sponsor. He wondered, a sponsor? The corner of his mouth curved up slightly, and his eyes suddenly deepened. That's right, or more precisely, a potential sponsor. Inu frowned, making his eyebrows meet. It sounds like Land Tower is planning to dispatch artisans. Kang In calmly said, I'm still considering it. As I said, I'm just a potential sponsor. He didn't even look at Kang In as he spoke. It's surprising enough that you're even considering this. Inu suddenly turned and asked, but Lamb Tower, you probably can't deploy artisans right now. Kang-in also looked at the other person with half-closed eyes. Fortunately, everything is going well. We believe this Olympiad is worth the effort. He looked puzzled. Worth that much? He proudly spoke about him. The Korean team, led by Hazu, might create a miracle and bring a gold medal to Korea. Inu was bewildered upon hearing that. Hazu! Kang-in smiled cunningly. I'm sure you're looking forward to it too, and so am I. He lowered his head. I see, so Hazu also made a similar offer to you. He was just waiting for that, and immediately closed his eyes in delight. I knew it, you recognized it right away. Inuuk put on that grumpy face again and asked suspiciously, so what exactly did he propose to you? Hearing this, King Ion's lips curved into an inexplicable smile. He recounted Hazu's boastfulness. He said he would win a gold medal at this year's Olympiad and asked me to send an engineer. What about you, sir? He said skeptically. He said he would win a gold medal and asked me to provide him with all possible support until then. Suddenly, his son's smug face appeared in his mind. He had completely changed compared to a year ago. He seemed very confident. Kang-in subtly curved his lips and quietly asked, did you accept his offer without any conditions? Inuuk responded to his probing question with a nonchalant tone. Yes, after all, providing support isn't too difficult. But are you seriously considering sending master craftsmen just because of a child's promise? Kang-in secretly chuckled. As expected, this overwhelming aura, like father, like son. Ah! He puffed out his chest and laid down a condition for him. That's right, as long as Hazu meets the condition I've set, I'll be willing to invest. Inuuk glanced at him pointedly. What condition? Seizing the opportunity, Kang-in immediately set a tough challenge for Hazu. He has to defeat a 5th circle mage in a solo match. That's the condition I set for him. He wasn't an easy target either. Looking at him with sharp eyes. Not bad, huh? Kang-in smiled. Will you come watch, sir? Inuuk politely replied, may I come? He warmly welcomed him. Of course, you are absolutely welcome. Scene change. The lush green forest, enveloped in shimmering magical energy, appeared before Hazu. Having struggled all day, he lay sprawled on the ground, panting. I'm exhausted. Elena stood beside him, holding a teacup, and gently encouraged, well done, air. As she walked towards a small table set up in the desolate green forest, she gently said, so, the entire training course is complete. Hazu slowly sat up, yeah. He expressed his gratitude to her. You're the one who's worked hard. Lady Elena, I've only made it this far thanks to you. Seeing Hazu's gratitude, Elena looked at him fondly. I hope I didn't push you too hard just because this was the final training session. Hazu stood up gently, a bright smile on his face. Thanks to Master's cloak, I can still manage. She gently poured him a cup of tea. Have some tea, it'll help you shake off the fatigue. Hazu politely took the teacup. I'll enjoy it, thank you. Elena praised him. In this regard, you're different from Zay. Zay truly hates anything that requires physical effort. She smiled as she told Hazu about him. He's the type who solves everything with magic. So whenever something requires physical strength, he always grumbles and complains. He held the teacup, his eyes half awake, half dazed, like a young all listening to a story. For a mage of Master's caliber, I suppose that's understandable. Her voice rang out just as light shone down on the ancient trees. Successor, thank you for keeping up with me. This marks the end of your training with me. Elena approached and confided in Hazu. Teaching you has been a very interesting experience for me. This should be a joyful thing, but I feel both relieved and a little sad. She lowered her head gloomily. Since I began waiting for you, the successor, I knew that the day of parting would eventually come. Hazu's eyes widened foolishly in astonishment. Huh? What do you mean? Elena waved her hand, creating a powerful stream of life force around her. This life force carried leaves and a glimmer of the earth, making her even more radiant in the morning sun. When my role is complete, the page of destruction disappears. As it was time to leave, Elena remained as graceful as ever, whispering to him, I disappear with this forest. This is a promise I made to Zay. Upon hearing these words of farewell, Hazu couldn't hide his shock, staring at her. frozen for a few seconds. Elena's voice was soft like a gentle breeze. Please don't make such a sad face. Just as this world silently fades away, it proves that it was something created. Now it's time to say goodbye. Successor! Hearing this, he cried out in alarm. Without you, Lady Elena, I would never have dared to dream of mastering the skill of destruction. Elena placed her hand over her left chest, closing her eyes as if speaking her final prideful words. I'm very happy that you are Zay's successor. You truly have the ability to inherit his magic correctly. What a relief. Tears welled in her eyes. If there's one regret, it's that I won't be able to witness you mature further. Hazu rushed forward, wanting to hold onto Elena. Helpless and sad, she could only take his hand and whisper her final instructions. No matter how many difficulties or challenges you face in the future, never give up. Elena's hand gradually faded away like smoke. She closed her eyes, choking up, and please take good care of Mimir. She easily feels lonely and can be a bit troublesome. Hazu's throat tightened. He squeezed her hand and accepted the request. Yes, of course. The stream of life force that seemed to bring life now only signified a farewell, his voice trembling. This is a permanent goodbye. I felt something I had never experienced before, a pain, an indescribable ache, an unavoidable sadness. Elena looked at him fondly, sharing her joy through choked sobs. And finally, congratulations, you are now a third-tier master. With those words, she disappeared in a sparkling stream of life force. Only the glowing Idre book remained suspended in midair. Hazu teleported back to his room, then held the Idre book and thought to himself, I immediately opened the Idre book, but the page of destruction was completely. His tears fell, mingling with his choked sobs. Now, Elena existed only in memories. Thank you, Lady Elena. Hazu recalled what had just happened as if it were a dream, then told himself, those days I trained in that forest. I will engrave them in my heart, along with this eternal farewell, the thing that helps me keep moving forward. The brilliant streams of life force also gradually faded. The training arena tower stood towering like a giant castle in the city. Kangen stood inside with a mysterious smile. The decisive battle between Hazu and the fifth circle mage is about to begin. Suchun, sitting next to him, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat as if something was caught in his throat. Inuuk was also present at the arena. With a tense expression, he asked, what do you think his chances of winning are? Suchun, as if poked by a needle, responded in a panic. Why, this idiot keeps getting on my nerves. Will I be dragged into this? He looked down at the arena, thinking, if only Adela were here, it would be so much better. But right now, she's down in the arena supporting Hazu. Suchun, as if being chased, urged, come on, hurry up. What are you waiting for? Finally, the super handsome Hazu appeared in the arena after countless days of intense training with Lady Elena. Inuuk probed Kangen. Do you think he has a chance to win? He waved his hand, his unpleasant cheerful expression and contemptuous tone underestimating Hazu. I'd say about 10%. Honguk stood on the arena floor, a triumphant smile on his face. He, sitting above, turned to strike up a conversation with Kangen. My perspective is a bit different. He laughed loudly. Oh, really? So what percentage would you give him, sir? Inuyuke frowned and replied, at most, 2%. Kangen, being mischievous, dragged Suchun into their awkward conversation again. That's a strict assessment. What about you? Suchun, innocently, could only stammer. Huh, you mean me? Kangen glanced at him and replied, that's right, if you put friendship aside and think objectively. What do you think Hazu's chances of winning are? This question made Suchun break out in a cold sweat. He looked down at Hazu to avoid Kangen's gaze. I think, Suchun said, louder than usual to hide his fear. I still think the chance is about 50%. Kangen, still not satisfied with the answer, leaned closer to interrogate him. Half, that's quite a generous number. What's the reason? This time, he wasn't flustered and answered without hesitation. Reason? Actually, I don't have a specific reason. It's just that if Hazu gives it his all, it might just be an evenly matched fight. Each word Suchun spoke conveyed his pride for his friend. He's still growing at an astonishing rate, and he hasn't even revealed his full power yet. Kangin took advantage of the opening and asked, "Do you mean Hazu still hasn't fought seriously until now?" Su, standing on the arena floor, signaled readiness. All magical barriers have been checked. The match will begin now. Adela hastily urged Hazu, "Let's go." He hesitated. Honguk looked down and smiled. She entered the spectator stands with a heavy heart. Suchin saw the person he had just wished for arrive and rushed over, his face drenched in sweat as if he'd just taken a shower. "I'm saved, Adela." "Well done," she asked, startled. "What happened?" On the arena floor, only Hazu and Honguk remained. Hazu's eyes radiated intense determination, while his opponent always maintained a triumphant smile. Referee Su shouted, "Now then, both of you, take your positions." Honguk, with a smirk, looked arrogant. He taunted his opponent. "I never thought the day would come when I'd face the genius of the Divine Magic Clan standing before me like this." Su signaled ready. Hazu approached, humbly saying, "Please go easy on me, senior." As he finished speaking, he glared with chilling murderous intent. She raised her hand and shouted, "Start." Honguk feigned humility to his opponent. "I'll let you make the first move, Junior." Hazu didn't bother being polite with him. "Then I'll gladly accept your kindness." He chanted divine will. A magic circle appeared before his face, followed by Wine Blade, Fireball. Hazu thought smugly, "Since he let me make the first move, I'll put all my power into this opening strike." He tilted his head skyward. "So this is the adaptive magic I've only heard rumors about. How interesting." Seeing his arrogant expression, Hazu issued a warning. "Don't you think you're a bit too relaxed?" Honguk replied as if victory was certain, "Because this is a situation where I can afford to be relaxed." Hazu lowered his head threateningly. That confidence. He unleashed a surge of spiritual power towards his opponent. "Let's see how long it lasts." Fire! Bright streaks of vital energy, two colors of ice and fire intertwined, swirling towards him. Honguk resisted calmly, truly astounding. These intertwined spells are the crystallization of ice and fire blending, all appearing as if they're the same type of magic. But some twist slightly along different trajectories, looking distinct yet harmonious, making them unstoppable. He slowly controlled his magic, thinking, if a level 5 magic spell flew in like that, it would indeed be terrifying. Then Honguk's hand gently formed a series of numbers. He looked directly at his opponent with half-closed eyes as Hazu's magic streams attacked Honguk head-on. A tributeless level 5 defensive magic, but he wasn't easily defeated, quickly forming a powerful defensive layer to protect himself from the spiritual energy beam, Magic Shield. In just a moment, all of Hazu's magic dissipated. Hazu moved quickly while thinking. Even level 5 magic is easily blocked by a magic shield. But the weakness of the magic shield is that it completely isolates the caster. Currently, Honguk couldn't stop himself from being approached. Realizing this weakness, he lunged forward at light speed, catching Honguk off guard. Honguk only now began to be vigilant. "You saw me reveal an opening like this to you. Was your plan all along to rush in right after I used Magic Shield?" Hazu said arrogantly, "Even if you knew, you wouldn't be able to change anything." He quickly moved closer to control the Magic Shield. Hazu still seemed superior. "Are you sure about that?" Hazu gently placed his hand on Honguk's Magic Shield. "Interfere!" In just a few seconds, the fragile Magic Shield couldn't withstand the pressure from him. Honguk was suddenly thrown backward. Su-chan, sitting in the stands, was also excited, a crack in a level 5 shield. That stream of vital energy continued to engulf Honguk, causing the crack to widen. Kangin, seeing this, panicked, "No way!" Meanwhile, Inhu maintained an ice-cold expression from the start of the match until now. He knew for sure he would win, so he seized the opportunity to taunt his opponent. Too late. "I anticipated the moment you would interfere with my magic and set it to accelerate the spell sphere immediately afterward." The two overlapping trajectories of wind and fire merged into one, striking the magic shield like a missile. Firestorm. Hazu's Firestorm magic successfully shattered the magic shield in a few seconds. Adela sprang up, startled. Magic shield. Suchan was also stunned, his mouth agape. It's broken. He sneered sarcastically. If only Senior had been a little more careless, it would have been great. Suddenly, Hanguk's characteristic arrogant voice rang out from within Hazu's firestorm. That's when your magic stream was swirling in a daze. It's fine to relax, but never ever let your guard down. The magic shield just shattered, yet he'd already created a new one, then said with excessive confidence, "That's what the Tower Lord taught me." Hazu stood cautiously to the side, creating an absolute new shield right after the previous one shattered. This is the level of 5-star magic. Hanguk stood behind the magic shield, looking at him with sharp eyes. He both threatened his opponent and created a powerful magic stream. Alright, Junior, this time I'll be the one to make the first move. The arena was now surrounded by white smoke and a tense atmosphere. Seeing him about to act, Hazu thought to himself. As expected, those lines of information immediately appeared in his mind. They perfectly matched the data the Tower Lord had sent. Hazu remained calm, recalling and simultaneously devising a counter-strategy. After a moment, he looked up at Hanguk and guessed. Then his next move will be his ultimate technique. Fire-type magic and a close-quarters attack using body enhancement. No sooner had Hazu finished thinking than he saw Hanguk charging with a fire-elemental sword, ready to attack. He clenched his fists to counter-attack. He's interested in my magic. Hazu moved while carefully analyzing to observe me more closely. He's not aiming for a vital spot. Moreover, Hanguk certainly wouldn't attack half-heartedly over such a trivial matter. But he won't go easy on me. If he strikes, there's only one answer. It's a right hook, and it's all within my predictions. Hazu reacted quickly, lowering his center of gravity to dodge. Unfortunately, Hanguk's speed was too fast, causing the sword's blade to graze his bicep. Hazu no longer had much time to think, so he decided on a quick victory. He clenched his fist, put all his strength into it, then decisively punched him right in the stomach. Hanguk's face showed clear pain, as if he was about to swear. He frowned and quickly retreated to avoid the attack. Hanguk rubbed his stomach with an awkward smile. "You reacted well to this speed?" Hearing that, Hazu honestly replied, "I've practiced a lot of close combat." He retracted the fire-elemental sword and began to summon flames in his hand. "You're right." He observed every gesture and thought to himself. Although close combat is his forte, he still analyzes his opponent's strength and adjusts his stance. He's truly not ordinary. At this moment, Hanguk suddenly spoke, interrupting Hazu's thoughts. "The future is truly terrifying. A third circle mage with close combat skills at this level." He walked slowly while gradually accumulating fire energy in his hand. "From here on, I will also." Hanguk immediately ignited his magic and declared with grandeur, "Fight seriously." As soon as he finished speaking, the flames in his hand erupted. Fire dance. At this very moment, the ultimate privilege that only mages who reach the 5th circle can possess. It is a wide area destructive spell that only they can perform, and yet another 3rd circle spell that cannot be blocked or dodged this strike. Hanguk knew that perfectly and provoked. So how do you plan to stop it? Massive torrents of fire rained down on the arena. Hazu was not only unafraid, but also had an extremely strong resolve. "The battle ends with this move, with victory belonging to me." Saying that, he began to summon his magic, slowly resonating them and feeling this kind of power. Once he had felt enough, Hazu immediately shouted the water shield spell to avoid his rain of fire. Seeing him dodge a 5th circle magic attack, Hanguk was stunned. A 3rd circle spell? No way. Not only him, but others watching the match also couldn't believe it. Is that also a type of adaptive magic? Adela exclaimed. Fire dance and water shield have collided. Suchen next to her was also agitated. "I can't see anything. What's happening?" Seeing his power was so great, Kangin was puzzled. Water shield is definitely a 3rd circle spell, right? But it's performing like something even beyond the 4th circle. And who looked at this scene and fell silent for a moment. Thick mist enveloped the arena, making it very difficult for Hanguk to determine his opponent's position. "Damn it! My vision!" He calmly analyzed, but in this mist, even he can't see anything. So, where does he plan to launch his finishing blow from? Now Hazu is using the God's Eye spell, activating it. With such thick mist, of course he knew he couldn't see anything. Even if I can't see, Mana will tell me. As the thought flashed through his mind, Hazu had already pinpointed his opponent's location, the red mana of the fire sword, there. Thinking that, he quickly rushed forward to attack. Honguk sensed the sound and turned to look. Then he swiftly swung his arm and slashed. Got you. However, he slashed at thin air, and simultaneously, Hazu from behind unleashed lightning spear magic. Seeing him right behind him, Honguk started to get anxious. When did he get so close? Hurry, absolute shield. No, absolute shield has already been broken once. It's too risky. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Then, Honguk unleashed a new move and Hazu keenly noticed it. That's Earth Moner. He was now gathering each system to create a sturdy barrier, then slammed his hand onto the ground and poured all his strength into the Earth Shield spell. Seeing that, he immediately thought of a plan. Stop him before he puts up the wall. Instantly, a bolt of lightning struck, destroying the Earth Shield before it could even be completed. Honguk, standing right there, was also somewhat affected by this lightning energy. No time to rest. Hazu had already cast his next spell. He ignited fire elemental magic round his fist. He looked at the recent moves and couldn't help but worry, thinking, he's too fast. Seeing the magic source in Honguk's hand, Hazu's eyes gradually sharpened. Light mana. He quickly dodged the attack, but unfortunately was still grazed by the water light pillar. Despite being injured, Hazu did not falter and continued to rush forward to attack with a powerful critical hit. Very soon after, the force suppression skill and water shield clashed. After the aftershocks subsided, leaving a thick fog, he began to feel annoyed and thought to himself, damn it, obstructed vision again. Facing this dense fog, Honguk immediately found it difficult. This is starting to get troublesome now. The very next second, he immediately used new magic, but your petty tricks end here. Hazu seriously watched what Honguk was up to. After a while, he suddenly smiled meaningfully. With the eye of God, piercing the nature of magic, listening to the sound of mana, and grasping flaws in magic. From that moment on, magic would no longer be mere magic. Hazu stepped forward and extended his hand to summon his magic. Honguk's previous magic commands instantly evaporated, startling him. My magic. It's gone. As he slowly lost consciousness, Honguk stubbornly clung to his hellfire, while Hazu spoke. The moment you are certain of victory is the most dangerous moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Hazu immediately used the chaotic dance with wine skill. The victory and defeat were too clear. Jua jumped up and declared loudly, the winner of the match is. Then she took a deep breath and shouted. The battle left the arena with quite severe damage. At this moment, in the waiting room, the training room of the Blue Magic Tower, Hazu seemed exhausted. He walked towards the changing area when Kang-in suddenly spoke up. What an earth-shattering contest! He didn't want to reply and slammed the door shut. Half a second later, he flung the door open excitedly. Kang-in began to ramble. It felt like watching a perfectly designed chess game. Even now thinking about it, I still get chills. Look, I'm getting goosebumps. Then he naturally put his arm around Hazu's shoulder and asked, that was a grade for magic. How did you overcome the limitations of spell memorization? Hazu put on an innocent face and asked back. Hearing this, Kang indecisively replied. Then he raised his voice. He smiled, pointed at Hazu, and affirmed. After hearing that, he just remained silent without any rebuttal. Kang-in continued to analyze. His eyes grew deeper. Seeing Kang-in knew everything so clearly, he momentarily fell into deep thought. After a moment, facing his gaze, Hazu hesitated and spoke. Sometime later, at the headquarters of the Blue Magic Tower, inside Kang-in's office, Jua suddenly turned to announce, tomorrow, I'll handle the deployment of engineers for the Thinvan convention. After hearing, he just smiled and reminded, alright, coordinate with the contractors so it doesn't affect other projects, okay? Suddenly, Kangin placed his coffee cup down on the table. Then he spoke in a meaningful tone. Jua, what do you think? She frowned and asked back, what do you mean? Then he cheerfully said, do you really think we can win a gold medal at this sacred convention? Jua heard that and replied without hesitation, I don't think it's entirely impossible. Kangin immediately reacted, oh, yesterday you said even a bronze medal was far-fetched. Jua was startled upon hearing that. The situation has changed since yesterday, hasn't it? He hinted with a glance, right? You also found it quite astonishing, didn't you? As soon as he finished speaking, Jua's keyboard tapping also stopped. She understood what Kangin was referring to and tacitly admitted, yes, it was indeed very impressive. He suddenly chuckled. You were so absorbed you even forgot you were a judge. Jua could only feel embarrassed now. Please don't tease me anymore. A moment later, Kangin became serious again. Exactly what kind of magic does Hazu use? Jua didn't answer the question directly. Didn't you observe the entire match with your ruby eyes? He admitted, I did observe it. Recalling the scene made Kangin still worried. But even though I saw it, I still can't explain it. Furthermore, the way he used steam to hide it from my ruby eyes, and to think he even hid the trick to conceal my magic. It's terrifying. And of course, I understand he broke the hell magic formula, but exactly how? I have no idea how he broke the magic formula. Upon hearing this, she thought to herself, even with ruby eyes, one of the 3 strongest reconnaissance magic eyes currently, I still can't grasp what kind of magic it is. He stroked his chin and said, this bothers me immensely. I asked him directly in the waiting room. Recalling that moment, Hazu calmly asked back, and then what? Then he said, do you remember what you said? That a mage has the right to keep their magic a secret. Then he gave a compromising smile. I cannot reveal my magic to you. Kangin sadly reminisced, yeah, he refused, said it was a secret, and told me to figure it out myself. Swa suddenly had an idea and wondered, is there any possibility he did something illegal? He immediately stopped her thought. No, that's not it. His mana purity and structure are simply too clean. Kangin reached for his tablet. The only thing I realized. He hesitated for a moment, then recalled Hazu's earlier words. If I told you I modified the mnemonic with a transformation spell, would you believe me? Kangin thought, the magic Hazu uses isn't transformation magic. At least not that, right? Not letting curiosity overcome reason, he stood up and said to Swa, anyway, this year's Thinvan convention will definitely be worth watching. Kangin suddenly became cheerful again and turned to ask her, do you want to grab something to eat? Seeing that, Swa could only helplessly follow, then joked, you'll pay me extra for overtime, right? The next day, at Obelix Academy's dormitory, Hazu's room was suddenly filled with the sound of an alarm. He looked at the clock for a moment before realizing his whole body was sore and aching. Hazu sat up and guessed, I think I've slept for about 8 hours. It's probably because I used resonance and dissipation. Fatigue isn't as easy to shake off as usual anymore. Once I've used resonance, I completely can't use mana. He glanced at the shirt on the chair, so even Master's cloak becomes useless. That's a pretty big problem. From now on, I have to be more careful. After thinking, Hazu didn't know what to do next, so he just kept sitting on the bed. He tiredly rubbed his forehead a few times. Suddenly, a message notification from his father appeared on his phone screen. He advised, you probably overexerted yourself in yesterday's battle. I've arranged medical leave for you. Take the whole day to rest and readjust your condition. Seeing these messages, Hazu paused for a moment. He thought to himself, after yesterday's match, Father left without saying a word. So I was worried if Father was upset about something. But now Hazu feels a bit relieved. That's good then. He was now slowly falling into thought. Have I regained some of Father's trust? No, not yet. The truly important part starts now. There's not much time left until the Thinvan convention. A moment later at the library, Mimir stepped forward and greeted, Successor, you're here? How was the match? Hazu gave a forced smile and replied, Of course I won. It was too easy a victory. She asked doubtfully, Are you sure it was easy? You look like you're about to collapse. Hazu sighed and told the truth. Honestly, it wasn't easy at all. Just one small mistake and I would have surely lost. And thanks to the information from the Green Tower Master, I was in an extremely advantageous position. So even though I won, I don't feel satisfied at all. After that, his expression improved and he requested, "Alright Mimir, bring me a book, one about the fourth infinite circle, specifically the expansion circle." Upon hearing Hazu's request, she immediately summoned magic. Fourth infinite spell circle expand. Very quickly, the books he needed appeared. "I've collected a lot of spell books for you, successor." Hazu was astonished by the terrifying number of books as Mimir instructed him, so read all of them. A moment later, as a gentle breeze blew through every nook and cranny, a class was taking place in some area of Obelix Academy. The teacher's voice echoed in the classroom. "Now, chapters 5 to 10 have been assigned. Write about the attributes of magic and your answers to the questions within it. If you look closely at the materials, it won't be difficult." Hearing this, Hazu picked up a pen and wrote a few words. Suddenly, he paused for a moment in thought, the magic circle expanding. Hazu seemed to have an idea and immediately drew a few lines with his pen. This expanding magic circle was significantly different from previous ones. In a flash, he finished drawing the intricate circles. The deliberation circle, the resonance circle, the interference circle. Then Hazu drew the final stroke, created by layers of petal-like structures. He gazed at it intently for a moment before slowly analyzing. So, because the expanding circle is surrounded by 3 magic circles, those 3 magic circles rotate on a stable axis, resulting in the entire magic circle being stabilized, which will increase the magic's effectiveness. And when the magic circle is stabilized, the magic's weaknesses will decrease, and energy absorption will increase. Of course, both the number of resonances and the resonance duration increase. Adverse effects from magic resonance will also decrease, and furthermore, the burden of using dispersed spells will also be reduced. Thinking of this, Hazu smiled. It's the same with the Divine Eye. However, he also knew it had a dark side, but because this was a completely new type of circle compared to previous ones, it wouldn't be easy to create. Recalling what he had just read, Hazu became even more certain. Yes, that's the biggest problem, according to the book I read in Mimir's room. Moreover, it would take at least a year to create the expanding circle. Just thinking about it was enough to make his head ache. Of course, the more magic circles there are, the harder they are to create. Hazu cast his eyes into the distance, but this is truly outrageous. Now, I can't even calculate the time it would take to create the magic circle. Sometime later, inside the training ground of Obelix Academy, he intently looked at his watch and said, 5 minutes left. Sachin was panting heavily after running for a long time. Adela, right next to him, was also tired, but she knew how to regulate her breathing more evenly. As soon as he saw they met the quota, Hazu shouted, "Alright, 10-minute break." Upon hearing this, he quickly lay down and complained, "I think I'm going to die." Seeing this, Adela stepped forward and asked, "Are you okay?" Her eyes gleamed with determination as she gently encouraged, "Keep trying." Sachin's mind was full of question marks at this moment. Adela continued to reassure him, "Didn't we say we'd try even harder?" Seeing her action, he stared blankly, remembering something. It was the night of the battle with Hanguk when Hazu had said, "Everyone, I just finished a match, so I'm really tired. Can we do that later?" Sachin reacted strongly upon hearing this. What the hell? No matter how tired you are, you said the assessment had to be done on the same day. That's what you said. Adela, standing next to him, was also worried, "But I think today is a bit much. Can we rest and do it tomorrow?" But he remained firm in his decision. No. Sachin began to reason. Training while tired is the most important thing. Skipping that is like skipping 30% of the training. Then he brazenly walked over and nudged his shoulder. That's what our teacher, Hazu, always says. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Hazu's face darkened at that moment, almost wanting to punch the other person. Suddenly he smiled brightly and said, "That's right. I've been too lazy. I shouldn't forget my original mindset. To prepare for tomorrow's full training, I'm really looking forward to it. Suchin, seeing that something was wrong, turned pale. I think it's best if you still rest today. Hazu pulled him while suppressing his anger. Alright, let's start with the first exercise. Let's take it one step at a time. Suchin, realizing the situation wasn't good, started calling for help. Adela. She just ignored him and replied, "Congratulations." Later, at the familiar Obelix 20 for convenience store, Suchin sighed as he walked. Even if he's my friend, objectively speaking, a genius is still a genius. Adela agreed, that's right, he's really amazing. Then Suchin added, he's truly insane. Just because an opponent skipped the first step, he completely changed his strategy, creating a new one on the spot. Upon hearing these words, she pondered for a moment before slowly opening her mouth. Really? He didn't think much further and turned to ask, was Hazu like that when he was a kid? Adela took a sip of milk and calmly replied, well, he was a bit younger than he is now. Suchin was puzzled. Do you mean he was always immature in his mind? She didn't deny it, that's right. Suddenly, Adela's memories rushed back. At that time, I thought he was training too aggressively. It seemed like he was overestimating his abilities too. Back then, she watched Hazu from a distance, of course. I also tried harder to keep up with him. Stepping out of her hazy thoughts, Adela immediately smiled, but now, as I follow in his footsteps, I've come to understand many things, honestly. I even enjoy it more. Whatever the case, Hazu's magic seemed to appeal greatly to her. I think I'm even more interested in his magic now than before. Suchin suddenly thought of something and leaned in to ask, wait, that guy, the master of perfection, there was a time like that? Adela calmly replied, that's right, at least before he joined Obelix. Suchin silently confirmed, so Hazu's magical incompatibility judgment, perhaps it wasn't a curse, but a blessing, right? As soon as Suchin finished speaking, she turned to look at him confusedly. Seeing Adela's expression, he stammered, don't misunderstand me. I don't mean anything bad. You know how in comics or movies, geniuses often have that unique arrogance? Suchin expressed his thoughts. I think that arrogance slowed down his development. But Hazu has always progressed, learning and understanding many things. He changes and becomes more complete day by day. She seemed to understand what the other person wanted to say. In other words, because he experienced failure, he became as perfect as he is now. Is that what you mean? Suchin walked, affirming decisively, exactly, that's my point of view. Hazu might get angry if he heard this. Suchin suddenly stopped, took a long breath, and happily expressed, well, he's found his own path. So that's something we can say, he's doing many things well. Adela was stunned for a moment upon hearing these words. He turned around and said cheerfully, Adela, let's do our best. Suchin added, we have to show him that we are on the same development path as him. Then Suchin raised his hand determinedly. Let's do our best and prepare for the Olympiad. She finally understood everything he said. Let's do our best. Back to reality at the Obelix Academy training ground. Suchin was lost in the past and unconsciously murmured, that's everything. Hazu walked over, startling him awake. Huh? What? He brought a water bottle to Suchin and encouraged him. You did great. He blushed crimson and gave a wry smile, not forgetting to tease. You made me sick. Are you giving me medicine? Hazu handed him the water and retorted, hey, when did I ever make you sick? I'm giving you a dose of medicine with instructions on it. Suchin took the water bottle. Yes, thank you. What a talented doctor. Adela stood there witnessing this scene, and her heart suddenly bloomed. Suddenly, he spoke up, interrupting her thoughts. Adela, it's time for special training. She ran over and replied, okay? At Obelix Academy, the training session was over. At the indoor training ground, Suchin and Adela were resting when Hazu suddenly called out. Adela, I'm sorry if I'm disturbing your rest. Can we talk for a moment? Hearing that, she turned her head to look at him. Puzzled. Talk? The two of them started walking towards the back of the training ground to talk. Hazu spoke first. Now that the Olympiad team has been confirmed, I'm thinking of revising the training schedule. Then he announced, starting tomorrow, we are officially allowed to skip classes. Adela quickly replied, yes, that's right. Hazu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Although the academy has its own training program for the Olympiad, I don't think 8 hours is enough. He held up his tablet slowly, dragging out his words. So from now on, Hazu gave the instruction, we'll have tactical meetings every morning. She immediately wondered, tactical meetings? He seriously explained, yes, exactly, we'll analyze each Olympiad event. Hazu considered and reviewed the new rules added this year to find a path to victory. Adela suddenly wondered, that sounds good, but why are you only telling me? Hazu gave a wry smile. Suchin is already struggling with just physical training. So even if I told him now, he'd be too tired to properly listen, she thought. That's true. Hazu briefly informed her. The analysis of athletes from other countries is already being handled day and night by Sue from the Blue Magic Tower. A few minutes later, he concluded. So we'll start tomorrow, just remember that. Adela called back. Wait, she asked worriedly. It's fine if we come up with strategies ourselves, but will the third-year students really follow our strategies? Hearing that, Hazu smiled confidently. He looked at Adela and hinted, there's a way to solve that problem. The next day, all three of them had gathered at the Obelix Academy's outdoor training ground. While Hazu and Adela were so calm, Suchin awkwardly asked, aren't you guys worried? He heard that and replied, not really. She's even calmer. Why? Is there any reason to worry? Suchin broke out in a sweat, trying to explain. What do you mean? Why? Everyone thinks we're third years, you know, that awkward feeling. That intimidating and unapproachable vibe. Hazu pondered for a moment. The senior title really does carry that feeling. Adela chimed in, for me, not really. Hearing this, his head started to explode. What? Why? How can that be? Then she crossed her arms and boldly declared, because I'm going to defeat them. No sooner had Adela finished speaking than a voice suddenly rang out. Oh, she's even more arrogant than I've heard. The three of them simultaneously looked in one direction. There stood a guy with light blue hair named Sinew. Next was a not-so-friendly guy named Jinseok. And finally, the girl who had just spoken, named Haiyun. She stepped forward provocatively. Hey, Junior, repeat what you just said. Adela feigned ignorance. What did I just say? Haiyun repeated word for word. You just said you'd defeat us if we faced each other, or something like that. Say it again. She raised an eyebrow and retorted, if you really want to hear it again, then right now, no third-year student can defeat me. Suchan's heart skipped a beat hearing this. Honestly, our classmate is too rude. I'm really sorry. He turned to her and scolded, Adela, are you crazy? What's so good about making enemies with our seniors? She calmly shrugged. I'm just speaking the truth. Suchin quickly covered Adela's mouth while also reminding, Hazu, don't you dare instigate this either. Hazu quickly replied, of course I won't do that. Then he put on an innocent expression, seniors, you're here. I've been waiting for you. Hazu paused for a moment before lowering his voice. Excuse me, but what do you think if we have a match today between the second and third years? Suchan was stiff as a board. Hey! He observed them all and thought, I'm truly sorry to the seniors, but to completely take command of the team. Hazu became serious. I need to subdue these seniors first. Sinew found the proposal interesting and chuckled. You mean second years versus third years, right? He said mockingly, meaning the three of you second years against the three of us. Haiyun suddenly cut in. Let me go first. These unruly sprouts need to be pruned early. Seeing that they misunderstood him, he shook his head. No, what I mean is, Hazu explained coldly, all second-year students against all third-year students, meaning a 3-on-7 match. All the third-year students there were stunned to hear that. At this point, Suchin seemed completely out of it and couldn't hear another word. Sinew got straight to the point. What's your purpose? Hazu muttered, my purpose. Huh? He implied that with his personality, he wouldn't provoke like this for no reason. There must be a hidden motive behind it. Hazu gazed intently and thought, Singu, the second son of the Sin Mu King family. I'd met him a few times when I was young. His calm and cautious nature hasn't changed a bit to this day. Afterwards, he casually said, "TCH, what kind of intentions could I possibly have? I just think that sparring is the best way to evaluate each other's skills." Suddenly, Jin Seok rushed forward like a gust of wind and yelled, "You arrogant brat." He naturally understood what Hazu wanted to do. "You want to use your skills to crush us. Since you found it reasonable, I see. So your goal is to dominate us and take command of the team for this year's Olympics." Haeyeon, standing right there, was also utterly shocked. Jin Seok slowly walked up to him and sneered, "Is that right? Am I not mistaken?" Hazu, having his intentions guessed, fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, she raised her voice, "Your arrogant attitude is going too far, Junior. No, all of you, patience has its limits." Haeyeon waved her hand. "Alright, I know you and Adela are very capable, but this isn't right. Your disrespect for your seniors has its limits." She raged, gritting her teeth. "Yes, if it were a one-on-one match, you might win with your skills." Haeyeon found it ridiculous, but a 3-on-7 match? Are you kidding me? No matter how strong the three of you are. Suddenly, she pointed at Suchan. "You won't be able to defeat nearly twice your number of people with such a useless person on your side, right?" Suchan's face immediately darkened upon hearing that, useless. Adela's eyes were firm as she gave Haeyeon a cold stare. Hazu nearby seemed to share her sentiment, stopping for a moment. She unexpectedly offered a deal. "I'll say this nicely one last time. If you apologize now, we'll let it go." Sinyu nodded in agreement and reminded, "That's right, Junior. You've really gone too far this time." Every word entering his ears made him feel absurd. Hazu deliberately provoked, "Honestly, all this blabbering is so annoying." Upon hearing this, he gave a knowing smile. Suchan, standing right next to him, trembled. "Hazu, you're really crazy." He looked at them and spoke boldly. "Aren't you the useless ones here? Shut up and fight." Then a challenging smile appeared on Hazu's face. "Respected seniors." In an instant, he made the atmosphere stifling. Jin Seok frowned and spoke up. "I didn't want to ruin the atmosphere from the start, so I tried to mediate, but he really annoys me." He turned and raised an eyebrow at him. "Sengu, are you alright?" He was deep in thought when he was suddenly asked, and he replied with an unclear emotion. "Yeah." Jin Seok walked arrogantly towards Hazu. "Alright, let's do it then. 3-on-7. But just fighting straightforwardly is boring." His face showed defiance as he laid down a condition. "If you win, we'll follow your strategy as agreed." But if we win, Jin Seok was about to say more when Hazu brazenly cut him off. "Sounds good. Let's do that." Seeing his decisive attitude, he got annoyed. "I haven't even said what happens if we win." Hazu just smiled. "You can bet whatever you want." With a confident expression, he said, "If you tell me to give up, I will, but that won't happen anyway." The third-year students felt a headache coming on when they heard this. Haeyeon on this side looked like she was about to lose her mind. That bastard. Hazu didn't care and walked over to Suchan and Adela, saying, "And there's one more condition." He pointed his hand towards her, and at the same time, said, "If we win." Haeyeon froze when she saw Hazu suddenly look in her direction and make a demand. He pointed directly at her face, wearing a profound smile. "Apologize for calling Suchan useless." A little later, at Obelix Academy's magnificent arena, the academy began setting up the night mountain scenery inside. Hazu stretched his limbs for a bit, then asked, "Ready?" Adela immediately replied, "Yes, I'm fine." On the third-year students' side, they seemed to be discussing strategy when an announcement suddenly rang out. "The siege battle will begin in 5 minutes. Everyone to your positions." This 3-on-7 match was a condensed siege battle following international rules. Each team had designated a location, and the goal was to capture the flag placed there. His gaze was fixed on the flag. "We should finish this here." Suchan now put on an innocent expression, looking at the opponent. Seeing his somewhat strange expression, Hazu asked, "Is something wrong?" Suchan couldn't hide his worry and said, "Do you really have to go this far?" Hazu was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Suchan stood up and honestly expressed, "I mean, You're deliberately provoking the seniors. Do you really need to turn this into an emotional battle? He hesitated. Even without all this, it feels like everyone's already ready to follow your lead. Hazu's eyes gleamed with determination. Just listening to me isn't enough. They need to obey me. He maintained a calm demeanor. You understand better than anyone the battle I'm about to lead from now on. Su-chan, he timidly asked, but if you push them too much like that, what if they resent you? After saying this, even Su-chan himself was extremely worried. Hazu saw the beads of sweat on his face, understood, and then spoke to reassure him. It's okay, there's a way. He enthusiastically held the flag. If we win with overwhelming power, there will be no room for resentment. Su-chan was helpless. I'm such an idiot for asking that question. Over here. Ha-yun's fury seemed to have erupted. Hazu, how annoying, huh? He said he'd bet anything because he knows he won't lose. That damned bastard. Sinyu saw his teammate losing control and called out. Calm down, Ha-yun, there are only 5 minutes left. She began to chant, yeah, 5 minutes. Calm down, calm down, calm down. However, in the end, Ha-yun couldn't overcome her rage. I can't, apologize for calling him useless? She found it ridiculous. Why should I apologize for calling a useless person useless? Jin-seok said, this is driving me crazy. Seeing this situation, he could only sigh. I want to calm them down, but there's no more time. Suddenly, he muttered, that's right. Jin-seok thought deeply. That's right. Even I can't control my anger. This whole thing was ruined from the start, and now it's come to this. I'll just use this anger then. He cracked his knuckles. Anger pushes a person's strength to its limit. It's the best performance enhancer. 5 minutes passed, and then the announcement rang out. The battle begins. The countdown echoed everywhere, carrying with it Ha-yun and Su-chan's anxiety. Sinyu and Adela, however, were the complete opposite. Their eyes showed no ripple. It wasn't until the final countdown sounded that a fierce battle began. Jin-seok's expression now seemed to be eagerly anticipating this match. Just as the sound rang out, Game Start rang out, and Hazu immediately took a serious stance. The third-year students began to split up. Ha-yun passionately shouted, advance. Let's fight. On this side. He looked at Su-chan with a trusting gaze. I'm counting on you. He immediately replied, okay. Outwardly, it was so, but deep down, Su-chan still felt a little worried. The sky grew darker and darker. At the same time, 5 minutes had passed quickly. She was currently on a tree, observing the enemy's location. Ha-yun connected with her allies. I found their flag. Jin-seok exclaimed, excellent. Who's guarding it? She smirked. I only see one person, that useless guy. He's alone. Hearing this, he asked in disbelief. He's guarding it alone. Is anyone hiding nearby? Ha-yun whispered, I'm not sure. I don't see any signs of movement. Jin-seok reminded her, don't let your guard down. He was suspicious. Perhaps they're using him as bait in a trap. She replied, understood, I'll attack carefully. No sooner had she spoken than Ha-yun immediately jumped down from the tree in front of Su-chan. You're guarding alone? She looked at him disdainfully. You useless good-for-nothing. Su-chan was startled for a moment, then spoke, yeah, it just ended up like this. Hearing this, Ha-yun asked directly, so you knew I'd be the first to show up? He frankly replied yes and simultaneously took a defensive stance. She heard this and slowly stepped closer. How did you know? Su-chan's voice seemed to deepen. Hazu said, the gorilla would come. He recalled Hazu's words. He was certain that Senior Ha-yun would attack right at the start. She couldn't take it anymore, her face contorted. At that moment, he added, because she's hot-headed, they'll assign her an attacking role instead of a defensive one. Hai retorted, so you deliberately provoked me because of that. Her face immediately darkened. They knew I was coming, but they only left you alone to defend. Hai raised her head and screamed, you arrogant brats. Without further ado, she quickly summoned fire magic. Fire Archer. The flame quickly advanced towards Suchin. This fire magic ignited a bright flame amidst the desolate mountains. Hai wore an extremely confident expression. Fire Archer is a level for spell. It's not something someone like you can block, you useless person. No sooner had she finished speaking than she was stunned by this scene. In the heat of the moment, Suchin's memories suddenly flooded back. Suchin, you know your role is the most important in this match, right? Right, are you going to run away after being looked down upon? Suchin began to summon magic to counterattack. Of course not. Now that you've said that, I can't hold back anymore. Seeing her magic blocked, Hai shouted in surprise. He blocked it. What? How is that possible? Back to the time at the training ground. Hazu stated firmly, Suchin, you might think you're a damage dealer, but you're absolutely not. You are a damage dealer. A damage-dealing roll through attacks. Then Hazu emphasized, a born tank. Upon hearing this, Suchin was completely bewildered. Me, a tank? He continued, you know that mages have primary elemental attributes, right? The Green Magic Tower Lord Kang possesses the water attribute. Furthermore, Tower Lord Huang primarily uses fire magic. And Hyzen also specializes in fire magic. Using the appropriate attribute reduces mana consumption and simultaneously enhances the power and efficiency of spells. After speaking, Hazu affirmed with certainty, Suchin, from what I see, your attribute is non-attribute. Hazu paused for a moment and specified, it specializes in defensive magic. The moment his thoughts stopped, he put his defensive move into practice. Her fire magic seemed unable to penetrate that defensive move. Hai began to lose her temper. You're always hanging around with Hazu and Adela. She provocatively shouted at Suchin, and I think you're starting to misunderstand the situation. Compared to those two, you're still just a third-rate side character. Hearing that, his self-esteem plummeted. Again, useless. I know very well that compared to those two, I'm nothing. Suddenly, Suchin's expression changed, but he completely trusted his magic. If that's the limit of your attacks, I can still hold on. Hearing those words enraged Hai, you punk. Suddenly, two more people appeared from behind the bushes. They chimed in, supporting Hai, who was now very annoyed and yelled, stop acting tough. You useless trash. Hai leaped high, preparing to attack that shield. I'll shut you up forever. I'll crush you into pieces. She pressed close to the shield and unleashed her move. Take this, shockwave. Suchin was now pouring all his strength into protecting the flag. His face was covered in sweat as he tried to complete the mission. Hai changed her attack stance, simultaneously delivering continuous blows. One more strike. She attacked and kicked for a while before realizing something was wrong. What the heck? This shield, why is it so tough? Hai looked around and analyzed. It looks like a three-ring magic, but I've never seen this type before. She thought to herself, based on the numbers. But there are three of us. If we all attack together, he won't be able to defend it. Then Hai smiled confidently. This battle, victory is ours. Suchin was silent for a long time, then suddenly mumbled, 1666. He was fending off 3 blows at once, but still maintained his calm. 1326. Instantly, a light flashed through the gaps in the trees. Tzich sensed it and turned to look. Before they could do anything, all 3 were startled by birds made of wind. They scattered across the night sky. She looked at the birds hovering in the sky and guessed, where did it come from? Where? Suchin was not surprised by this sight. 1677. As if realizing something, Hai spoke up, Hazu, everyone, be careful. Her blood was boiling. That arrogant Hazu was hiding somewhere nearby. She, along with Tzich and Hannah, began searching around. Where is it, really? Well, they were distracted. He had been talking to himself for a while. 2183. Soon after, she was attacked from behind. Hai's expression at that moment couldn't hide her panic. She cautiously took one step at a time, belatedly realizing Adela's moonlight impact. Seeing the situation dramatically reversed, Hai panicked. Jin Siak, all 3 are here. Send reinforcements. Receiving the alert, he was doubtful. Hai, stop joking. So then, who exactly are these people here? Right in front of Jin Siak now are Hazu and Adela. He frowned, looking at them cautiously and always on guard. No matter how Jin Siak thought about it, something felt wrong. Damn it, because of the noise there, we sent to people, including Xin Yu, to help Hai. This is truly too chaotic. Hazu looked up at the scene of the melee. It seems Suchin is still holding on. Right now, she's in a complete panic. Jin Siak, hurry up. They're all here. Tizich was also bewildered. I can't read the magic trajectory. What the hell is going on? He immediately assumed a defensive stance to guard against a sudden attack. Sinyu's side was no less chaotic. Jin Siak, where exactly is Hazu? Where should we go? The person next to him spoke up, just turn back. He urgently said, Hazu and Adela are right in front of me. Hai retorted, you idiot. They're here, I'm under attack. Jin Siak yelled, Hazu, what the hell did you do? You watched this scene and laughed provocatively, no need to stall, things will end soon anyway. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, I've completely fallen into a trap. If it were just Hazu, I could hold on and buy some time. Jin Siak's gaze swept over her as he thought with difficulty, but Adela is here too. A tense atmosphere enveloped the area where he stood. Jin Siak carefully assessed the current situation. This situation is like directly facing to Sharp. Cold eyes made him furious, being hunted by two beasts, a dragon and a tiger. Without letting Jin Siak think any further, Hazu immediately summoned magic. This Mage, Adela right beside her, also began to provide support. You stood before the enemy's flag and declared loudly, victory is ours. Sinyu rushed over, but it was too late. Jin Siak. He was knocked out by Hazu and was sitting, clutching his face and cursing. Damn it. Understanding the situation, the third-year students seemed unable to believe they had lost. Jin Siak raised both hands, his voice urgent. I feel like an idiot. We surrender, we surrender. The second-year student team's flag was almost still intact. Hai, defeated, lay panting on the ground. Damn it. At the same time, the system on Suchin's side announced that the team had won. He jumped up excitedly, victory. After the practice match ended, with the victory going to the second-year students, everyone gathered at Obelix Academy's conference room. The three of them coldly gazed at the third-year students under the invisible pressure that spread. The atmosphere here was tense. Sinyu, Jin Siak, and Hai sat below with mixed feelings. The hot-headed one immediately felt restless. Then he elbowed him. This is so annoying. Hey, Jin Siak, what the hell did you do? Did you just surrender everything like that? He got annoyed hearing that. Then why don't you try protecting the flag from those two? Hai grumbled. Anyway, you should have held out until Sin Yu came back. Jin Siak began to reason. If you hadn't mistaken Hazu and Adela for being on their side, this wouldn't have happened. Thinking it over calmly, that matter. That was indeed an attack from Hazu and Adela. Sinyu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. You two, stop it. There's no need for pointless arguments. This incident isn't your fault. He looked at the three people standing up there, implicitly affirming, it's just that the opponents did well. Hyman of the third-year team was also speechless for a moment. Both Tisik and Hannah were equally scared stiff. On this side, Jasiak also had to admit that. Hai got furious every time he thought about his team losing. Jin Siak was stunned rigid by Sinyu's words. He looked up seriously and asked, Hazu, Adela, what trick did you pull? Hazu quickly replied, I will first explain what you are most curious about. He stated with certainty. The one guarding our team's flag was only Suchin. Startled seemed to understand something. So you're saying Suchin used that strange wine slash or moonlight bullet? Hazu slowly denied it. No, of course not. All the spells that trapped the seniors were indeed cast by me. He couldn't believe it. What did you say? You were clearly right in front of me. Are you saying you transferred magic from our formation to yours? Hazu channeled magic to explain clearly, in essence. That's right. They all stared in astonishment at the magic in his hand. Moonbeam bullet. Hai stood up and slammed the table with a bang. That's a secret technique of the Black Magic Society. Adela, don't tell me you've broken a taboo and revealed a secret technique. Hazu calmly explained. I'm saying this so no one misunderstands. This isn't revealing a secret technique or anything like that. This is a spell I personally analyzed and deduced. Since you found this impossible and doubted, analyze a secret technique? Do you really think that's possible? Hazu's eyes shone brightly as he replied, yes, it's possible. I have eyes that can read magic formulas. He was completely stunned to hear that. God's eye? Jin Siak said in disbelief, that's absurd. Then he warned, you shouldn't be surprised just yet. Hazu began to cast magic. To use the God's Eye, I analyzed Moonbeam Bullet, and as soon as the match started, I fixed Moonbeam Bullet and Wine Slash everywhere. He paused for a moment, then turned to look at the person next to him. And Suchin, he started counting strange numbers, 1, 2. Instantly, magical effects spread widely. He and Hai witnessed this scene and were utterly astonished. Close your eyes. Calm your mind and think of something. The magic Hazu had been casting turned into a pale blue light floating in the air. He retracted the magic and explained, I used the amount of magic I had already diffused into the air to cast long-range spells. Hazu thought to himself, this is a modified version of the spell I used when fighting Han from the Blue Magic Tower. Hyman cautiously asked, then how did you aim? Taisik also had the same question. Right, your spells definitely flew straight towards us. Suchin spoke up to explain. That's thanks to the numbers I mentioned earlier. Sinyu silently analyzed and then vaguely understood coordinates. He heard and replied, something like that. The first number is the fixed identifier of the magic. The second number is the angle to adjust the magic's trajectory. Hazu began to explain every single detail of all questions, and then he pondered. I've explained to everyone about the magic I shared with Adela and Suchin. The people sitting below, after hearing everything, were momentarily speechless. Hazu thought to himself, and of course, I haven't revealed binary magic yet. After a while, he drew a conclusion. That's the entire secret about my magic. Hazu started to calculate. Now the third-year students know about his abilities as clearly as Adela and Suchin. Since everyone is on the same boat called Olympic, I think that will be more convenient for me. It's also useful in convincing the third-year students. He solemnly emphasized each word. I'll say it again. My goal is to win, which means a gold medal. As soon as the words ended, the atmosphere in the room immediately froze. Hazu showed his determination, and to achieve that, I need full cooperation from my seniors. I believe this friendly match has proven how useful my strategy is. Then he suddenly lowered his voice. I apologize for speaking rudely. So Hazu unexpectedly bowed. Please follow my lead. Hai, after seeing that, didn't know what else to say. With no ripple in his eyes, he flatly declared, in return, I will bring victory to everyone. Every word Hazu uttered made Siyu fall into contemplation. Hai felt a headache upon hearing that. Finally, Hai also made a deal. Alright, I don't like it, but I'll follow your instructions. Hannah was surprised by Hai's unusual decision. What? Hai turned around and asked. Why are you so surprised? She hesitated and replied, you're really shocked, huh? Hai declared boldly. No, anyway, I lost the bet. So no matter what, I have to follow that kid's orders. Right, otherwise I would have had to quit the national team. Suddenly, Hai stepped in front of Suchin. And also, Hai reached out and exclaimed, I apologize for calling you a loser earlier. I saw your defensive magic, it's quite solid. He was overjoyed upon hearing that. Suchin happily shook hands. Senior's fire magic is really powerful too. The conversation between the two sides gradually drew to a close. At Obelic Academy. Finally, it was mealtime, so they went down to the Obelic Academy's dining area together. Hazu brought his meal tray, pulled out a chair, and praised. Everyone, the third-year seniors look really good. He sat down and said, before we seriously plan the Olympic campaign, I want to ask for a small favor. Adela looked at Hazu, full of curiosity. A favor, Suchin next to him also blurted out, following up. What is it? He scooped a spoon of rice and replied, it's about the evening training session. Could you continue without me for a while? I have something I want to do alone. She picked up the milk carton. Alone, are you going to cultivate mana or something? He just gave a random reason. Right, I'm starting to vaguely see the wall of enlightenment, and at the same time thought, this is just an excuse. Suchin exclaimed in surprise. The wall of enlightenment? Adela was no less stunned. Don't tell me you mean the 5th tier wall. Hazu didn't rush to answer. I can't tell these two about binary magic, even though I previously announced to the world that it was a variant magic. The power of binary style 3rd tier magic is equivalent to the AI power of 4th tier magic. He hesitated a bit, even so, declaring reaching the 5th tier, then carefully thought. Indeed, I need more time to structure binary style 4th tier magic. I have to use the wall of enlightenment as an excuse to buy time. Suchan was now suspicious, reaching the 5th tier at only 18 years old. Huh? Adela, he's just spouting nonsense, right? She gently called out. If he does it, he'll be the youngest person in the world to reach the 5th tier. Then, with sparkling eyes full of absolute, unwavering trust, she looked towards Hazu. That's amazing! Seeing this, he froze in his tracks. Well, anyway, that's why I think I won't be able to participate in evening training for a while. Sorry, I hope you understand. Adela smiled. If that's the case, I can understand if you want. You can even take a permanent break from evening training. Suchan also exchanged glances with Hazu. That's right, starting tomorrow. Don't come, I'll allow it. His throat suddenly went dry. These guys, for some reason, they seemed happy about this. Then Hazu said, don't worry, I'll regularly mark you present for your physical fitness test. Suchan was unresigned. What? You're so mean. After a long while, the sky had also turned dark. At the building of the leading sorcerer family, Inu looked at the tablet and muttered, the horn of the octagon beast, the heart of the earth fire, and the eye of Leviathan. As expected, they're all extremely expensive ingredients. He looked up and asked, exactly what do you plan to use them for? He was serious, saying, they are definitely essential for me to achieve my own magical feats. Hazu recalled reading a book in the library. I originally received a hint for 4th tier magic from the Mimir spring. He sat and flipped through the pages without a break. After a moment of thought, he spoke up and asked Mimir, isn't there a book that explains complete amplification for readers to understand right away? She clearly closed her eyes and replied bluntly, there isn't. Hazu looked at Mimir's carefree demeanor with suspicion. Is she even trying to help me or not? Alright, try buying me one more book. The tall stacks of books seemed to have dwindled. He was about to grab the next book when he suddenly paused. Hazu frowned, staring intently at the book. Then he glanced around the book. Magic potion. He silently assessed, this book must be old. Mimir, that little girl, just piles books here and piles books there. Hazu flipped through the pages and suddenly discovered, here it is. She heard the movement and was startled. Hey, what the heck? He smiled brightly at her. Everything's possible now. The starry sky shone brightly and the clouds gradually dispersed. Hazu thought, the formula for creating a magic potion capable of absorbing a massive amount of mana. If I have this magic potion, it might shorten the time to achieve complete amplification. Back to reality. He said nonchalantly, right now, I'm standing before the wall of enlightenment. Inu was surprised. Does that mean you're about to reach the 5th tier? Hazu affirmed further. Yes, those ingredients are essential for me to break through my magic. He, of course, knew that he couldn't gather enough of the necessary items by himself. I can gather almost all the ingredients myself, but for rare ingredients not available on the market, I'll have to rely on my father's influence. His eyes were calm. He looked at Hazu thoughtfully. He faced Inu with a resolute expression. Seeing this, he immediately compromised. It doesn't look like you're lying. So these ingredients must definitely be for making a magic potion. Hazu quickly responded, yes, that's right. Inu asked further, where did you get information about that magic potion? I've never seen this formula before. He answered honestly, I got that information from an ancient text. Very soon after, he completely believed Hazu's words about an ancient magic potion. Alright, if what you say is true, I'll gather them for you. He couldn't hide the joy on his face. Thank you very much, father. Inu didn't reply but gave an instruction first. You got an ancient cloak. Now you're going for an ancient magic potion. He added, I don't know what you're trying to do, but you're definitely extremely lucky. Hazu froze, sensing a different meaning in these words. He hesitated, unable to speak. That, and then? Father started asking him about his magic, about the spells he used in his duel with Han Guk. He also asked questions about the master of the Blue Magic Tower. He asked him one by one, of course. He said he couldn't answer. He must have been suspicious too, but he expected it. Hazu realized, well, I mean, that cloak and then the elixir from an ancient text. It would be strange if he wasn't suspicious. In the silent night, only Hazu's thoughts remained. If this continues, I'll have to tell father about my magic soon. The next day, at the ancient magic potion area, everyone here was very lively. Hazu, simply dressed, looked around. This must be it. Monster Item Street. A shop owner suddenly called out, Hey, student, we have red slime extract here. Hazu cautiously assessed, I have to be careful when buying monster items here. Meanwhile, the man kept calling out, Come on in, super cheap. A shop owner nearby also peered over. Young man, freshly shed Jacob today. Amidst enticing offers like, only today, buy one get one free, come on in, high quality leather here. Hazu remained steadfast. If I wasn't an experienced person, it would be very hard to distinguish what's what, and that's why there are so many fraudulent merchants. As Hazu was passing each stall, someone suddenly called out to him, Good heavens, it's you, student. Want to buy spider silk? He then stopped to look at the item in her hand for a moment while listening to her say, These items are rare. Hazu smirked. Since when did the silk of a one-horned spider become the silk of a sand spider? The shop owner, feeling suspected, reacted vehemently. What are you talking about? Don't go looking for trouble without reason. I'm telling you it's real. He pointed at the glowing threads around it and calmly replied, It emits a distinct light. She pressed her advantage. See, look, you can see the sparkle, right? Hazu frankly exposed her. Yes, it's sparkling, thanks to the glow-in-the-dark powder you sprinkled on it earlier. He tried to provoke her. Well done, making that powder must have been a lot of trouble. The shop owner was furious. Go on, get out, you rotten brat, get out of here now. Hazu strode on, pondering. I must look like an obvious pushover, wandering around alone. His eyes darted round. I've memorized all 40,000 spells. Listed in the open source library, there's no reason I can't distinguish between fake and real monster byproducts. Then Hazu suddenly flared up in anger. Don't underestimate my intelligence. After a while, an old man suddenly called out, Hey, student. The old man smiled kindly and praised him. You're young, but you have a good eye. He turned around and frowned in confusion. The old man, wanting to help, said, They're all scoundrels. I really want to help you. Then the old man hesitated, but that shop is protected by an organization. I'm sorry. Hazu replied, It's all right. He also honestly added, Only a fool would fall for those tricks. Hearing that, he chuckled, You really are funny. Then he coaxed, I'll give you a good price. Do you want to check out my shop for a bit? Seeing that, Hazu asked, Yes, and by the way, do you have black ox horns? He walked over and led him toward the shop. We just got some in yesterday. After a moment, he began to introduce, This is my shop. Wait a moment, I'll get you the black ox horns. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man fumbled around in a cabinet at the back to search, while Hazu stood there waiting. After looking around, he finally found the item the young man was looking for and presented it. Here it is. The old man provided more information. Flawless S-grade material, over 90% purity. The monometer can't be wrong, so feel free to check it. Hazu reached out to take the monometer and saw the screen display 94% purity. He pondered for a while, not knowing what he was thinking. He handed the black ox horn to Hazu. It must be fate. I'll give you a price of 27 million. Then he reasoned, high-grade byproducts like this usually sell for over 30 million. You're lucky today. His expression darkened, and he questioned, since when did the horn of an African buffalo become a black ox horn? The old man broke out in a sweat as he felt the intense murderous aura radiating from Hazu. He thought carefully, no wonder I was wondering why the first place sold such blatant fakes. Then he paused for a moment before concluding, now it makes sense, you people are planning a serial scam, and you're involved too, aren't you? Well, whatever. Hazu bluntly exposed him. Anyway, those tricks won't work on me. Let's not waste each other's time. Show me the real stuff. He raised an eyebrow and scanned around. If you really have genuine items here. It seemed he was caught red-handed, leaving him a bit flustered. Finally, he stopped pretending and discarded the staff on the ground. Suddenly, he looked up at the distant horizon as if suppressing his emotions. A thoughtful look flickered in Hayu's eyes. The old man chuckled and then guessed. You're not just a simple kid, huh? After saying that, he extended his arm and said, please forgive me, and now, please come in. By evening, on the bustling highway that ran between cities ablaze with lights, Siak Hyan was currently staring at the transaction data of the auxiliary item card, the common old materials. He watched for a moment before speaking up. Master, the young master's card just spent a large sum of money. And Hyatt didn't react much after hearing it. He probably bought some auxiliary items. Never mind, I let the boy use that card as he pleases. Siak Hyan was puzzled. Why did he suddenly buy monster auxiliary items? What exactly is the young master planning? He replied, he said he wants to create an ancient elixir. He wasn't surprised. He's doing strange things again, but it's quite expensive. I will check the quality of those items. And Hayek seriously refused. No need. The boy has mastered all types of monster auxiliary items since he was 5 years old. He completely trusted Hayu and affirmed, I didn't raise him so poorly that he can't distinguish between real and fake items. Then Hayek unexpectedly asked, more importantly, is there a problem with the octagon monster's bones? Siak Hyen quickly replied, the preliminary contract has been finalized. We are renegotiating the price. Hearing that, he quietly calculated, based on the delivery time, it will take about a week. And Hayek raised his hand, creating a silent surge of magical energy, and then turned to inquire, what about the internal investigation I assigned? He immediately replied, we are carefully investigating. It seems certain that someone has colluded with the Dark Magic Tower. Then Siak Hyen further reported, I deliberately leaked a portion of the report related to the Dark Tower and found signs of falsification. He paused for a moment and then expressed, but I still haven't found out who it is yet. I apologize, sir. Siak Hyen explained, for now, we have narrowed down the suspects to high-ranking individuals capable of modifying the highest-level family reports and interrogated them. But we still haven't found any suspicious signs. Finally, he sternly concluded, everyone is clean, there are no traces whatsoever. He mumbled after hearing it, no suspicious signs and to clean, then that blatant cleanliness might just be the evidence. Siak Hyen naturally understood what Hayek was implying. He suddenly chuckled, if they are so clean, further investigation will probably be useless. In that case, I'll have to wait for the traitor to contact the Dark Magic Tower. Amidst the bustling city, only Hayek's low voice lingered, get ready. Right at this moment, at Mimir's white-bordered library, Hayu hugged the pile of items in his arms and sighed, I'm so tired. She stood right beside him and praised, successor, you're amazing, you still managed to bring everything back. Mimi counted each type of item and said, now I only need 3 more ingredients to create the elixir. Regarding the mana-strengthening elixir, when used, it will synchronize and allow the body to absorb a larger amount of mana than usual. He felt excited just thinking about it. With this, I'll at least have more mana to control the expansion ring. Her eyes were fixed on Hayu. When will the other ingredients arrive? He said, on the way here, I informed my father. He said it would take about a week. Mimi pondered, a week? That's just in time for the competition. Hayu found it a bit difficult, but even if the elixir is made, it seems I can't use it immediately. Then he bent down and pointed at the text in the book. The book says, however, to maximize the effectiveness of the elixir, it must be used in a place with a high concentration of mana. And then one must activate the mana channels to unleash the elixir's full potential. She looked up at him and asked, you must have thought of a place, haven't you? Hayu happily replied, that's right, I have a location. Mimir was curious, where? He quickly announced the location. Beni Island. Studies show that this island has the highest mana concentration in the country, and recently, the mana concentration has continued to increase. After hearing that, she imagined it in her head. Great, so when are we going? Hayu smiled slyly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. I have a plan. The next day, a resounding voice suddenly echoed through Obelisk Academy. Really? All the second and third year students gathered there. After hearing his strategy, they couldn't stop laughing. Hayu smiled kindly. It's a training camp on Beni Island. They seemed unable to believe it and said in unison, we're going for intensive training on Beni Island in a week. He stretched out his hand to confirm. Yes, a 5-day, 6-night special training on Beni Island. I specifically asked the Blue Tower Master for permission to go. Then he carefully instructed, so everyone, prepare yourselves thoroughly. Hien suddenly walked over and put his arm around Adela's shoulder. Excellent. This is really interesting, isn't it? Adela awkwardly replied, yes. Sinwu began to strategize. I'll probably have to prepare a lot of things. Suchen wondered, what? Can't we just go and relax? He looked at him with a strange gaze. What are you saying? Didn't you hear? The Blue Tower Master is preparing the training exercises too. Jin Siak chimed in from beside him. Just relax and go, that's it. Suchen hesitated, but Hayu witnessed this scene and thought to himself, the atmosphere is under control. Seeing everyone trembling like that, he was overjoyed. The conflict between the second and third years has also been resolved. After that friendly match, Hayu had taken over managing everyone's training schedule. Moreover, thanks to the Blue Tower Master's support, trust would naturally begin to form. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly remembered, that's right, now that you mention it. Hayu gave instructions. We have to go to the Blue Tower to check our magic power right now. Everyone get ready. Hearing that, everyone quickly began to complain, really, what a hassle. The magnificent Blue Tower headquarters was located right in the city center. In the lobby, Jewel was the one who greeted them. Everyone's here. I am Jua from the Blue Tower. Facing her were the excellent students of Obelisk Academy. Jua began to instruct those who need their magic power checked. Please follow me. She then immediately turned and informed Hayu. And you, Hayu, the Tower Master asked me to tell you to meet him privately. In the sprawling corridor of the Blue Tower's headquarters, at King Ion's office, he held his coffee cup and looked up towards the door. You're here. Is the training going well? He stood right there and politely replied, yes, thanks to you, everything is going very well. King In asked, are there no disagreements or other problems within the team? Hadu quickly replied, none at all. Although there's still a bit of awkwardness from recently joining, everyone is quickly becoming friendlier. Hearing that, he felt somewhat relieved. That's good then. If there are no troubles, just keep going like this. He placed his hand over his chest to express his gratitude. Thank you, sir. Oh, and thank you for the matter of Beni Island. King And casually said, it's nothing, it's just a small thing. Renting and choosing that island was nothing. With a slight smile, he looked at Hadu and got straight to the point. You must have guessed why I called you here today, right? He vaguely guessed, is it about the holy artifact? Kangen immediately nodded, that's right. I want you to prepare to engrave magic power onto that holy artifact. Speaking of magic power engraving, it's the process of engraving the personal magic code obtained from the magic code test onto an artifact to optimize it for the owner's magic power. And at the same time, The test that the members are currently undergoing is precisely to prepare for this magic power engraving. He made a request. I also want to complete your magic power test before you go for intensive training. Hadu didn't hesitate. Yes, then after 8 p.m. will be fine. Then he suddenly became serious, and you mentioned magic power engraving, which means you can already envision the completed holy artifact, right? Kang In, with a smile, said, yes, half a month at the earliest, 3 weeks at the latest. No matter what happens, we'll complete it in time for the Olympiad. Returning to the mysterious castle from earlier, right in Mimir's grand library, Hadu meticulously explored and contemplated each word. After finishing the book, he looked up and asked, Mimir, I finished this book. Do you have the next one? Then, without making Hadu wait long, she immediately summoned magic. Ta-da! Ancient books quickly tumbled down in front of him. Hadu reached out and took a book, simultaneously casting a spell. Mimir smiled. Here, take it. Here's the next book. So, how's your preparation going? He asked back. Preparation for what? The preliminary round, or the Olympiad? She replied, both. Hadu stroked his chin and spoke. The Olympiad is no problem. The preliminary round is still the same, no further progress. Hearing this, Mimir wondered, is connecting to the preliminary round that difficult? He sighed, on the contrary, theoretically, I've completely mastered it. The problem is, I lack too much magic power in my body. She looked at the magic potion floating beside her and guessed, so, in the end, you still need the blessed magic elixir, right? Hadu didn't say another word, implicitly confirming. He also looked over, yeah, but luckily, the ingredients seem to be arriving sooner than expected. I hear the rules have been relaxed. At this, Hadu felt something was amiss. Wait, could it be that the rule change was due to T's intervention? Mimir exclaimed, the heir truly has good fortune. The one who knew the truth, Hadu, could only force a smile. Is that so? Probably. After a while, time passed quickly. The next night, at the Blue Tower's headquarters, Hadu panted, phew. Suddenly, Kang In entered from behind. You worked hard. He began to inquire. This is your first time undergoing this type of magic power test, right? How was it? He mumbled for a moment, then honestly reported, the test itself was easy and went smoothly, but it was too long, so I'm a bit tired. Kang In, on the other hand, felt very good, haha, but Hadu was very fast. It only took an hour, but normally it takes about 8 hours. As soon as he finished speaking, Hadu seemed unable to believe his ears. Kang In took the tablet and said, you said this test was easy. That's already very impressive. He was very unconvinced by your performance, even though it was just a simple test of continuous mana movement. But accurately fixing mono within an error margin of 0.3% is absolutely not easy. Hadu thought to himself, tests like these, for someone who has passed the second trial, are as easy as pie. Kang In observed the data chart. Anyway, the test results are good, so there's no need to worry about the artifact's completeness. If it's like this, we could even aim for a masterpiece. Hearing that, he awkwardly scratched his head. A masterpiece, isn't that a bit much? He suddenly mentioned a precious item. At the Blue Tower, there's an S-rank grade for artifact, the Imperial Ring. Then he mused for a moment. Of course, if we consider a single attribute, it can't be as effective as the Imperial Ring. But Hadu's artifact is made from elemental magic stones, so it will be an artifact enhanced with a combination of 4 attributes. Thinking of this, Kang In immediately said, considering its versatility, it's absolutely not inferior to the Imperial Ring. He seemed to understand, you mean? Hadu's eyes became more energetic than ever. My artifact will be at least S rank, grade 4? He looked at Hadu's expression and felt a little surprised. I think this is the first time I've seen Hadu this excited. Hearing this, he immediately reacted strongly. Well, of course, it's being compared to the Imperial Ring. After a while, Hadu suddenly remembered, has the creation been named yet? He was about to say something more when a notification sound suddenly rang. I'm sorry, please wait a moment. Hadu immediately took his phone out of his pocket and looked at the screen. It's from Dad. And Hayek informed him that the materials he needed would arrive and confirmed that Siak Hyan would deliver the materials to coincide with the end of his training. After reading it, Hadu showed an incredibly excited and enthusiastic expression. All the ingredients for crafting have been gathered. 8 p.m. the next day, at Mimir's library, she and he were excited about this package area. They contemplatively looked at the exquisite ingredients before them. Mimir observed each item and couldn't help but exclaim, "All are in good condition and are top selections. The sizes are perfect too." Her face filled with determination as she gave a thumbs up. "With this, we can start crafting right away. First, let's start preparing the ingredients." Suddenly, after a while, Mimir observed and instructed, "To prevent damage, we should prepare extra ingredients to get a feel for them." Hazaru mumbled, "Careful, careful." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately made a mistake. "Oh no, did I get it wrong?" Hazaru began trimming more carefully. "That much is still usable. Cut a little more and try again." Suddenly, many tentacles appeared in the magic flask, startling her. "Deal with it quickly, it's escaping." He quickly took them out and dealt with each tentacle. He finally succeeded. Then Hazaru picked up another ingredient. This ingredient doesn't handle light well. He skillfully peeled the outer layer, dividing one fruit into 3 parts of the ingredient in the dark. Next, Hazaru became engrossed in this work. Finally, he finished all the necessary ingredients. That's one batch done. Hazaru's eyes scanned the unprocessed ingredients. Now only the most important ingredient remains. Mimir softly asked, "How about we take a short break?" Hearing that, he agreed. "All right." What remained were the horns of the 8-horned deer, the heart of the great disaster, and the eyes of the sea monster. Hazaru thought to himself, "These are extremely expensive ingredients, and most importantly, I might never find such high-quality ones again. I absolutely cannot spoil them." And it was also time for a light tea break. He savored the cup of tea with satisfaction. Delicious. A while later, Hazaru was revitalized. "Now then, shall we get back to it?" Standing beside him, she also offered help. "Let's do this." He opened the ingredient packaging. First, the 8-horned deer's horn. Hazaru cast a spell on the knife, infused as much mana as possible into it, then slowly peeled its surface. Once enough mana was charged into the knife, he carefully picked up the deer's horn and gently peeled it. The sharp blade glided over the rough surface of the deer's horn. Hazaru's current state was extremely tense. After he finished peeling the deer's horn, Mimir immediately handed him another ingredient. The heart of the great disaster must be soaked in water mixed with ground fairy wing powder to drain the blue. Then the water temperature must be maintained at 25 degrees. Hazaru quickly prepared a basin of water and adjusted the temperature accordingly, a delicate process that required continuous monitoring for 6 hours. Next, he picked up the sea monster's eye while listening to her instructions. "You must lightly wrap the sea monster's eye with mana," Mimir warned in a low voice, "otherwise it will explode when heated." Hazaru diligently followed the instructions, thus completing all the ingredient preparation steps. He looked at the mixture in the pot and reported, "Done." She didn't reply, but slowly turned the pages of the book. Now, the next step is soak and stir everything continuously for 10 hours. As soon as Mimir finished speaking, Hazaru immediately used all his strength to stir. 10 arduous hours passed, and the sun began to rise. Light started to filter through the gaps in the door, illuminating the entire library, and only his heavy breathing remained. She slowly approached Hazaru. Then she praised him. "Well done, successor. It's finally completed safely." Each drop of magic was carefully stored in test tubes. Hazaru's 10 hours of effort were the blessing of mana. At this moment, a large ship was sailing on the deep blue sea. Suchin's face couldn't hide his excitement at the time. "Finally, it's time for our group camping trip." Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the person next to him. Hazaru silently looked at the sea. The weather is great, so the preparations for creating the expansion ring are complete. Sachin unexpectedly rushed over and put his arm around Hazaru's shoulder. Buddy, anyone would think you're posing for a photo shoot. Hazaru was puzzled. What? Then he heard him suggest, wanna take a selfie? Sachin took out his phone, opened the camera, and got ready to take a picture. Seeing the sky and the sea merge into one, he exclaimed, the background is too perfect. After Sachin finished taking the picture, he stared at it intently, feeling like something was missing. He reluctantly chimed in, what if you want to take it? Hurry up. He suddenly realized what that missing feeling was. Sachin quickly turned to Adela and called out loudly, hey, Adela, he said with a bright smile, come take a picture with us. As she walked over, she asked, take a picture? Adela was quickly pulled by Sachin into the middle of the frame. Seriously, not taking a picture with a scene like this is a crime. She couldn't quite grasp it, oh right? On the ship, he was the most energetic one. That's right, it's a crime. Okay, smile, 1, 2, 3. And so, a picture full of memories of all three of them appeared. Sachin admired his masterpiece. That's how it should be. Group photos are only beautiful with people in them. I'll post it in the group chat. He scampered around on the ship's deck, saying to Hazaru and Adela, I'm going to take pictures with the upperclassmen here. Seeing Sachin's mood so clearly, she smiled. He's always full of energy, but today he's especially energetic. He casually replied, well, that's because it feels like a trip. Adela hesitated, but it's not, is it? It's for training. Is it right to be this enthusiastic? Hazaru sighed, just let him be. When the training starts, he won't be so enthusiastic anymore. She probed, you secretly feel enthusiastic too, don't you? He was stunned for a moment. Why would you think that? Adela chuckled softly, you always look so serious. Oh, by the way, I heard the mana on Benny Island has gotten denser lately. I wonder to what extent. Hazaru looked into the distance. We're about to find out. By the way, have you ever been to this island, Adela? She quickly replied, yes, 5 years ago, as I recall. It was the perfect place for training. Hearing Adela say that, he felt a sense of anticipation. Benny Island, huh? Now I'm really looking forward to it. And so, the ship slowly headed towards Benny Island. Another long day passed, and it was time for all the trainees to gather on Benny Island for training. Sachin looked around at the magnificent scenery, his heart filled with joy. We've arrived at Benny. As they disembarked from the ship, what greeted them was a modern Hatton resort. Hazaru spoke up. This is the resting place lamp that meticulously prepared. He and Hai were overwhelmed when they heard that. How wonderful! This place is truly astounding. Inside the resort, a food conveyor belt appeared. Sachin was as happy as a child. Look, there's even lobster. This is truly amazing. Seeing that, he thought to himself, before, I also prepared a similar seafood meal, just different in size. On this side, while savoring a piece of cake, Ah suddenly turned and said, hey Adela, try this. It's really good. Sinu and Jinseok also seemed to be deeply engrossed in enjoying the local cuisine. After getting their food, everyone immediately went to the dining table. Hazaru held a tablet in his hand, announcing, alright, after your meal, everyone rest for about 30 minutes. Then, please gather at Benny's magic training ground at 3:30. Hearing that, they all replied in unison, yes. The rest time passed quickly at Benny's magic training ground. He spoke up, is everyone ready? Before we officially begin the training session, there's something we need to do first. Hazaru projected an image of Benny Island and analyzed, because Benny has a significantly higher magic density compared to other areas. He lowered his voice. Everyone might feel quite uncomfortable absorbing magic through their circles. Then he seriously gave instructions. Therefore, everyone, please try circulating your magic once. As soon as Hazaru finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became eerily quiet. Without hesitation, everyone immediately closed their eyes, then slowly felt and circulated the magic in their own circles. Hazaru observed without a ripple in his eyes. Suddenly he spoke, for Singu and Adela, I have no special advice. Just continue as usual. Hearing that, they replied in turn, understood MMM. Hazru walked over to him. Jihon, you need to reduce your magic circle's output by about 20%. At the same time, he turned to instruct the person next to him. Jihon, you're the opposite of Jihon. Please increase your magic circle's output by 15% from its current state. Hazru glanced at the others and noticed their incorrect posture, so he signaled. Suchin on this side was still in the process of circulating magic, though with some difficulty. Seeing this, he walked over and reached out to touch Suchin's back. Hazru gently instructed, Suchin, reduce the output by about 50% and adjust your posture to fit your body shape. He looked bewildered, not understanding. What? However, Suchin's entire body unconsciously followed his words. As if sensing something, he turned around with a radiant smile. Oh, it feels much more comfortable now. It's great. Hazru obviously asked, right? He flashed a sly smile. Alright, now maintain this state for 1 hour. Suchin was exasperated. Oh my god, I'd rather you kill me. However, Hazru still insisted. Let's begin. He was furious. You devil. Don't smile like that. An hour had passed since they began practicing magic circulation. He pressed the timer to stop. It's done. Immediately, everyone collapsed onto the ground. Jihon panted and complained, oh my god, who circulates magic for an hour? Sinu next to her chimed in, it's truly too exhausting. Jihon looked at the person in front of her, hinting, if even he's like this, who can bear it? Adela surprisingly held a bottle of water and walked over to Jihon. She reached out and gave it to him, saying, drink some water. Jihon was startled for a moment, then quickly took it and gently nodded. Oh, thank you, Adela. Seeing some movement, Hazru immediately glanced over. He observed while secretly evaluating, Adela seems completely fine. Indeed, her magic skill is truly on a different level. Not thinking much further, Hazru quickly returned to his previous state. Everyone has grasped the basic points by now, right? Then he added, does anyone still have any questions? However, what answered him was a sluggish atmosphere. Hazru's expression became mysterious. Alright, now we will begin the main training session. The content of the training at Beni is... He paused for a moment then emphasized each word, self-training. Jihon looked at Hazru with a puzzled expression. Self-training? He immediately replied, that's right, everyone should practice at their own pace. Furthermore, Hazru added, I've conveyed all the advice I can to everyone. Throughout this training camp, evaluate yourselves and proceed independently. Jihon suddenly wondered, so what will you do during that time? He gently replied, I also need to train and adjust. After speaking, Hazru thought to himself, first, I need to get used to the magic density at Beni. That way, the effectiveness of the progress will increase. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to talk to Hannah. Oh, you said this is your first time at Beni, right? She smiled. Yes, I thought you were so familiar with it you'd been many times. Hannah pondered. The magic density here is thicker than I thought. Is this place really that great? At this moment, Hazru announced, alright, today's group training session ends here. He thought to himself, I should also take full advantage of this environment to activate the expanded magic circle. Training time ended, Hazru urgently searched for a new magic source. It must be around here. Suddenly, he felt magic appearing and disappearing. In a flash, Hazru froze, following the trace. He finally reached the source of the signal, found it. In front of Hazru was the legendary spiritual energy vein. To be precise, in areas with high natural magic density like Beni, there are points where magic is concentrated even more intensely. These places are also called nodal points. He took off his backpack, secretly calculating. It's also near the dormitory area and the magic density here is 5% higher than other places. Hazru took a test tube from his backpack, starting by using one of the 5 aids. That was the elixir blessing of magic power. He couldn't hide his delight. Finally, I can test its effectiveness. Without overthinking, Hazru resolutely drank the elixir in sips. Alright, let's begin. As soon as he finished drinking, the aftertaste in his mouth made him shiver. It's truly awful. Hazaru stood upright. Well, let's ignore that unpleasant taste. Let's see if it works. He began to absorb. Very quickly, magic circles appeared on his body. Hazaru seemed to feel his body floating. Infinite circle, Viner style, deployed 3 circles. However, not long after, a sudden pain struck. Oh, clearly the amount of magic power flowing into my body is many times greater than usual. An enormous amount of magic power. I must truly concentrate. He realized the magic circles were spinning powerfully. If he didn't precisely control this flow of magic power, it would run wild. His face was pale as he tried to suppress the pain. He only had to endure it for 1 more hour. Hazu reminded himself, to activate the expansion circle, he needed to increase the current magic power by at least 20%. 30 minutes after the pain struck, he persistently controlled the magic circle. Now it was stable. If he continued like this. After a while, Hazu's entire body suddenly writhed, and he coughed violently. His gaze fell upon something smeared on his palm, and he felt terrified. What is this? 11 p.m. at a luxurious hotel in the city. Jihon stood lost in thought, looking at the phone in his hand. The other end of the line immediately spoke up. You want to deal with Hazu? After hearing that, he frowned and asked for an opinion. Yes. Can it be done? Tokus gave a strange smile. Of course, anytime. However, he paused for a moment, then continued. To avoid the watchful eyes of Xian's Shadow Guard unit, there's a condition, isn't there? Suddenly, Jihon became urgent. What else? Avoid them at all costs. Tokus warned, then it will be difficult. As I mentioned before, acting while they are supervising is not wise. He casually implied, we, the Black Tower, say this because we don't want our VIPs to disappear. The space around Tokus was filled with scurrying rats. They bared their fangs and squeaked continuously. The rats moved calmly, and in parallel, Tokus's voice continued. For now, let's bide our time when the target is alone. As soon as he finished speaking, the rats began to tear at each other. Jihon seemed to disagree with the opponent's strategy. No, then we'll miss the opportunity. His expression grew increasingly grim. Do it immediately. We must act regardless. Tokus chuckled and asked in return, why should we act immediately? Jihon's expression was now extremely complex. Xian, he's trying to support Hazu. The person on the other end of the line was instantly stunned. You mean the right-hand man of the current Archmage family? He analyzed, yes, if Xian takes Hazu's side, I won't be the only one in trouble. Tokus thought the same, exactly. He began to sweet talk. We also hope you will become the new head of the Archmage family. Jihon sat on the sofa, listening to Tokus continue. But I told you, killing Hazu while avoiding Xian is almost impossible, he replied. I know that. Jihon's eyes gradually became hard to read. However, just because it's difficult doesn't mean there's no way. Laughter immediately rang out from the other end of the line. Indeed, a true VIP. You're quite knowledgeable. Tokus quickly praised. Yes, there is indeed a very good way, as you suggested. Then he cut in. It's a coincidence that the target is currently in Benny, so there might be an effective way. Jihon got straight to the point and asked, what way? Tokus tapped the armrest of the chair, deep in thought. That way is. He calmly presented his plan. Cause a mana eruption disaster in Benny. Tokus continued to envision it and fabricate it as an accident. Upon hearing this, Jihon immediately grew suspicious. You mean create an artificial mana eruption disaster? Is that even possible? Suddenly Tokus stood up and asserted confidently, of course it is. Given Benny's current situation, it's feasible. Jihon on his end seemed to guess. You mean increasing the density of mana, right? Then he heard the other party confirm. Yes, that's exactly right. I shouldn't be telling you this. It's confidential information. He gave a sly smile. But since you're a VIP, I'll consider it an exception here at Benny. Hazu, who was currently sitting by the mana vein, thought to himself, mana overflow, and it's not just a normal mana overflow. He trembled, clutching his chest. Just a moment ago, it felt like I was absorbing mana, but now it feels like every pore on my body is a black hole. Hazu's whole body became strange, and of course, he felt it too. It's absorbing mana like this. Hazu began to calmly assess. My mana is disappearing too quickly. He groaned in pain and doubt. It shouldn't be able to release this much mana, should it? Hazu clutched his chest tightly and reminded himself, calm down, I have to focus. His face grew paler and paler. It hurts so much. I'm about to lose consciousness. Suddenly, Hazu remembered Mimir's words. Successor, if the elixir makes your mana go out of control, you must not lose consciousness. Endure it, otherwise. She held the elixir bottle in front of him and slowly spoke, you'll die. Back in reality, his current physical condition was very bad. Hazu grit his teeth and thought, so, I'll endure until morning, endure to the very end. Time passed quickly in an instant. He was now lying prostrate right next to the mana vein. Hazu slowly opened his eyes. I can't even lift my arm. I can't even feel the mana in my body. He used all his strength to turn over. Damn, I overdid it this much. Well, it makes sense. Hazu sat up, pondering. Thank goodness I'm not dead. It must be thanks to my daily mana circulation practice and Mimir's advice. He vaguely looked at the mana vein. However, why did the mana overflow happen so suddenly, and now I can't feel any mana from the mana vein at all? Hazu fell into deep thought. I've never heard of a mana vein losing its power before. To his surprise, before he could think further, a source of magic suddenly appeared. This is... Soon after, 2 long days passed quickly. Currently, on Benny Island, in a special room, the Idre training facility. Suchun assumed a defensive stance for a while, then hesitantly said, please go easy on me. Hazu vigorously warmed up, yeah, I'll try. He retorted, try, look at your face. Adela was now tasked with judging the match. Begin. Immediately, he unleashed his magic to attack Suchun's shield, first level Samui, mind and will. He put all his strength into resisting. You maniac, control your power. Control your power. Hazu, while maximizing his magic's functions, guessed, even Samui stabilized right from the start. Mana output generally increased, and it also consumed less mental stamina. So what about the resonance ring? With that, he immediately put on the resonance ring. If mental drain decreases, its biggest weakness, the limit on uses, has improved. Both efficiency and power have increased by half a level. Hazu raised his hand in front of him and blew on it. I haven't used resonance yet, so I can't be sure, but... Suchun angrily shouted from his side, are you trying to kill me? He ignored the words and continued to cast magic. Surely both stamina and power have increased. Alright, continue. Level 3, interruption. Instantly, a piercing sound echoed from within the Idre training facility. He was thrown back, lying helplessly on the floor. I really hate this. Adela, witnessing this type of magic for the first time, was amazed. Incredible. Hazu rotated his wrist while muttering, nice. He stared at the ring on his hand. This is actually quite useful, isn't it? The expansion ring. In an instant, the sky over Benny Island had turned pitch black. Numerous rooms inside the resort area still had their lights on. In Hazu's private room, the space was enveloped in quiet warmth. Just as he stepped out of the bathroom, Hazu plopped onto the bed, his gaze fixed on his hand. He clenched his palm. The disruptive magic circle was now controlled and stable. Overall pressure had decreased, and the range of its magical influence had also expanded. Hazu quickly relaxed, wishing he hadn't used destructive magic during this training session. Now he could apply magic more stably in combat. He began to close his eyes, preparing to cast a spell. Hazu indifferently opened his gleaming eyes. Then he widened his eyes, and his divine eye, which had developed in conjunction with the magic circle, had evolved powerfully. Hazu stood up and walked towards the corridor. His power had increased, extending the duration, and he could clearly discern the color, formula, and even the essence of magic. His eyes were fixed on the surrounding scenery, but ignoring that, many things were still amiss. Hazu put on his jacket and muttered, the magical energy at Bak Neong is getting denser. He considered it carefully. No matter how you looked at it, The rate of magic power development here was too fast. If this continued, it would likely affect their training. They might have to spend all their time just adjusting and adapting to this place. Suddenly, Hazu turned around, remembering something. Oh, he took out his phone to check for information. It seemed there was a magic research center in the center of Bak Neon Island. Hazu looked for a moment longer. Tomorrow, he would take time to investigate there. At the disguised Bak Neon Central Research Center. From deep within, a sinister sound echoed now. Following the stairs, one could get closer to the source of the sound. Time was running out. Tokus placed his hand on the Central Research Center's system, just a slight turn of this magic core axis. He stood before a colossal magic-filled test tube and swung his arm. Boom. Tokus's sinister face was unconcealed by anything. All of this was for the Black Tower. The next day, Hazu's voice echoed from afar. That's enough for today. Seeing how exhausted they were, he quickly encouraged them. Everyone did very well. Hazu put on his jacket and turned to inform them. I have to go somewhere. Adela didn't understand. Huh, what's wrong? Sinu also wondered. Hazu, where are you rushing off to? Sachin vaguely revealed. He mentioned something about a magic power research center, I think. He pondered. He's going to the Magic Power Research Center. Jin Seok, standing opposite, also sensed something amiss. The rapid increase in magic power density on the island is indeed strange. Then he reassured him. However, it might not be serious. Don't worry. At the Bak Neon Research Center, a station monitoring the current development of magic power in Bak Neon, and also a research facility for the surging magic source on the island. Hazu looked up at the research building, the only place he could ask about the abnormal magic power fluctuations in Bak Neon right now. This was it. In an instant, he arrived at the research center. Stepping inside, Hazu was immediately greeted by Jessie. Hello, Hazu. He was embarrassed, sorry for being late. She gently interrupted. It's alright, we're the ones who scheduled you at this hour. Then Jessie sighed and seriously said, due to an emergency, we called you urgently. Hazu asked, startled, does this concern the abnormal magic phenomenon? Have you found the cause yet? She immediately reported the situation. Currently, there haven't been any significant developments. Jessie paused for a moment before adding, temporarily, the leading hypothesis is that the intensity of the ley lines has increased. She held a stack of documents in her hand and gestured. The director will explain the details directly. Please wait here for a moment. He walked over and sat in the waiting room for guests. Suddenly, a powerful dark aura appeared at this moment. Tokus's long, slender legs gradually came into view. He walked towards the waiting room where Hazu was waiting, apologizing for making him wait. The sound that just echoed sent a chill down his spine. Tokus smiled amiably. Haha, I'm sorry I'm late. Hazu stood up abruptly, staring at him. Tokus feigned confusion. Is there something on my face? He was startled. Oh, no, it's just that you look much younger than I expected. He politely said, haha, thank you. Would you like some tea? And of course, that was his lie. The director of the Bak Neon laboratory was very young, something he already knew. Hazu didn't take his eyes off him, but this uneasy feeling, this person claiming to be the lab director, his magic should at least reach the 7th circle. He carefully surmised, the 7th circle is Grand Archmage level. Hazu looked at Turkish's back, raising many questions. There are fewer than 10 people in the entire country, and such a person is the director here? Suddenly, he turned around, interrupting Hazu's train of thought. Can you drink coffee? Hazu replied, yes, thank you. A series of questions kept appearing in his mind. Is he hiding his power, or is he an imposter of the director? He calmly sat down on the sofa. Whatever it is, I'll find out the truth. Immediately, Hazu cast the Divine Eye spell. At the same time, the dark aura he had sensed earlier was slowly becoming visible. Using the Divine Eye, Hazu saw this dark aura surrounding Turkish. Witnessing this unexpected sight made him a little frightened. Hazu was lost in his own thoughts. However, before he could finish thinking, he suddenly called out, Hazu. Turkish sighed. I heard you're having a training session at Bak Neong, right? You've had a tough time, and now this happens. He gave an awkward smile. Yes, this island is a great place to practice magic, but the training alone is already very stressful. He looked at the data on his tablet and instructed, the magic density these past few days is truly a rare variable. Since everything is unpredictable, you should temporarily stop heavy assignments. Hazu couldn't hear anything anymore. Sixth Circle Non-Attribute Illusion Magic, Illusory Facade, a spell that conceals identity with special mist, transforming the user into another person. He widened his eyes to see through him. This lab director is a fake. And this suspicious dark magic, Hazu remembered it clearly. It was exactly like the magic surrounding Instructor Smith. He was certain that this person was a Mage of the Black Tower. Hazu felt an immense tension in his heart. He belatedly realized, that means this is a viper's nest. Hazu took a deep breath to calm himself, looking at Turkish calmly drinking tea in front of him. I need to calm down. When he thought of his friends, he hesitated a little. If they found out he knew something, it wouldn't just be him in danger. His friends would also be dragged into it. Turkish narrowed his dangerous eyes, silently observing Hazu. He slowly put down his teacup and calmly said, So, you want to discuss the recent fluctuations in magic power in Baknin Citadel? Hazu nodded cautiously. Yes, that's right. I need to continue training here. But recently, the magic power density has been fluctuating non-stop, making it very difficult to control magic power during training. Turkish held the notebook in his hand and smiled at him. I see. You must have faced many challenges, haven't you? As for the current magic power level in Baknin Citadel, the official discussion began. The two delved into simulation models together and meticulously analyzed the details. Then followed a long question and answer session. Time passed. The conversation continued until the night sky began to twinkle with stars. The space outside the laboratory became quieter. After a while, Hazu walked to the door and bade farewell. Well then, I'll be going now. Sorry for disturbing you at this hour. Turkish gently waved his hand, as if it were nothing to worry about. It's nothing, I was really happy to chat with you. He slowly turned and left. Turkish and Jesse continued to smile, watching Hazu's departing figure. But as soon as his back disappeared, their smiles vanished, replaced by cold, sinister expressions. Jesse waved her hand, creating a cloak. Thank you for your time, sir. Now, do we need to send someone to monitor the target? Turkish put on his coat and replied, No need. My shadow is already following him. If we interfere further, it will only be redundant and leave traces. His face had now returned to its inherent dark and malicious look. Anyway, he won't live much longer. Jessie lightly pulled on her hood and nodded, I understand. She placed her hand on her chest and bowed respectfully. Everything will be as you say, Sir Turkish. Turkish sneered. Surrounded by a dark aura, he said, Now, shall we go down to the basement and continue with what needs to be done? Jessie slowly followed him. But, Sir Turkish, she couldn't help but ask, why did you come directly to this laboratory? Do you think the target we're watching has discovered our plot? Turkish pushed the door open and casually walked in. That's nothing to worry about. Even if he knows, it's already too late. Seeing the huge machine operating powerfully, he couldn't help but go into a frenzy. The magic core has reached its maximum threshold, and by tomorrow afternoon, this entire island will explode. All of them will disappear. The magic core continued to absorb energy, with streams of pitch-black light swirling into its center. Turkish's face clearly showed stubbornness. No matter what power they use, they cannot resist the grandeur of nature. The world will soon plunge into darkness. He subtly curved his lips into a sinister smile. Everything is currently unfolding according to the Black Tower's plan. At the same time, urgent footsteps echoed from the main road outside. Hazu ran while racking his brain. Damn it. What exactly is happening? Why are people from the Black Tower appearing at the Magic Research Center? He suspiciously glanced behind him. I'm not being followed now, am I? Turkish's image slowly appeared in Hazu's mind. And that director, if he has the 7th magic circle, It means he's a high-ranking leader of the Black Tower. Why would someone with such power be on this remote island? A sudden feeling of unease flooded his heart. Could it be that he's here to eliminate me on Jihon's orders? Hazu tried to speed up. In his mind was a continuous chain of deductions. They must know I'm under shadow surveillance. Right. Are they so foolish as to risk revealing their identity here? His face clearly showed tension. Or is their real target not me? Or is it merely hinting at some event? Hazu recalled the island's pristine image, the continuous increase in magic power surges on Bon 9 Island. Then he remembered the laboratory and Turkish's image. The fact that the lab director is a Black Tower leader indicates that the Black Tower is secretly plotting something discreet and dangerous on this island. Then he remembered the summons he had received. Just then, Jihon's order arrived, and their training location coincidentally was this very place. A sharp deduction flashed through Hazu's mind. If the Black Tower instigated the magic power overflow and the madness of the magic veins on this island, then this is the perfect opportunity to kill me without leaving any clues. The more he thought, the faster he tried to run, but I still don't have clear evidence of that. Finally, Hazu found the crux of the problem. The most important key must still be in the island's laboratory. After a moment of consideration, he decided to pull out his phone to seek help. First, I need to ask Uncle Jihon to investigate that lab director. Whatever it is, I have to get everyone off this island safely. It was already the next morning in a flash. Hazu exclaimed in surprise, "We can't depart the island by boat." A person at the checkpoint complained softly. "I already told you, the weather today is too bad. No ships can operate right now." Hazu couldn't help but continue to hope. What about magic-powered ships? Only regular ships are affected by the weather, right? The old man gently shook his head. Magic-powered ships can't run either. The magic density has been fluctuating too much lately. It's unstable. Just trying to start the engine would overload it and cause an explosion. We cannot use magic-powered ships. The person next to him also added. And there are no magic-powered ship maintenance engineers here either. So we're out of options. Hazu gritted his teeth in anger. Have the Black Tower prepared so thoroughly for a situation like this? Su-chan asked in a low voice. What? The ship can't leave the island? Hazu nodded. That's right. I think we'll have to request a magic-powered ship from Incheon Port to come here. A look of disappointment flickered across Sin Yu's face. In this extreme weather, helicopters are useless too. Jin Seok immediately asked, should we just go back to the training area and wait there? Hazu thought for a moment and then suggested, let's head back to the dorms for now. He still had a nagging worry. I haven't dared to tell anyone anything yet for fear they'll panic. So they returned together. Everything here is certainly getting too strange. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Hazu opened it and saw it was a message from Jihon. The content stated that the lab director's whereabouts couldn't be found anywhere on the island. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. A Black Tower leader disappeared without a trace. Why now of all times? A big question mark rose in Hazu's mind. What are they plotting? Just then, it suddenly started to pour. Shio stood before Jihon, his voice filled with urgency. Uncle, what's the situation? He gently waved his hand, creating a protective barrier. First, let me set up a barrier to block the rain. Hazu immediately got to the point. Thank you, uncle. What's the situation now? Jihon replied, after I received your message, I immediately infiltrated and checked the lab. He recalled the moment he and his teammates investigated. The lab was empty, and all important data had been wiped clean. We've searched the entire island since last night, but couldn't find him anywhere. Hearing this, he frowned slightly in thought. Strange. Did he achieve his goal here or leave due to an urgent matter? Anyway, he disappeared from this island too quickly. Jihon continued to report. Young master, there's clearly something unusual about that lab. Hazu looked at him with a serious gaze. You think so too, don't you? He began to sink into thought. Of course, this strange rain is probably also caused by the magical energy overflow. I still can't conclude that the Black Tower retreated because they accomplished their goal on this island. After a moment of thought, his eyes showed determination. I must investigate the lab myself again. Jihon immediately reacted, but we've already checked there. But then he suddenly paused as he remembered Hyuk, praising him inwardly. You always want to take matters into your own hands. You're really just like your father. Jihon bowed his head, accepting the order. Understood, young master. We'll go with you. Hazu smiled happily. Thank you, uncle. Suddenly he screamed in pain. Damn it. Seeing this, Jihon couldn't help but worry. Young master. The rain kept pouring, while Hazu was still writhing in pain. What is this sound? Seeing that he wasn't okay, Jihon immediately rushed over. Young master. But strange sounds kept entering Hazu's ears. This is the sound of spiritual energy fluctuations. Completely different from the clear fluctuations emanating from your infinite reincarnation formation. Those sounds seemed to be trying to tear him apart and torture him, as if spiritual energies were clashing with each other. They were growling against each other. A very loud sound was coming from the direction of the laboratory. Jihon gently patted Hazu's back. Young master, are you okay? Hazu held his head and replied, I'm fine. What's more concerning is, didn't you hear the sound just now? He looked outside skeptically. Sound, I only hear the sound of the wind and rain. He could still feel the clash of spiritual energies, and a question rose in his mind. Am I the only one who can hear the wailing of this spiritual energy? Why do they have to scream? Are they trying to warn me of something? Unable to wait any longer, Hazu suddenly activated his ability. Divine Eye! Hazu's gaze went straight to the research building, which was enveloped in magic, across the way. Astonishment was clear in his heart. What is this? Hazu began to make his deductions. Is this the formation surrounding the laboratory? It's filled with unstable spiritual energy. Even a slight touch could cause an immediate explosion. He recalled what he had observed. Dense spiritual energy in the air. The chaotic movement of spiritual energy is visible. Hazu couldn't help but worry. A terrifying amount, enough to destroy the laboratory's protective barrier. And the epicenter of the spiritual energy. It was then that Hazu realized something was amiss. There's no mistake. This is a spiritual energy disaster, and it's a premonition of a spiritual energy explosion. He angrily blamed himself. Damn it. Why didn't I realize it right away? He didn't hesitate and rushed out into the rain. Uncle Jihon, I'm going to the laboratory right now. Jihon immediately followed. We'll go with you too. A moment later, the group gathered in front of the laboratory building. Seeing the scene before them, they frowned in confusion. What the hell is going on? The subordinate immediately reported that there was an extremely strong defensive formation surrounding the laboratory. This was never here before. They cautiously looked at the formation before them. A high-level defensive formation created from 720 magical formulas simultaneously. Even if one or two are nullified, the others will instantly restore themselves. After a moment of calculation, he turned back and spoke to Hazu. Young master, it will take at least 10 hours to break this thing. This is completely unusual for a laboratory. He looked at Hazu with a profound gaze. Young master, do you really suspect there's something inside? Hazu immediately replied, yes, although I'm not entirely sure, but... Certainty was now clear in his eyes. I suspect there's an explosive inside. Moreover, one powerful enough to flatten the entire Bokneong Island. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. Their eyes clearly showed dismay. Hazu gently raised his hand, gathering power. After a while, when he had gathered enough power, he began to act. First, I will destroy this formation. Lightning bolts flashed, thundering. A powerful surge of energy struck directly into the formation, creating sky-shattering explosions. The subordinate anxiously looked inside. The formation, there are still 719 types left. The magic circle began to change. The spiritual energy inside was expanding rapidly and about to overflow. Hazu turned and gave an order. Please step back a little. At this moment, he suddenly remembered Elena's teachings and began to exert himself. Every formation has a weak point. That's right, just break one formula, and the concentrated energy will exceed the formation's self-recovery ability, causing it to collapse in a domino effect. Elena's teachings were deeply ingrained in his mind, helping Hazu find the weak point and dismantle the formation. The next attack was more powerful and ferocious than before. That was Formation Dispel. Everyone was surprised by the result. What? No way! The formation, Hazu stood firm amidst everyone's astonished gazes. It's gone! Stuttering in disbelief. Young master, I heard you recently reached the 5th circle. But a subordinate also nodded, acknowledging his power. I am also a 5th circle mage. Young Master Hazu's magic. They hesitated to speak, but secretly admired in their hearts. It was completely on a different level. But Hazu paid no mind to those thoughts. Let's go inside. Sometime later, it was still pouring rain outside. The group quickly went inside. As expected, the laboratory seemed to be abandoned. He led the group. This way! Seeing the wall dotted with spiritual energy, Hazu frowned slightly. Dense spiritual energy is compressed. This wall, there's something strange about it. He immediately used his power to check. As he activated it, a pathway unexpectedly appeared before Hazu's eyes. This is... Looking at the endless staircase before him, he secretly speculated, the entrance to the secret underground. Proceed and take responsibility. We'll go in first. Young master, please follow behind. Hazu nodded slightly. All right. They slowly entered that cold, demon-filled underground chamber. When they reached the bottom, they were momentarily stunned. Young master, this place! He immediately confirmed. Yes, that's right. They intently observed the massive machine before them, the source of the spiritual energy disaster on Bakni Island. It was an uncontrolled mass of spiritual energy. What interested them most was the spirit stone placed in the center of the machine. Spirit stones, a high-density source of spiritual energy. They usually form in places with extremely concentrated spiritual energy. Regarding their origin, spirit stones are usually found deep underground and release spiritual energy through earth dragon veins, the spiritual energy outlets. From there, they are called spiritual energy veins, emerging on the surface of the soil. Spiritual energy escapes in different places, and regions where many spiritual energy veins converge will have superior spiritual energy density. Suspicion suddenly rose in Hazu's mind. What exactly are they trying to do here? He began to analyze. I can't believe they dug up and are researching a spirit stone. A subordinate indignantly continued. These guys are truly insane. They're clearly illicitly possessing a spirit stone. Hearing that, he only frowned slightly. His gaze remained fixed on the machine. Hazu immediately thought of Turkus. No doubt about it, it must be the Black Tower's henchman. But the director's identity remains a mystery. He looked at the massive machine before him and began to consider his actions. First, we must resolve the current situation. He slowly spoke. Young master, in the past, a country experimented with a spirit stone, and the result was an explosion that wiped out half of their territory. But looking at the enormous machinery before him, his voice deepened. Even if I warn everyone to evacuate the entire island right now, with such a fierce reaction, I don't know how much time we have left. Hazu stood calmly before it and said, let me take a look. He began to activate his divine senses. Very quickly, Hazu was drawn into a mass of strange characters and formations. That information left him utterly stunned. The amount of information was overwhelming. Even with his divine senses, he couldn't process it all. But there was one thing he was very certain about: everyone's remaining time. A warning bell rang loudly in Hazu's heart. Only 1 hour left. 100 Deer Island will explode in 1 hour. After the inspection process concluded, Hazu's body suddenly weakened, causing everyone to gather around him worriedly. Young master. He pushed everyone aside, his voice ringing out decisively, I'm fine. More importantly, it seems the spiritual stone will explode within the next 60 minutes. Everyone was stunned. Their eyes clearly showed horror. Only 1 hour? He stepped forward to reassure them. Now isn't the time for fear anymore. Hazu nodded in agreement. Yes, time is too limited. He looked towards the machine and said, then the only solution is. He understood and finished the sentence. That's right. Hazu's eyes showed determination. We must stabilize the spiritual stone. However, as he observed the stone, worry began to grow in his heart. But how can a spiritual stone be controlled? Globally, there's no precedent for stopping a spiritual stone's rampage. Hazu closed his eyes and began to concentrate. First, let's analyze the spiritual stone. The knowledge he had learned flooded back into his mind. Based on what he read in Mimir's book of knowledge, it was recorded that pinpointing the exact location of a spiritual stone is almost impossible. The reason is that they lie deep within the Earth's core. However, difficulties rose. Even if they were near the surface, the range of emitted magic was still extremely vast, making it impossible to pinpoint the exact location. Once excavated, a spiritual stone's energy would diminish because the surrounding geological structure had changed, and it would no longer function as it originally did. But in that machine, this spiritual stone was still operating completely normally. Hazu gritted his teeth in anger. What have those Black Tower bastards done to this thing? He growled each word, truly cursed. He helplessly looked up at the machine. We have too little information. While Hazu was deep in thought, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Hazu turned his head in surprise. Uncle! He smiled at him. Young master, you don't need to shoulder all the responsibility yourself. Hazu felt a weight lift as he heard him continue. All of us are with you, young master. Hazu gave himself a slight pat. Yes, uncle, you're right. Thank you very much. But the determination in his eyes did not fade. Even so, Hazu immediately ordered, currently, the data we have is too scarce. Gather all materials related to the spiritual stone. He quickly turned and left. I will go report back to the master. He replied politely. Yes, thank you for your trouble, uncle. At this moment, all the hatred in Hazu's heart seemed to have vanished, for he thought to himself, at this moment, I don't even have time to blame my father or the master of the Green Tower. There's only 1 hour left. I must find a way to stop this magic disaster. At the main headquarters of the great city Mage clan, he stood by the window listening to the phone in contemplation. Understood. Only 1 more hour before the spiritual stone explodes. He quietly reached out and pressed the disconnect button. There's no time left. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. But if my son is about to face death, I cannot sit by and wait. He put on his coat and left, not forgetting to instruct his guard. It's me! Mobilize all magic ships that can launch immediately. His voice was extremely cold. And dispatch all mages from the 7th circle and above. At the same time, Hazu was still continuing to investigate information. Suddenly, useful information appeared. The subordinate ran over, breathing heavily. Young master, I found the research log. He quickly replied, good, let me see. The screen below immediately displayed the necessary data. But what stunned him were the numbers counting down. Hazu's voice rang out, full of frustration. Damn it! The data was overwhelming, and it's counting down every second. Layers of data kept appearing, but time kept ticking away. This made a thought flash in his mind. Is this a self-destructing data system after access? No matter who finds this material, they'll be drowned in despair and seek death. Hazu immediately turned and asked, is there a backup? The subordinate immediately reported, everything is encrypted. More time is needed to decrypt it. While he was deep in thought, the subordinate suddenly spoke up. Young master, Hazu replied in an irritated tone. I'll analyze all the data right here. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of dark forces. He didn't expect to find direct traces of the Black Tower here. The connection between the Black Tower and Jihon was still just a hypothesis. Dark thoughts relentlessly swirled around Hazu. Me? Right here. Will I die in this place? Jihon's scornful smile seemed to be etched into his mind. And will everyone else die because of me? Don't be ridiculous. Jihon, I'll survive and drag him to hell with my own hands. Hazu began to mutter. Through the heart meridian. Spirit stone. He yelled impatiently. That's right. That's it. But then Hazu fell back into thought. But how do we disperse the energy? We don't have enough manpower. No! He slowly made up his mind. There was no other choice. Hazu immediately turned around and gave orders. Hurry up! Summon the entire squad here immediately. Outside, it was still raining non-stop. And also, my bag at the dorm too. A moment later, Hazu's friends arrived. That's a spirit stone, and it will explode in about 40 minutes. Right, he slowly spoke. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. If we want to survive, we must control this thing. You slightly frowned. So this is the cause of the unusual weather phenomenon recently. Hai also couldn't hide his surprise. Damn it, if we don't act, our lives will be on the line in 40 minutes. He cast a doubtful glance. What do you mean by not acting? You already have a plan, right? Hazu said as he received the item from his subordinate's hand. Yes, sir. Of course there is. He looked at everyone with determined eyes. I summoned everyone here to deal with the wrath of the Spirit Stone. Then Hazu opened the box. Inside were 4 small vials. This is what is translated as the Blessing of Magic Power. It only works on mages below the 5th circle. He took it out and continued to analyze. It significantly increases the rate of magic power absorption. Su Chen felt a bit curious. Why did you bring this? Is it safe? Hazu calmly replied, I formulated and tested it myself. It's not poison. Both Xingyu and Su Chen were surprised. You drank it yourself? Did you really create such things yourself, and what about? Hazu held the 4 vials in his hand and continued, there are still 4 more bottles. Thanks to them, we can release the energy from the Spirit Stone through the magic veins. Hazu's eyes flashed with a glint of light. This is the specific plan. He began to analyze in detail. The Spirit Stone at Bak Neong is currently out of control, and the magic veins releasing energy are also extremely unstable. When the blessed liquid is used, the body will undergo changes. On those unstable veins, when the potion is absorbed and receives magic energy, Hazu's friends will go outside to take action. The enormous amount of energy from the Spirit Stone will be released through the unstable magic veins, causing these conduits to also fall into chaos. They slowly went to survey the surrounding areas. At that time, the chaotic magic veins will cause an energy overflow, and mana energy will spontaneously release into the air, and the Spirit Stone will gradually become stable. Suddenly Hazu stopped, his voice quietly deepened. But there's a problem, as I've mentioned. Someone must take the potion and perform the energy channeling on the unstable magic veins. His friends had divided into groups to carry out the mission. A tremendous amount of energy suddenly surged into their bodies, exceeding all previous experiences. In the worst-case scenario, the person who drinks the potion will lose control. Haru's warning still echoed in Hannah's ears, making her extremely worried. Adela drank the entire vial without hesitation. Haru's every word seemed to urge her to act. They could sacrifice their lives. Adela didn't hesitate to start acting. Our time is up. We must begin immediately. At this moment, Haru was staying behind to guard the machine, but his heart was filled with worry. I will remain in this position until the very end. Because I have to control the Spirit Stone, I can't go to the magic vein site. Therefore, I will now designate someone to take the potion and move to the magic veins. Adela has already begun to act. Xingyu held the vial in his hand, but his expression still showed a hint of hesitation. Mazin Siak had already consumed the entire potion, and Senior John Hizu clenched the vial, his eyes reflecting clear determination. A burning resolve was evident in everyone's eyes. Haru took a deep breath and announced, I'm channeling energy into everyone. The rain on the island showed no signs of stopping. Hizu's group had arrived and began to report. We've reached magic vein number 4. Haru's eyes showed clear worry. Senior Jin Hizu, please be ready. Hien said nothing, just lowered his eyes to look at the vial in his hand. After a moment of thought, he decided to speak. Haru, I want to ask you a few quick questions. The core to solving the problem is the ability to control power, not the rank of the magic circle. Right, mana control is the most important, isn't it? Haru on the other side of the screen nodded without hesitation. That's right. Absolutely correct. Hearing this, Jihon immediately changed his mind. If so, it's better to let Sachin take over this task instead of me. Sachin was slightly startled. Oh, me? In my eyes, there was no wavering. Haru, you understand. Sachin controls magic better than I do. Haru hesitated for a moment. Jihon's voice still echoed. In such a serious situation, the person with even a slight advantage over others should take on this important task. Sachin trembled slightly. Senior, I continued to encourage. You've tried harder than anyone else. Now, please help us. Sachin slowly took the potion. Sachin looked at it for a while, but said nothing. After a moment, Sachin decided to gather all his courage to accept the task. Alright, I'll do it. I'll handle the pressure. Sachin turned to look at Haru. Are you sure about this decision? Haru didn't answer but sighed softly. Then Haru smiled, his eyes full of trust. Absolutely, I put my trust in you, Sachin. It was still raining at this time. Torkis gently picked up his phone, observing and smiling with delight. So, let's begin. Torkis walked out to the swimming pool casually. Today will be a very special day. His gaze stopped at the gloomy horizon, his tone full of gloating. It's time to enjoy the luxurious presidential suite. Suddenly, his phone rang. Torkis happily answered the call. Yes, hello, esteemed guest. Jihon's angry voice immediately echoed back. My father found out the spirit stone is having problems. He snarled angrily. Now what are we going to do? Torkis replied mockingly without a trace of fear. Well, I won't do anything in this situation. The angry voice on the other end thundered. What? Jihon couldn't hold back any longer and yelled furiously. What did you say? Do you know how much of my money you've devoured? Torkis's face remained as calm as before. My last words sounded a bit harsh. It's not that I'm not doing anything. He looked up at the sky and gave a grim smile. It's that I don't need to do anything anymore. At this moment, whirlpools had coiled and enveloped the island. Binian Island was now completely isolated. Torkis leisurely lay down on the sun lounger. Even if the clan head with the 8th magic circle intervenes, by the time he arrives, that island will be nothing but a pile of ashes. Looking at the whirlpools before his eyes, he grew even more amused. Whether we act or not, Shinharu will die there. So just relax and watch this play unfold. Dear customer, Jihon still frowned in suspicion. What, you just got lucky when the storm made everything convenient for your plans? Aren't you being too complacent now? Torkis subtly glanced at the screen with sharp eyes. It seems there's a misunderstanding here. His voice grew increasingly frenzied. Do you really think everything right now is just a coincidence? That a storm would arrive at such a crucial moment. That made Jihon astonished once more. What? Torkis slowly analyzed. Right before the spirit stone exploded, the magical currents collapsed, and all mages disappeared. The storm hit and all teleportation ports were blockaded. He gently moved his hand, controlling the whirlpools. The storm will absorb magic power from the spirit stone. Even flying magic or teleportation items cannot be used in this situation. Torkis's eyes narrowed slightly in a dangerous manner. Do you still think it's all just a coincidence? Only then did Jihon startle into realization. So you mean everything was planned beforehand? Torkis calmly continued. The explosion will occur at Binian Island within 1 hour, meaning the assassination plan for Shinharu will be complete. But Jihon didn't seem to believe it. But what if he survives? Torkis's face twisted into a demonic smile. If a miracle helps him survive, then my own hands will finish him off. Then he gently waved his hand. So stop your useless complaints. Prepare a feast for me. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up now. Jihon seemed to want to say something else. Hey, wait, hey! Torkis didn't hesitate to end the call. His smile grew increasingly distorted and eerie. Torkis sat there calmly, observing everything. Suddenly, his eyes widened. In astonishment, on the side of the archipelago, a dozen lights appeared, piercing through the cloud layers. Torkis startled up in surprise. Light! He trembled as he stared towards the archipelago. No way! Torkis gritted his teeth softly, his voice full of rage. Damn it. Haru! His eyes were bloodshot with fury. You are truly too exceptional. Meanwhile, Adela's team was still focused on their operation. Mana Circuit number 1 has begun transporting mana. Adela poured all her effort into the coordination process. Sweat rolled down her forehead. Singu was also concentrating fully. Mana Circuit number 2 has also started transporting mana. Jin Siak wasn't negligent for a single moment either. Mana Circuit number 3 here has also begun transporting mana. Sachin drank all the medicine in him in one gulp. Mana Circuit number 4 has switched to mana transport status. After that, he immediately entered a state of complete focus. Haru watched everyone working hard and silently thought, "Everyone, I'm putting all my hope in you." The spiritual stone core was still continuously operating. Everyone was performing mana transport. The swirling mana flow within the spiritual stone has begun to dissipate. The mana current is changing to be more balanced. Siak Hyan came in to report. Another subordinate added, "The images of his comrades were clear before his eyes. We will display images via hologram." Suddenly, a notification appeared, causing Haru to worry. Mana explosion at circuit number 1. Adela, exhausted, coughed up a mouthful of blood. He immediately ordered. The support staff quickly helped Adela leave. The focus of this plan is to cause a mana explosion. There's no need to continue transporting mana in the circuits that have already exploded. The notification was sent again. Miss Adela is safe and receiving first aid. Next was a notification from Sinu's position. Mana explosion at circuit number 2 as well. Kang Singu is also receiving timely first aid. Haru silently stood observing the machine. The energy of the spiritual stone is visibly decreasing. The next explosion is at circuit number 3. The support staff immediately surrounded him. Mazin Siak. Haru worriedly looked at the control panel. Now, only magic power circuit number 4 remains. What's the status of circuit number 4 now? At circuit number 4, the atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. Hyan softly called out Sachin. He didn't respond, only letting out a few pained groans. Seeing Sachin's condition, Haru's tension reached its peak. Sachin's magic power transfer isn't working properly. In this state, Sachin will die before our eyes before the magic power in circuit number 4 can even explode.